Open a CU1 free checking account, set up direct deposit, and get ready for an early payday. Plus, with 16 Chicagoland branches, access to more than 90,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and 24/7 digital and mobile banking, you can bank anytime and anywhere. It's your money. Get access to it sooner. Get started today at cu1.com/Chicago. Federally insured by NCUA. At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver. Fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident. Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players' props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
My fiance is a veteran. He was a combat medic in the Army.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
There's been a lot of wear and tear on his body.
My knees are bone on bone from doing all those jumps and lugging my backpack and all that gear around. I was also exposed to toxins.
When Yusuf got out of the military, he needed help getting his disability benefits.
Luckily, DAV came to the rescue. They fought for me the same way that I fought for my country.
Every year, DAV provides life-changing support to more than 1 million veterans like Yusuf, helping them get the benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories, great and small.
Now Yusuf is paying it forward. DAV has been instrumental in helping him start 2 healthcare technology companies that are working to help veterans everywhere.
My victory is never giving up and finding more ways to serve.
He's pretty amazing.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Good morning and welcome in to Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. 6 o'clock straight up. Get up, get your day started. Hoodie is enjoying a few days off with the bye week. Guess who's here? Sylvie's in. Hi, Sylvie.
They had to get us together, Kap, for the start of hockey season.
That's correct.
Right? We had to celebrate the Hawks at least giving a good effort last night.
They did. I watched some of it.
Against the Panthers. And by the way, does Jay Moore, does Zetterman make you keep his voice in the open? How long has he been gone? Shouldn't it be like Shea?
He doesn't make me.
We actually like Danny.
We like him in it.
We like him in it. Because
he sounds good in it.
Great enthusiasm. Good morning, everyone.
I thought it was a mandate.
Nah, nice energy. Nice energy.
Okay, it sets a tone.
It sets the tone.
I got
us going. Jay Moore's at the controls. Jake is in for Shea, who's in Detroit to watch the Tigers try to stay alive.
What
Down
is it?
2-1.
It's 2-1 now. Yeah. I watched the Yankees game yesterday. We hope for that magic tonight. When it looked like they were done, they're down 0-2. They've been getting their ass kicked.
Yep.
And then you turn on the game, and they're down big early.
Yep.
And you're like, that's all she wrote for the Yankees.
Yeah, they were down 6-1.
And then what happens? Your star shows up. Well,
Exactly. Aaron Judge, as Courtney tweeted, murdered one. A murdered ball.
My! It hit the pole, and that's what you hope for. Like, you don't want to go down 6-1, but can the Cubs get off the mat?
That's the question. Find a way. That's
yeah. Oh, is it even going that fast, Jay Moore?
No flatlining today. I do my little feature every morning, say what's coming up. We're on the show. So I said this morning, on Coffee with Kap, Sylvie and I are going to be together. And I said to the Cubs, is this it? This is really how you're going to go out, meekly. You're just going to not drop a pair, not compete at all, and just get your head kicked in? I can't believe that.
I was thinking about this early today. I was thinking, what would be a good motto for the Cubs going into Game 3 down 0-2? And I just think, like, grab a cup of coffee, find a way to win a baseball game.
That is a great motto.
Hey, I wanted to preempt you, or at least get out in front of it, because I don't want to hear that today.
Grab a cup of coffee, find a way. Just find a way. Ben Johnson used it the other day.
No, he didn't. He didn't say grab a cup of coffee and find a way to win a football game.
He just said, find a way.
Yeah.
Find a way.
People have been saying that forever.
Yeah, but to grab a cup of coffee. You know where I got it from?
Everybody?
No, Lou Piniella.
Oh, he would grab a cup of coffee?
I saw him one day. It was just he and I in the dugout. It's like 9 a.m. on a gorgeous day, and the Cubs had lost 4 or 5 in a row. I go, Sweet Lou, what's up, man? He said, just grab a cup of coffee, and I'm going to try and find a way to win a damn baseball game. And I said, that's awesome. Can I steal that? He goes, it's all yours. I've used it ever since.
So give me your power rankings of Cubs managers, of the guys that you got into it with the most.
Got into it?
Yes. Because don't you have like a good loop where you and Lou Piniella, he was pissed at you?
I have it on tape. Channel 2 filmed it. So Stoney came in to do Sports Talk Live with me. He had a feature. Stoney comes in, and we're blasting Lou because Tyler Colvin, remember when he was the hot prospect?
Third baseman?
Yeah. He went like 3 for 5. The next day, 1 or 2 hits, made a great defensive play, and the next day he's not in the lineup. And I'm like, what are we doing here? And Stoney and I tee off on Lou. Tee off. And Peter Chase, the old media guy, who's now the media relations director of the Tigers.
Right.
Peter Chase tells Lou, they were crushing you on TV. I show up, and I'm standing in the third base coach's box. It's like 10 a.m. Lou is going to meet with the media. He's in there. It's the day he did the Steve Stone. Why isn't he put a uniform on? And the way that they say I'm ridiculous, and I heard the word ridiculous, so I'm like, uh-oh, that's my word. I looked, and he's just glaring at me while he's got 50 cameras in front of him. I'm talking to Matt Sinatro, the coach, his buddy.
Right.
We're in the third base coach's box, and all of a sudden, from behind, you MFer, and he's screaming at me. F-bomb after F-bomb, and he's as close to me as he was to Mark Wegner, like screaming in my face.
Was that the most you've ever got into it with a Cubs manager?
Yes. I got into it with Ed Lynch. I got into it. Hendry just aired me out, and then the next day I'm like, uh-oh, here he comes. He's like, hey, man, it's over.
Yeah, right, yeah.
He was great. I love Jim. And Theo.
Yeah. Theo, you guys used to
I still have the text messages when
he gets hot.
I landed from doing a game. I was at VCU. I'll never forget it. I fly back, and I didn't have Wi-Fi on the plane then. And so I open up my phone. We land. There's Cap, call me. The second text. Cap, call me with an exclamation point. The third one, where the F are you? Call me. I had like 10 of them. And then I walk off the plane and the phone's ringing, and it's Theo F-bombing me to
for
death.
what? For why?
Because that one, he got mad at Jesse and I because I reported what their offer to John Lester was, and he said the same thing to Jesse. If we lose John Lester,
right.
you'll be burned in this town. You will never ever get an
This
interview.
is before he signed.
Correct.
Yes.
Because they were told they were sworn to secrecy.
Yeah.
And I got it from an agent in New York. I didn't get it from the Cubs. But this time I had reported that he was trying to trade Chris Bryant, and he had very little value because people didn't think he was tough enough. Who are you to go out there and blow up my market? He's screaming at me. And now we're cool.
It's incredible. By the way, Kap, good dedication to the newspaper. The newspaper guild. You actually still carry
I bring it in every day.
The newspaper.
I
you
get
have
it
the paper
subscribed.
newspaper.
Yeah, every day. I
thought there was a day where I would never give it up, and then I don't think I've held a newspaper in 10 years.
Oh, wow. I
mean, I read it. I don't get me wrong. Subscribe, read. But I've never. It's been at least a decade since I've held the newspaper.
See, I like the tactile feel of the paper. And like on a Saturday morning,
the ink on your finger.
Yeah, a cup of coffee and my paper. And then they have the pitching form of that day's pitchers all around baseball. I go through all the numbers before I make a bet. Oh, yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it.
I always thought there would be nothing to bring into the bathroom. But then the phone became a big thing.
Correct.
Like no more laptops for just the internet. And then now you just take your newspaper in because it's your phone.
Yeah, correct. And my wife will be like, "Are you coming out of there?" I'm just reading. Sorry. I'm reading. But probably Lou was the biggest blow up I had with a Cubs manager. Jed and I have always been cool. He gets frustrated sometimes. I've gotten the call, but I do remember I got a call from Stoney. The Sox were in Detroit. Milton Bradley experiment in the first year. Remember how quickly it went south? He was insane, that guy. And Stoney calls me, he goes, "Dude, it's all over the radio here in Detroit that the Cubs are trying to dump Milton Bradley." And so I report this, and I go on some tirade. 11:30 at night, I'm in bed. It's a Saturday night. My phone's ringing, and I go, "Well, this isn't going to be good. It's Jim Hendry. He spent the last 2 hours trying to talk Milton Bradley off the ledge because I reported he was going to get traded." Yeah. He's like, "What are you doing?"
Is he? I think Milton Bradley, is he in jail? Didn't he have like a big incident, domestic violence or something like that?
He did. I don't know if he's gotten out yet or not. He was not a good guy.
Not a good guy.
Oh, horrible. Absolutely horrible to deal with. Who's the biggest person you ever got in a blow up with?
You know me. I probably you.
Maybe. Maybe.
I think it's probably you.
Pax?
Oh, I mean, like anyone who covered the Bulls back in those days, you could write a book.
Oh, God.
Could write a book.
Pax.
But I texted, like, Pax and I have not been great ever since the end of the era. Mm-hmm. And because he just made the Ring of Honor. Yeah. I texted him. Mm-hmm. And you know, he gave me the thanks and everything. But, like, no one has contributed as much to the Bulls as Pax. I mean, obviously everyone will say Michael, but, you know, he was a player. He was a broadcaster. He was an assistant coach that won a championship. And then he was the general manager for all the years.
Yeah, and he hit the shot.
Yeah, well, he finished off the 91 championship hitting multiple shots against the Lakers.
Yep.
And then the shot you speak of, 93 against the Suns, was the final shot.
Correct. On the kick out from, I think, Horace under the basket.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
So, yeah, I've never really had an issue. One time, Pax and I got into it. One time.
Oh, you're in the minority there.
Yeah.
That's small potatoes.
Like, I was not a Gar guy. Like, we're not on speaking terms. But that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't even know where. Did he get fired from New Orleans?
I think did he get fired?
Well, I don't know because their general manager got blown out.
Oh, I don't know where.
The guy who used to run the Cavs.
Yeah, I thought he was incompetent. Like, Pax, I thought was competent. I didn't agree with a lot of his moves. But Gar was incompetent and a bad guy.
Now, have you ever gotten a call from Craig Counsell? Or does he not even know you?
We've met. That's it.
Yeah.
His agent.
Because you know, like, I think I go hard at Counsell. You really go hard at Counsell.
I think he's vastly overpaid and overrated. And good for him that he got paid. Good for him. He took advantage of the market, just like you or I would do. Fine. I just don't think he's all that. I don't. I think he's very mediocre.
He is out of all the guys that I think I've covered in the last 20 years.
Lou Piniella on the screens right now.
Oh, really? That's weird. Yeah. In an old Yankee game.
Yeah.
But he is on the list of guys who I thought was one thing. And, like, I'm not blaming all this on him, so don't get me wrong. But people know where you and I stand on Counsell, that I knew when Joe Maddon came, let's back it even up, like with Theo. When Theo came, I knew the Cubs were going to be great one day.
Yeah, I didn't know if we'd win the World Series,
exactly.
but I went, we're finally going to be competent.
Anyone who argued with me that the rebuild isn't worth it, I'm like, look, we just haven't been used to this. We're not used to teardown. We're not used to someone who knows what he's doing. I know Theo's going to come through. When they hired Maddon, I'll never forget Ozzie Guillen Jr. texted me, and he's like, you're getting too excited over a manager. I'm like, trust me, let's have a bet. I bet you they win a World Series with Joe Maddon. And I don't think Ozzie Jr. has ever paid me on the bet. He's in a club with Stacey King, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Stacey was supposed to buy me dinner with anything because we bet on if Tibbs would be back the year that he didn't come back. But anyway, I feel like I've been duped by Counsell. I thought there's Milwaukee, Craig Counsell, and then there's the reality image of what Craig Counsell is. And he is, like, a lot of people will say, well, Sylvie, it's a baseball manager. Well, if that's the case, why'd you go out and get him?
Correct.
If they don't make a big difference. But, you know, when Tibbs came in, he's made a big impact. I really believe that Ben Johnson is going to turn this team, and we're already starting to see the impact. I haven't seen any real impact. Tyler and I fight about this all the time from Craig Counsell as the Cubs manager.
What does Tyler see? Because I watch him. I'm not telling you he's a bad manager. I've never said that. $8 million, what am I getting? What does he do better than David Ross?
Right. Well, yeah, and don't get me wrong, I was never this huge David Ross guy. I wanted him to play the younger guys but more, but like you got rid of him for this. And I don't, like you said, I don't see much difference, if any.
When you got rid of Rick Renteria and you got Maddon,
yeah, it's a huge upgrade.
It just felt special.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel special.
No. And I think you're going to feel this with Ben Johnson, like as you weave it all together, that we're already starting to see the impact Ben Johnson's making, especially in comparison to Eberflus. But I don't believe the Cubs have any advantage. Like, and it was sold to us, we're going to have the advantage.
Correct.
These big games down the stretch, these division races, since the Cubs hired Craig Counsell. The Cubs are 15 games worse than the Milwaukee Brewers in 2 seasons in the standings, and now they're down 0-2 to them in the postseason.
Yeah, and it's not that they lost. The decision to start Matthew Boyd was absolutely idiotic on short rest.
Yes.
He didn't pitch well down the stretch. He didn't. He ran out of gas. To start him on short rest was just it was
asinine.
Asinine.
But I don't just put that one on Counsell.
That's organizational.
That's an organizational failure. I was talking to somebody who is very familiar with the Cubs process. Told this to Waddle the other day, who told me it always starts with the analytics crew or the front office. They'll spit out who they think will be the pitcher or the lineup. Because I was asking this person, I go, does the manager get the pick of the pitcher? How do these things work? And they were telling me it always starts with the front office and the analytics crew. And then the manager goes over it, and if they're passionate about it, then they'll have a detailed conversation. But if they're not, they'll just go with a recommendation from the analytics crew.
Yeah, Joe Maddon told me that he would have his lineup. He said I would sit in the morning with my coffee and his iPad, and then he would text like, hey, Riz, you're going to be leading off today, if he was going to be in a different spot than his normal 3 or 4 hole. He said then I'd have my lineup. I would text that to Jed and the analytics team. Then they would have the optimal analytics lineup, what the computer says. He goes, and then I would look, and in the end, it's my call.
Yeah. Well, I like that. I still think you got to manage human beings.
Agreed.
With a human being.
Completely agree.
Because there are some things the analytics don't analyze or can't measure, and that's where it shouldn't be your end-all, be-all, and that's the worst thing about baseball these days.
Yeah, Joe Maddon and I never forget, he walked up to me. I was pretty hard on him 2018, 19, then he was gone. And I remember he walked up to me at an event at Fields BMW in Glenview. His charity event was there, and I was the MC. So we had dinner at the car dealership. It's me, him, his then wife, Jay, and we're sitting there, and he's like, I got to tell you something. I won you the GD World Series, and you're brutal on me. Brutal. I said, it's the minutia of baseball, brother. I mean,
you didn't brother him, did you?
Always. But I brother everybody. Kid, brother, you know me.
You brother Joe Madden.
And so
brother,
I sent Joe a text. It's got to be 2 months ago. I'll show it to you. I keep it on my phone. I sent him a text. I said, out of nowhere, haven't talked to him, knew he was a little mad at me. Remember he had his book out and he did a bunch of podcasts?
Sure.
So he came on my recap. And I got done, and I said, Joe, are you and I cool? He's like, you were brutal. But guess what? It's entertainment, brother. I get it.
So he brothered you back.
Yeah, he's a big brother guy. And so
Can you imagine this, Jay Moore, the brother fest between these two?
So I sent him this text.
Thanks, brother. Love you, brother.
I sent him a text.
It's entertainment, brother. You were brutal, brother.
I sent him a text.
Oh, brother.
I'll show it to you at the break. Hey, Joe, David Kaplan, I owe you an apology. I think many of us, me leading the charge, underestimated your ability to manage a clubhouse.
Oh, his culture was the best.
Best.
That was real.
And I just want you to know I was wrong. You were right. He wrote me back. Super, like in 2 minutes, I thought he's just going to ignore it and go, F that guy. Super cool of you to write me back. You had a job to do. I get it. I had a job to do. And I was armed him with the knowledge of certain things and methods I had used over the years that I knew worked. You guys hadn't seen yet. We're good, brother.
Yeah. There, brother. One more brother.
So he and I are in a good place. Eberflus, not
you
so
didn't brother him, did you?
No. The last words I've ever spoken to
was a cell phone thing.
The cell phone thing. That was the last
one. And that's
one.
why Ben Johnson talks to Jeff Joniak weekly.
That's it. No more coaches show. Well, we had and then a friend of mine.
You think we're going to give Cap Ben Johnson?
Right.
Jeff.
Right.
Hey, Jeff, you available for the coach's interview?
Not going to happen. And then a friend of mine works for the Chiefs, not in the football side. He's like, wow, I didn't know you and Matt Nagy got sideways. I said, yeah, we're not in a good place either. He said, I brought your name up. Hey, you know who I'm friends with? He's like, F that guy.
Yeah.
Damn. He was brutal.
How many people have said that?
Yeah, plenty. Plenty. Anyway, all right, we got to take a quick time out.
Did Jay Moore, did he just go through the usual clock here?
You know, it's a special show today.
And you know, like that's why Jay Moore drives now. How many minutes did he go through the stop sign?
I'd say about 7.
You're here. It's a special day.
It's a special day. It's do or die for the Cubs. So,
all right.
Take
both
that,
you guys
Danny.
are the top Cubs fans. So,
and who are you? Wait, who are you to talk about going through the clock? You make your own clock.
We do. We have the special Waddle and Sylvie clock, but we have cultivated that. You just were just driving, brothering everybody, going through stop signs. Here I go. It's game 3.
Like, how does that work?
Have a cup of coffee.
Like,
find a way to get through the stop sign.
Do you just walk into Danny's office and go, yeah, F your clock. Here's what we're doing on the Waddle and Sylvie show.
No. We have a discussion. We go back and forth, and then we brother each other.
That's it.
And we're on to the next.
All right, 312-332-3776. Can the Cubs find a way today? I say they can. I think Tyone pitches well. But does the offense show up? Sylvie's in for Hoodie. Be right back.
Kap and Jay Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Let's go, man.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Apt is your #1 destination for the home. Discover Electrolux washers featuring Smart Boost, the award-winning technology that pre-mixes the water and the detergent before the cycle begins. That unlocks maximum cleaning power for brighter whites, vivid colors, and tough stain removal. Save water and energy with Instant Refresh, which removes wrinkles and refreshes items from light wear in 10 minutes without having to do a full wash. Experience superior cleaning and care in every load. Electrolux for free and home delivery, expert installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop at App, ABT, app.com, pleasing people since 1936.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Kap and Shea Hood are back.
Hey, about time y'all came on at 6 a.m. I get to holler at the fellas.
On ESPN Chicago.
He's just taking his time, isn't he?
I was waiting for a soundbite. Sylvie is in for Hoodie. Yeah, I don't drive. I used to drive.
You used to drive, yes.
For 30 years, and then Danny took the keys away. I need you in the 2-guard role. Okay, whatever you say, Danny. You're the boss. 312-332-3776. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. Jay Moore's at the controls. Jake is in for Shea, who's actually in Detroit to see if his Tigers could stay alive. And I don't have either of my parents anymore. He's going with his mom.
It's cool.
I said, dude, that is incredible. Absolutely. He goes, you think I should go? I'm like, should you go? Take pictures, cherish those moments. Like, you still got your mom. You don't have your dad. I don't have either one.
Yeah.
It's like, holy cow.
It was, I went with my mom. My mom was the one who used to take me to Cubs games. She was the one who got me into it. Like, a lot of people are surprised when I say, I got most of my sports knowledge and love from my mom, and she would take me out for opening day every year in school. I know you have similar stories, and it was a cool thing to take her to. We went to Game 4 of the World Series together, the two of us, and unfortunately, it was a terrible game. Like, the Cubs started to play in Game 5.
Yeah, that's the one we got blown out like 7-3. Kipnis hit a 3-run homer.
Yep.
On a Saturday night, I'll never forget. My mom and I went to see Fernando Valenzuela was like the rookie sensation. And she came home, and my brother had something. She said, just you and I, you want to go together to see this Fernando guy? I said, 100%. I can tell you where we sat.
Sure.
And that was amazing. And my dad took my mom, my brother, and I to see Hank Aaron at Wrigley. Oh, it was unbelievable.
Yeah. Those are cool stories. Like, I still remember I remember going to a Bulls game when I was young, and similar story to like Hank Aaron. And I still remember I was in my grandparents' house, and my grandfather said, "We're going tonight. We're seeing this team from Philadelphia, and they got a guy who can fly." And he made a motion with his hands, and he was talking about Dr. J.
Yeah.
So it was like one of my first memories, and I don't even really remember the game that night. I remember him saying that we're going to see a man who can fly. And like, I was like 5 or 6. I'm like, what does he mean by that? Yeah. But then you learn.
He was ridiculous, Dr. J. Ridiculous. And then we got Michael. So Jamison Tyone goes tonight. Do you really, in your heart, believe that tomorrow morning we're talking about a Cubs Game 4?
I don't. I don't want to be negative. Like, a lot of people think that I wake up and I want to be negative. I've been waiting for this team to get hot for a while. I mentioned to Waddle that the Reds and the Cubs have similar records from about June 3rd on. So the majority of the season, the Cubs have been a tad over 500. We keep saying, well, once they get hot, they've gone through this 500 stretch, and they've just been playing 500 baseball. And that was with Cade Horton being one of the best, most dominant pitchers in baseball, that you only go a few games over 500. So I would love to see the bats come alive, where it's just more than one big home run, where they string together an actual rally with multiple hits together. They start running the bases like they have been all season. They do some of those things offensively and not live and die by the home run here and there. And then I want the pitching staff, and I think Tyone, believe it or not, most Cubs fans have the most confidence in, is not to give these runs back when you, like 1-0 with Michael Busch's home run. Give it right back the following inning. 3-run home run by Shea. Give it right back that the bottom half of that inning, and that takes the sails out of an already slumping offense. That takes the wind out of the sails, I should say.
Okay, so something tells me they'll win today and lose tomorrow, and it'll be over. But I hope they win today. I hope they win tomorrow, get it back to Game 5. That'd be amazing. I have no reason to believe that because they haven't shown me anything with their offense. But if they don't play well, let's say they get beat today, 6-1. Like, if I'm Jed, I got to look at that team and go, well, why am I just running the same crew back?
Yeah. Well, and then the stats too, right? We talked a lot about this yesterday. The Cubs have gone 13 straight playoff games with scoring 3 runs or less. They've not scored more than 3 runs dating back to 2017. And the entire stat is the Cubs have scored under 3 runs in 17 out of the last 18 postseason games. Is that a major, big coincidence, or is that a flaw in the way Theo, Jed, and now Jed Solo is building their offense?
That's a great question because I have this stat. It goes along with what you just said. The Cubs offense over their last 18 playoff games, a 176 average, 39 total runs in 18 games.
Yeah, this is the 17 out of 18 stat, and it covers those 18 games.
17 home runs, a 249 on-base percentage, horrible. 548 OPS, worse, and a 31% K percentage. That is the worst batting average by a team in any 18-game stretch in the history of baseball postseason.
How better do you think they would have been if you had a healthy Justin Steele and a healthy Cade Horton throughout the whole season? How better do you think they would have been?
They would have been I was just thinking about Justin Steele. Will Justin Steele be able to be as dominant after these injuries? If Justin Steele was healthy, I was very excited to see Steele. No one anticipated Cade Horton being this good this quickly.
Right.
You know, we knew we would see him sometime this year, but it's a ton of bad luck. A lot of other teams have bad luck too. So the Cubs have to figure out a way. And Jed knew that the depth was an issue with the relief corps and starting pitching, and he didn't exactly go all in with this team. And so that's what bugs me, too. So you could say, woe is me, Cade Horton, and there's no replacing a guy who gets that hat. But I still feel like with a lack of bats, with Boyd falling apart, Shota falling apart, an inconsistent bullpen, you've got Brad Keller, no one envisioned being your closer at this stage of the game. I feel your bats and your starting pitching has gone south at the exact wrong time of the season.
Completely agree. So where do you improve the offense in the offseason? Like, are you bringing Kyle Tucker back?
It's a great – so should we tease that for next? Or have we gone through the stop sign? Do I have to help him here?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do, because I think it's a great question. It's I'm not busting your balls. I don't want to get into something and then have to break. But I think it's a great question, and I don't know the true answer.
I don't either, because I'm afraid that if they go, we're going to let him go, and then I look up and the guy's got 39 home runs and he's playing for whoever. 312-332-3776. We'll take your calls. We're talking some Kyle Tucker and the Cubbies. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. I'm Cap. Be right back.
Good morning to you. Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next two. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Shout out to all my friends over at Steinhoffel's, Andrew Steinhoffel and his family. But the cool thing is, even though it's in their name, it's an employee-owned furniture store. Chad and Danny and the entire group, we love them over at Steinhoffel, Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. And now they're celebrating 91 years. Guys, it's the only place I shop for furniture. And during their Friends and Family sale, save 10% store-wide or take advantage of 36 months, 0% financing, plus take $91 off every $9.99 you spend. You'll also get a $200 MasterCard rewards card when you finance over $19.99. So much to get excited about. Celebrate 91 years of quality, value, and style at any of their 7 Chicagoland locations or online at steinhoffels.com. That's steinhoffels.com.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
A few days after it became public that the Big Ten is mulling a $2 billion private equity deal, one federal lawmaker is trying to make that idea illegal. A new bill introduced earlier this week would block public universities and their conferences from directly or indirectly selling ownership stakes or doling out revenue to private equity funds, among other rules. That would likely block a plan reportedly being considered by the Big Ten to create a new venture controlling the league's media rights and other assets and selling a stake in it to a major private investor. That vision is part of a larger foray by private equity funds into college sports, which is going through a financial restructuring now that schools can pay athletes directly. ESPN first reported the Big Ten discussions and said the deal would provide each school in the conference a 9-figure payment up front. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Folks, your fantasy roster is set. I'm not very good at fantasy. The smack talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. That's super cool. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app, ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Jay Moore.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN.
Hello.
Chicago.
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, games 1 and 2 didn't go the way we wanted. That being said, I think a lot of guys have said it. Just all we can focus on is tomorrow. And if we want to make a run at this thing and try to come back, like, we have to win tomorrow. You can't look too far ahead. So how that pertains to me is just doing my job, going out there and setting the tone, preparing the right way, taking notes, watching video, going about my process the right way, and making sure I'm buttoned up and ready to go. So, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. Like, it starts tomorrow, and obviously being a starting pitcher, like, hopefully I can do my job and set the tone and see where that can take us.
That's Jamison Tyone. He will get the start today. Cubs and Brewers, 4:08, and you will get the game right here throughout the playoffs. You're listening to the Cubs on ESPN 1000. Sylvie's in.
With Boog, remember the TV voice of the Cubs. So you have a guy who knows
I heard
the
him
Cubs.
with you the other day. He's a great dude.
He was on with us yesterday.
Yeah,
so
he is a great dude.
To have him in Glanville, a former Cub, as smart as anybody, do the game. Those two are great. So you'll get it right after Waddle and Sylvie. Waddle has Meller, because I'm doing today a show with you, in for Hoodie. I'm kind of like in for Shea, who was in for Hoodie.
Kind of.
Yeah, so.
But you're really in for Hoodie, because Shea's Jake's in for Shea. Shea just got to fill in till you got up. Kind of.
Good to have Jake. Jake's another one of our great producers that we have here. We're very fortunate.
He is he's not a happy camper because he's a Padres fan.
I know. But he loves Chicago.
I do. I got plenty of Cubs hats. It's fine. I'll wear them. I'll sport them today.
That you were all Padre'd up last week.
Why wouldn't I be?
That's it.
Did you hear we won a bet with Daniel Jeremiah? Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network is a huge Padres fan. And the bet was that if the Cubs beat the Padres, he would come on with us weekly for free between the Senior Bowl and Draft Day. Every week. So we have a weekly now with Daniel Jeremiah, thanks to the Cubs.
And he's really good.
He's great, and he's a great guy. Loves his Padres. You know, when you have the first, like, a lot of us like football now more than we like baseball, or we're into the Bears more. But most people that I know, our first loves was a baseball team. You know, you and I, the Cubs, a lot of other people. I know Hoodie with the White Sox.
My brother, White Sox.
Same sort of way, yeah. And that's where you kind of get into it. But when we grew up, baseball was king. You know, the NFL was great, but it wasn't what the NFL is today. So our first love growing up when we grew up was baseball.
But if I cut you open, you still bleed the Bulls #1?
It's 1 and 1A. So
Cubs and Bulls.
Yeah, like they're on the same level. And it's right now the way I feel about the Bulls. I was just talking about with someone in the organization yesterday because they heard me talk about year 2. I'm like, boycott. That I felt this way about the Cubs only one time in my life, and that was in 06. Once things spiraled out of control with Dusty at the helm, and then they fired him. They got rid of McPhail because McPhail was total fail.
He was awful.
And then that's when they got John McDonough took over. That's when they got Soriano. They got Lou. And it sort of changed, and I'm waiting for that moment with the Bulls. Like, will the Bulls ever get it? Like, one thing I love about we hate the Cardinals. The Cardinal fans this year stayed away. Well, their owner, Bill DeWitt, they had like 500,000 less fans. And it's not because they're not loyal as much as we'd want to rip them.
They're mad.
It's because they're pissed. And like they finally showed ownership. You can't count on us to just consistently show up year in and year out. They were used to excellence. They stayed away. Their owner now said, we will change. It's been noted. I'm waiting for that from Michael Reinsdorf. And I hope, like, the only way that other Bulls fans are seeing this, and until things change, until there's a commitment. It's not about winning and losing. It's about commitment to winning and losing. And there's been a lack of commitment from Michael and that entire organization, Jerry, over the Sox and the Bulls. And until that changes, I will not go back.
Yeah, I got a text yesterday from John Greenberg. You got the same one.
Yeah, same one. Oh, so he was texting everybody.
We've got a new Bulls beat reporter. Would you guys be interested in having him either on Kappa J Hood or over at the recap? And I'm like, well, I can tell you right now, if I go into Zetterman and I go, hey, we're having a Bulls beat writer on in the morning, he'd be like, you're what? No, you're not.
No, because like even when you're diehard Bulls fans like me, who always fought for more Bulls talk, is out, you really screwed up your franchise.
It's pathetic. Let's roll through these calls. Julian, you're up first in Lindenhurst. What's up, Julian?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to hear both you Cubby fans together today. Hey, you're going to be out there in the bleachers right field with the Jewish matriarch, Linda Eisenberg, so hope to see you guys during the game. But September 5th, 1969 was my first Cub game against the Pirates. We lost 9-2. Holtzman lost, I think it was Blast or Bilas or something like that. But, I hope they do it. I hope they do it today. And, I think a lot of that stat you're looking at is the old Cubs that they had together, the whole Rizzo crew. Let's give these guys a little bit of break. Hopefully they scored 9 runs today, and we got one underneath the belt.
All right, have a great day with the matriarch.
And then, like, hopefully this is Oppo 84, like, for the old school people, where the Cubs were up 0-2. Like, so the Cubs in 84 didn't beat the Padres. They've beaten the Padres now.
Yep.
In 84, the Cubs were up 2-0.
Correct.
And then the Padres rolled off 3 straight, so maybe now they could reverse that one, and the Cubs can win 3 straight.
In 84, 13-0, Sut, all these guys, Matthews hit home runs, Dernier. And the next day, 4-2.
Steve Trout.
Yep. And then they went out to San Diego and lost 3 straight.
It was killer.
And Hoodie will see me sometimes walking down the hall. He'll just turn and go, Garvey!
Yeah, with that hairy forearm.
With that forearm up in the air.
No,
fist bump.
hairy forearm.
Do you know that he's actually retired inside Petco Park for some reason? Just because of that one play. His number is retired, Steve Garvey. And he only played with the Padres, I think, for a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Is that all he played for the Padres?
So I remember.
I know he was a Dodger for like the bulk of his career.
It's a big deal amongst Padres fans that number 6 is retired there. And
in a good way or bad way?
In a bad way.
Why? I don't mind. Who cares? But that's why number retirements don't bother me. Where someone's like, oh well, he's because it comes up with a Cubs.
5 years. 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
But it's Gwynn, it's Hoffman, it's Dave Winfield, and it's Steve Garvey.
Well, yeah, but you missed 6. I mean, what are you saying?
No, but I mean,
you're honoring a former player.
You realize that year in '84, that dude hit 8 home runs in 161 games, and then in the playoffs, Garvey did it again.
8 home runs.
That's all he hit.
He was wasn't he pretty old?
He was 34 the year he joined them, 35 in '84. Retired at 38. That's it. Real quick, Scotty in the South Side. Hey, Scotty.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, just want to call and wish you and Sylvie luck today. I am a diehard Sox fan, but I want them to win. It's good for Chicago. I coach a couple youth baseball teams. Some of my players are Cub fans. Some of the coaches, Coach Q, Coach Billy, I want them to win for them guys.
You're the man.
And as a Sox fan, you should want them to win too. It's a good thing for Chicago, man. If we can't do it, you guys should be able to do it.
Scotty, have a great day, man. Appreciate the support.
Some people just threw up their breakfast in their cars or wherever they are. Can I address that coming up next too? I'll tell you, I'll double down on that and say, this has been a reason why in the past I've rooted for the Sox, even though I'm a Cubs fan, to have success in the postseason. And I'll explain why. Maybe for Sox fans, it's not a bad thing if the Cubs would win.
Agreed, 100%. All right, quick timeout, and then we come back. Are we doing Sylvie's platform, or are you doing Shea's? I don't know. Maybe we'll have Sylvie's platform right there, brought to you by the CTA. That's next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Happy Chinooka.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Who knew that caffeine could taste this good? With 5-hour energy shots, caffeine just got a serious flavor upgrade. We're talking big flavor. From watermelon to strawberry banana to sour apple, packed into a tiny 2-ounce bottle. You'll get as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium coffee with 0 sugar and 0 crash. And with 17 bold flavors to choose from, there's a shot for every mood. Find your favorite flavor in-store today or grab a variety pack online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon, too. And give your caffeine a flavor upgrade, Jay Moore.
Hey, guys, it's Sylvie. October's here, and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. Then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A-plus rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
It's football season, Chicago, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza is cut into squares with crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings piled high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. The Corner Booth delivers flavor that satisfies the soul. So huddle up, grab a pie, and taste the original Chicago pub-style pizza.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Here's Sylvie.
I got to tell you about Cairo One. Tomorrow at this time, I'll be waking up right now listening to Kap and J Hood, and I'll be on my way for an 8 o'clock appointment at Cairo One in Libertyville. Check them out today at CairoOne.com. Are you waking up sore, stiff neck, lower back pain? I have a hip flexor issue. You don't have to just deal with it, guys. Go see a great chiropractor with a fantastic team at Cairo One. 50 Illinois locations in the northern suburbs. I go to the Libertyville one. There's Glenview. There's Wheeling. So many to choose from. Gurnee. Check them out today at CairoOne.com.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, we do it every day. It's called Shea's Platform, brought to you by the CTA. Today, it's Sylvie's Platform. Sylvie?
If the Cubs don't win, shoot them into the sun. Isn't that what?
Fire them into the sun.
I'll build on just what we were talking about. For all the people out there who say, well, why would a Sox fan, like this last caller, why would he say that? Why should a Sox fan want the Cubs to win? I believe in one team. I'm not, as Harry Tynowitz used to call it. The term was, when you were a Cubs fan and a Sox fan, he used to call them bisexual.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was a great term. It's great. Isn't that a great term?
That is.
I don't believe in that. But if that's what you're into, cool. If you like to, root for both teams.
Hey.
The reason, and I mentioned 06 already, back when the Cubs were going bad in 05, I was internally, not outwardly, rooting for them to put more pressure on the Cubs. Like if the Sox are really good and if there was a threat of the Sox taking over, a lot of people after the 05 season, well, now more kids are born Sox fans, it may even up a little bit, whatever the case. I'm like, I want to put the pressure on the Cubs. And Jerry hates the Cubs as much as his fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Cubs, I don't know if anything matters to Jerry anymore, so let me get that up front. But if the Cubs continue to do well, maybe Jerry will have at least a little something in him that will motivate him to get his team up and running. Spend some money this offseason.
I'm not telling you they need to go get Shohei Ohtani type contracts. Just allow Chris Getz to put some solid veterans around a nice group of young players.
It's a commitment to win. So, I don't believe in rooting for both teams because it's Chicago, but if that floats your boat, floats your boat. The only reason I root for the Sox is to put pressure on the Cubs because I could be as hard on the Cubs as anybody. Same with you.
Yep.
So if they're not performing well, and I want to talk about personnel too because you were asking me, how do they get better? And one question about how they get better is, who do you replace? So, like, if you
Left
get
field.
Right, exactly. So Ian Happ is a good player.
He's
good.
a solid baseball player.
He should not ever be at this stage of the game your number 3 hitter.
Exactly.
If we're debating, hey, should Ian Happ lead off? If Ian Happ should bat 4th, should he be your 3 hitter? If we're having these conversations, the answer is your lineup isn't good enough.
That's correct.
Ian Happ, and I said this to Tyler yesterday. When we're arguing all the time, who should lead off for the Cubs? Who should bat 3rd? Who should bat 4th? Maybe this guy should move up. Maybe this guy should move down. Your lineup isn't good enough.
Correct.
If you don't know at this stage of the game and you're a playoff team who your 3rd or 4th hitter should be, your team isn't good enough. So you have to figure out in the offseason, you had a bunch of similar guys who streak. When they go well, they look great. When they go bad, they look horrible, like they can't hit a baseball. Who of those guys are you going to replace to get better?
Well, first of all, when your big move is Kyle Tucker, I loved it. He hasn't delivered. Kyle Tucker should be an absolute assassin. 2 outs, 2 men on. That dude's going to wreck the game for the opposing team. He hasn't done that.
No, he's not. We could talk more about that, too. Shea's platform normally brought to you by the CTA. I used to, and still do, I took the train the other day, but used to take the yellow line to the red line to go to the Cubs game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure many people are off to the game today. The CTA is the best way to get to the game. The Addison and Sheridan red line stops are just steps away. And the number 8 Halston, number 152 Addison, and number 222 Clark buses drop you off right nearby. Avoid the hassle of traffic, find parking, and paying huge rideshare fees. Getting to the game and back is just $5 with the CTA. It's more money in your pocket to use at the game, and with tap and pay available, that's what I used the other day heading to the game. At all CTA trains and buses, riding couldn't be easier. Save money, do more, ride the CTA.
All right, we'll come back, get to these calls, Paulie and Brian, and if you'd like to jump in, 312-332-3776. We were discussing or starting to, should the Cubs re-sign Kyle Tucker? If you were running the team, would you re-sign him? We'll talk about that and preview today's game. Sylvie in for Hoodie. I'm Cap. Be right back.
Cap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Caffeine doesn't have to be bitter or boring anymore. 5-Hour Energy shots are bringing the flavor and energy. One of my personal favorites, strawberry banana. It's giving smoothie vibes in a compact caffeinated shot. Whether you like your energy sour, fruity, or tropical, with 17 flavors, there's something for everyone. And yeah, it's got as much caffeine as a 12-ounce cup of coffee, but with zero sugar and no crash. Big flavor, tiny bottle, tasty caffeine done right. You can grab yours in-store or hit up 5hourenergy.com or order on Amazon today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and Jay Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The fact that I'm throwing a bullpen today shows a lot that, I'm feeling good and confident and comfortable with it.
Probably a better question for tomorrow maybe, but I think if you guys advance, you might be available?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's, the plan so far. I think, it's kind of why we're getting on the mound today and progressing like normal.
That's Cade Horton, the questioner in the middle. Our Jesse Rogers. He will join us at 8:35. Don't forget, Shot or No Shots coming up at 8. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. I'm Cap, 312-332-3776. Brian's in Lake Geneva listening. Hey, Brian, what's up, Sparky?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm hoping for a win today. And as you say, Cap, just wake up, think, focus, and try to win a frickin' baseball game, and then take tomorrow as it comes.
So wait, exactly. No coffee, wake up, focus. And then what? What did you say? Wake up, focus, what?
And Cap, you know the rest.
Wake up, grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a baseball game. That's it. Just find a way.
Find a way and worry about tomorrow when that comes, because you got enough problems today.
That is exactly correct. Oh, God, what happens if this? Who cares?
You got enough today. It's now or never. Now.
That's it. Find a way. Don't let us win one.
Exactly. So anyways, but my question was kind of looking towards the future after the season, and you guys were talking just about Tucker and everything. So I'm wondering, with the work stoppage that looks to be looming and might happen, how that's going to dictate what the Cubs do with everyone. With a Kyle Tucker, with some potential starting pitching or relief pitching. I'm just wondering if you're going to see a litany of one-year deals because they know this big stoppage is coming, and then there's going to be some big changes to signing and like how they did the Ohtani deal and just how things are going to change after the fact. So that this next year is going to be really stagnant with one-year deals that are maybe incentive, kind of like an NFL deal.
Yes.
Where, if you do this or that, then you're going to get bonuses. So it feels like next year this roster is going to look a lot like this year. So thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it.
Hopefully we get a Cubs win today, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Have a great day.
He brings up a good point, because without knowing the rules, what the new rules will be, next year's the last year of the labor deal. And then a lot of people think the work stoppage is going to happen, and will there be a cap? Will there be a minimum? Will there be a hard cap at the top where maybe teams would shy away from paying players $400 million in the future because it will tie up their salary cap now.
Yep.
So, I think he brings up a good point. Will next year be sort of, if you have money, you're just going to spend and spend. You go into the luxury tax for the year because there'll be new rules the following year.
Correct.
And you just try and really overpay in a one-year deal for a lot of these stars.
And that might be why Jed said, you guys can rip me all you want. I'm not trading Jackson Wiggins, who's their number one pitching prospect. I'm not trading Owen Casey. But my question is, what do you do if Kyle Tucker said, look, I want to make this right. I had a bad year. I wasn't healthy. It didn't work out. I want to come back. Would you give him, if he said to you, it's a 10-year deal for $375 million. Are you doing that?
I would do it. I think you're buying a stock low that you feel is still a good stock. The market goes up and down, but it just because I always say this about whenever I want the Bulls to get someone. I say, hey, this year, should they, like a few years ago, I said Anthony Davis. Should the Bulls go out and get Anthony Davis? His stock is low. Oh, Anthony Davis has broken down this and that. Anthony Davis got healthy and has been really good the last couple of years. Like Zion, I used to say, now's the time to buy Zion. Well, he's always injured. He's fat. He doesn't care. Then now look, he went into the offseason. He trained. He's thin. Sometimes you have to buy low.
Correct.
And if you believe this stock, and Kyle Tucker is a way better stock than some of the others, that he just had 2 injury-plagued years. They're not related. Once he gets healthy, he'll be himself again. And instead of now talking to him about him for $500 million, now you're talking about $375 because he struggled this year. But then, as Boog told us yesterday, are the Cubs still scarred from Jason Hayward? And this would be times 3.
Yeah.
Or what, 2.5 of what Jason Hayward was making. And then what happens if you still sign him at stock low, but he never truly recovers to where he was with Houston? And are you tied to that deal with the new rules too long?
So I would go to him, and we don't know the future. You don't know the future. Look, if you want to go somewhere and they're going to give you 10 years, we're out. We're not doing it. But what if you said to him, we'll give you a 3-year deal. We'll give you opt-outs after the first 2, and we'll pay you instead of 35. What is Vladdy Guerrero's getting 35.7 a year, so they could spread it out over more years. The Cubs said, we'll give you $40 million a year.
Of course, I'm in.
3-year deal. You can opt out.
The Bregman deal, yeah.
70 homers next year, you're a free agent. Good luck.
Jesse has always said, too, and I think Jesse's on today, isn't it?
He is.
And do I have to say it's a Waddle Wednesday today?
It is a
Are
Waddle
we still
Wednesday.
doing him?
7:35 will be coming up in 25 minutes.
No, I'm kidding. So Jesse has said, though, if you're him, and that wind is blowing in all the time, and you want to get your value back up where you can opt out of a deal like that, would you choose Wrigley? Would you choose the year of the place where you had your worst career year, or would you go somewhere like Florida, like you've talked about Tampa's his hometown, go back to Houston or whatever the case may be? Why would he want to do it here?
Because it's the freaking Cubs.
I know you say that as a Cubs fan, but and Ian Happ wants to be here.
Yeah.
But how many other guys are clamoring to be a Cub?
Michael Busch is here and hit 34 bombs in the regular season.
It's true.
Seiya hit over 30 and drove in over 100. Rizzo became an icon here. You don't think if Kyle Tucker said, look, I've had a bad year, I get it, I also was not healthy, and he comes back next year and he hits 36 home runs and drives in 110 and hits 270 and plays solid defense, people will be all in on King Tuck again.
I think Kyle Tucker is an athlete that we've ever known. Like, how much do we even know about Kyle Tucker? He is just he is mellow. He doesn't say much. I don't know if he's got any emotional attachment here.
Right.
To Wrigley, it may ring true to Ian Happ, who was drafted here, and then he married someone who was from here. But when you're not from there and you have a bad year and it's only been 1 year, does all that you were saying really ring true to him, or is he just a dude who just will play wherever he's
a mercenary?
Yeah, or not necessarily. I don't know if he's got an emotional pull in anything. He doesn't seem to be an emotional. He's not PCA. And then when he's had a bad year and he's not an emotional guy, are you really saying, yeah, I want to re-sign there?
Why was Houston so willing to part with him
Because
anyway?
they weren't going to give him that massive deal.
So it had nothing to do with his production or him falling off or anything? I know
he was
had
a
some
top
great
10
seasons
hitter
down there.
in the game with them.
They're resetting a little bit.
They let Correa get away until
Yeah.
they made a trade to get him back. They got rid of Tucker. Who else did they let go?
Bregman
walked away. Verlander's no longer there. Houston's really good about, they'll pay the stars, but they will move on from guys when they think maybe a year too soon.
And what do I want Cubs fans to, obviously we're focused on today and you want to win today, but a lot of today's problems, have to be talked about in the future, because how are you going to fix being down 0-2? How are you going to fix being the little brother to Milwaukee? Another stat I gave you, I told you in the short term, The Cubs are 17 games worse than the Brewers, 15 in the regular season, 2 now in the postseason. The only year, going back to 2018, in the last 8 seasons.
Wait, we were 15 worse this year in the regular season?
In the last 2 years.
Oh, last 2 years.
So 5 this year, 10 the year before, and now 2 games in the playoffs.
Yep.
They've beaten you by 17 games over the last 2 years. Going back to 2018, Cap, the only year the Cubs had a better record than the Milwaukee Brewers was the COVID year. A 60-game season where there were no fans in the stands. You threw out, like, Jason Hayward was the Cubs' leading hitter. Schwarber stunk. That's when they chose to get rid of him. Like, a lot can't be measured in that COVID year. 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, the Milwaukee Brewers have been better than the Cubs.
Correct.
My question is why? What do they do that Jed's not doing? They lost their manager. They lost their GM.
Yep.
And they keep little brothering you.
Well,
and it's supposed to be the other way around.
Agreed. But it is living proof, take that, Nick Friedel, that it's not how much you spend, it's who you spend it on, because the Cubs have outspent them by $100 million this year. But when the Cubs, and I'm not saying I don't like Dansby, so I'm not saying that. When the Cubs said, we got to pay $177 million to get Dansby Swanson, they said, give us Willie Adames on a 2-year deal. And Willie Adames kicked our ass for 2 years.
So if you're Tom Ricketts and you just said that, and you consistently get beat by the lower payroll Milwaukee Brewers, and if you lose here in 3, why would Tom Ricketts, I'm playing Tom Ricketts, say, Jed, why do I need to spend so much? Why? If we keep getting our ass kicked spending more money and the smaller market team keeps beating us, and then you just said, like, it's not a great deal for Dansby. Wasn't a great deal for Hayward. Wasn't a great deal for Chatwood. It wasn't a great deal for Morrow. Like, why should I? And I would argue against it, but you tell me if I'm Tom Ricketts, why should I spend, Jed?
It's a fair question, but what my response would be is, look, Milwaukee's been excellent. They've done a great, great job. I give them all the credit in the world. But if we have a player go down, we should have the spendability to erase a mistake or cover for an injury, like the Dodgers will do, like the Yankees will do, like the Mets will do, where I don't think the Brewers can, A. B, if there's a truly great player, like what if Kyle Tucker was the MVP this year?
Well, then it would be a totally different narrative.
Then you have to spend.
Yeah.
Then you can't say, well, we can't afford it. That's where my problem. I don't think Tom pushes his chips in enough before the season. I don't think Tom would have cared if Jed came to him and said, I'm trading Owen Casey and this guy and that guy to go get whoever. Tom would be like, okay, that's your call, not mine.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like, a lot of times they've gotten guys through trades and they've had to trade prospects. What I didn't like, and I'll never forget this day when I tweeted about Tucker. Like, I didn't understand that day why they didn't have a long-term deal with him, or the risk of trading a top prospect like Cam Smith for a guy that you have no guarantee on. And I didn't love that to begin with, and it's probably going to end up burning them now. So my question is, like, I've said this a lot. Like, you think the Packers would have traded for Micah Parsons if they didn't have him, if there was a chance he would leave after this year?
Probably not.
No, of course not. When the Bears traded for Montez Sweat, you're like, hey, you just gave up a second-round pick. You got to sign him long-term now.
And they had a deal. They knew they were getting it done.
Deal. So if we demand that out of our football team or other teams, why was it okay? Why did it make business sense to go all in on a team that truly wasn't all in with the Kyle Tucker deal?
Okay, and what if he said to you, Kyle Tucker, I'm making $17.5 million. I've made a ton of money. I want to test free agency.
Oh, I commend him. I would do the same thing. I'm looking at it from the Cubs' perspective.
So you wouldn't have made the deal then?
I didn't like the fact that there's no guarantee of you're trading a top prospect, and now all of a sudden you're going to lose him after a year. What did it ultimately get you?
Well, I'm with you there. My problem with
sign somebody for a lot of money and don't give up a prospect.
So
I'm sorry. How would you feel though if he was locked into a high, long-term deal, and he still had the collapse that he's had this season. How would you feel?
It's a great point, Jay Moore. It still makes better business sense, in my opinion, that you believed in Kyle Tucker to give up the package you gave up. So you just can't do 1 year of him and then lose him. And you know how Ricketts is going to do it. You think Ricketts is going to take the $350, $400 million that they were going to spend on Tucker if he was good?
And
you think they're going to disperse that this offseason to others?
No.
There's no chance.
Agreed. I was told by somebody who was in that room, he said, the day we made the trade, the next day, Tom is in there, Jed, Carter, there's few people. He said, all right, what's the plan? I want to know how we're getting this guy re-signed. And they said, he wants to test free agency, but he'll absolutely consider us. Okay. So Tom was on board to try and get him re-signed.
It's not real good business, in my opinion, even if he did well this year, because I didn't think the Cubs were a Kyle Tucker away.
Agreed with you. But my problem with them is they never push. This isn't Jed. This is Tom. They never push their chips in before the season. It's
right.
Prove
We'll see
to
how
me
it
you're
goes,
good,
yes.
and then I'll let you go get more.
Yeah, you'll let us go get more people. Who? Kittredge? Kittredge has been a nice player. He's a good high leverage reliever. Rogers? Taylor Rogers? Who?
He's horrible.
And then you're going to go Willie Castro? That's it?
Soroka,
whose velocity was going down. You talk about, this is what drives me crazy about the Cubs. We knew Boyd on 3 days rest, no matter how many pitches you wanted to get out of him. We knew Boyd should not be your game one starter.
But if we knew that, why didn't they know that?
Why didn't they know that? So if Soroka's velocity is going down, why did the Cubs think that he was the good pitcher to get when you needed pitching help? And sure enough, it was trending down, and then he hurt his shoulder. And Soroka going to help you in the postseason? It's a waste of time, Jed, putting in time and resources into making a trade for Mike Soroka. And if you want to do that as your eighth move, do it as your eighth move. But you got to go all in.
Agreed.
So if you don't go all in at the beginning of the year and you say, let's see how good we are, and you're in position, you can't half-ass it at the trade deadline.
I agree. Now, they will say to you, well, who did you want? I wanted Eugenio Suarez. He's been terrible.
Okay.
I wanted Merrill Kelly.
What about one of the closers?
Right.
Jay Moore's going to kill you. You gotta break.
He just said you got to break. All right. We'll take a timeout. We've got calls. Let's get to those. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. We're having fun. It's Kap and J Hood, ESPN.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Here comes
Bears and Commanders, Monday Night Football. A huge primetime showdown for QB superstars in the making. Join us for the best play-by-play team in the business. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee. Coverage starts at 5, kickoff at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, it's cooler out there after some nice late summer weather. It truly feels like fall this morning. Are your windows drafty when the weather gets cold? I used to have a kitchen that was always cold. I'd jack up the thermostat and it wouldn't help. It's because my windows wasn't keeping the heat in. The cold air was getting through. My kitchen floors were freezing, and I called Window Nation at 866-90Nation, and that's where I met my guy, Alan Favada, sales manager. He gave me a free in-home estimate. He told me, hey, these are good windows. These you need to replace. And so we did. We did it in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room, and we liked them so much. The following year, we did another project in the living room. Call Window Nation, 866-90Nation. Get that free in-home estimate just like me, or go to windownation.com and see all they have to offer. They've got 45,000 five-star reviews. They're A-plus rated from the Better Business Bureau. Right now, buy 2 windows, you get 2 free with no limit and no payments till 2027. Nothing down, no interest. Call Window Nation, 866-90Nation, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hey, usual haircut? Yeah, but make it quick. I gotta go pay my ComEd bill. Yeah, I just mailed my check this morning.
There's an easier way, fellas. Get the ComEd app. I just paid my bill while getting this trim. For real? You can pay your bill, check your energy usage, even report and track an outage 24/7. How did I not know about this? Because y'all are too busy filming dance trends on your phones.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust, molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Chicago, when you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kap and Jay Hood, ESPN 1000. It's a Waddle Wednesday, brought to you by WindowWorks. WindowWorks is the company your neighbors trust. And he will be with us at 7:35 in our Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Maurice Longo and Associates. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. I'm Kap. Let's go to the phones, 312-332-3776. Tim is in Palatine. Hey, Tim, what's up, man?
Kap, can we stop this Kyle Tucker talk until he produces what Mr. Judge in New York produces at $40 million a year? He shouldn't be close to making that much money. Correct?
Well, that's irrelevant. That's the market.
No. Market for a two-time MVP and a future Hall of Famer. Kyle Tucker hasn't come close to that, and he will not come close to that.
Kyle Tucker, prior to this year, was a top 10 hitter in baseball for multiple years.
Right. And he's come close to Aaron Judge's numbers compared to what Aaron Judge makes.
And he hasn't been healthy. So are you cool then? Sylvia and I were talking about this. Are you cool if next year he's healthy and you see him playing for, let's call him the New York Yankees, and he hits 37 bombs, drives in 115, short porch, and you go, wow, why didn't we sign him? Well, you didn't want to.
Right. But he still has to prove it over the long run like Aaron Judge has done.
Well, look, he's not in Aaron Judge's, but you know how contracts go. It's the timing of when you're up. But I think, Tim, I'm not saying that he's worth this or he's worth that. I think it's one of the most interesting things of the offseason is what kind of a deal Kyle Tucker is going to sign based off of his last couple seasons and now going into the labor issue.
He's still a 4.5 WAR player this year.
I know. It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
And he feels like you can't get much from him these days.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Tim. Kyle Tucker, prior to coming to the Cubs, 2021 is when he became a full-time player, played 140 games. And that dude hit 30 bombs, drove in 92. The next year, 30 and 107. The next year, 29 and 112. The next year, missing 3 months, he was 23 and 49, on pace for a 40-homer season. And then he's a Cub this year, and he'll finish with roughly 22 and 75.
I still want to have one of these reporters do some digging after the season of, was there more to this whole Kyle Tucker story than we know? Like, is it just injuries? Like, why did he slump a month after the finger injury? Like, everyone's like, it affected him and maybe he changed his mechanics slowly to play with a finger, and it didn't mess up the mechanics. Like, he could still pull it off until it was all out of whack a month later. I don't know, or was it something else?
I do have a question for you guys, though. Do you think it's really hard to find 22 home runs and 73 RBIs for next year?
No, not that, but you want more. 22 and 77
but
is...
you did get 90-plus wins. You were the number one offense in Major League Baseball.
Well,
so,
no. They were fifth.
You were for like 3 months.
It's a good portion of the year.
Okay, so you're going to let Owen Casey play right field, and what if Kyle Tucker is the guy that you thought you were trading for and he's on another team?
To me, that's somewhere else. If I'm still getting the 22 and 73 through 136 games from somebody else on that team, or still being able to get run production. You guys just asked, what does Milwaukee do?
Jen Hoyer
that's
joining
different?
the show.
That's right, my
So you just asked, what does Milwaukee do that's different?
They're not scared to move on with some of these guys.
Like when Willie Adames got $186 million from San Francisco, they went, see ya.
I'm just thinking, like, it's not like he had the 40-plus home runs with 112. We knew he was capable of it, but it just didn't work out this year. So if he moved on and did it somewhere else, and you were still able to get that same exact production, I don't think 22 and 73 RBIs is that hard to get.
I think like you're talking about two different players too, because the way the 22, 73 were dispersed, very good in the first couple of months when they were a good team, but that's on pace for a much higher season. When he started going down between June and the end of the season, this offense just isn't good enough. And what bothers me about the offense, there are too many like nice players. Like Dansby Swanson is when he's hot, he's a decent offensive player.
Yeah, he's a hell of a defender.
Right, like Hap, decent. Like Hap's a good 7-hitter on a good team. Good switch hitter, good clubhouse guy, great defender, obviously. What PCA are you getting? Are you getting first half PCA or second half PCA or somewhere in the middle? So you just have to find a way to get better. And it's not just about math replacing this, because I don't think 22 and 70 is good enough for this team, because we're seeing now how this team is right now, and they're just not good enough in the postseason.
So the Cubs' OPS plus numbers, and that's probably the number one metric that they use, at least of the stuff that we're privy to. They have their internal metrics, obviously. OPS plus is 100 is a league average.
Right.
Carson Kelly's 119. Michael Busch, 147. That is outstanding. Nico Horner, 114. Dansby Swanson, 105. 120 for Ian Happ, so above league average.
Yeah, you got a bunch of above average players.
Yeah, you got 118 out of PCA, 143 out of Kyle Tucker, 130 out of Shea. Those are your best players. Those guys. But you really only have 2 star-level guys, maybe 3. Shea, he had 32 bombs and 103 knocked in. Kyle Tucker, a 143 and a 147 for Michael Busch. You're not good enough.
No, you're not good enough. And, like, the thing about Shea, we were discussing his numbers yesterday. Even though he has the most home runs, he's, like, got 11 or 12 more home runs this year than he's had with the Cubs. Way more RBIs. Did you know his OPS is the lowest it's been in a Cubs uniform?
That's correct.
Like, the average is down. The on-base is down. OPS is his lowest.
804.
So, like, he's had, in some measurable stats, better seasons. He's another one of these guys that for 2 weeks, he plays like the best player in baseball. And then for 2.5 weeks, he plays like a sub-replacement level player.
Agreed.
And then he's a DH now. So you're not going to play him in right for a full season. Mm-hmm. Is he good enough to be your DH? Okay, so if you keep him, then you're keeping Happ. Okay, like where are you getting better? You got to get better by replacing someone.
And that, for me, I've either got to upgrade right field, and if I'm going to play the kid, Casey, then I've got to probably move on from Ian Happ. And he's got a no trade for one last year.
Or do you get a third baseman and trade Matt Shaw in a package for more pitching? Or something to that extent. You sign a third baseman, you use Matt Shaw, you like him, but you say, hey, I could replace that in this form with a different type of player. Like, Matt Shaw's Nico Horner, right? Isn't he sort of the same type of player?
Maybe. I think he's going to have more power. Absolutely.
And he has this year already. But, like, I just want to know you have a bunch of nice guys with firm handshakes.
Mm-hmm.
I need some studs.
I agreed. So get me a stud in left field. And I would like to see them go get – you should be in the market. Framber Valdez, Dylan Cease, whoever it is.
Yes.
You should pay for top-end pitching. And then you got the kid coming from the minors, Wiggins. If you add 2 really high-end starters and you get Horton and you get Steele, 1 more year with Tyone, like, that's pretty good. I'm not sure they'll spend like that.
No, I know they won't spend like that, especially in a year where the collective bargaining agreement's up.
312-332-3776. Tom's in Oak Lawn. Hey, Tom, what's up, Sparky?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen, and I use the term loosely.
Yes,
thank you.
I wanted to expound more on Sylvie's platform, what he was saying. So I'm a Sox fan. I do not root for the Cubs, but I do not root against the Cubs. I'm just more meh. So like
Fair.
even when they won and everything in 2016, my brother, who's the Cubs fan, I was happy for him, but I wasn't like, hey, great, the Chicago team won or anything like that. It's just, I just don't really pay attention or anything like that. Now, granted, if people want to do that, that's fine. That's just not how I'm. That's just not how I'm programmed. My team is the White Sox. I cheer for the White Sox. So even if they are terrible, I'm still riding with my team. So and
fair.
Hoodie called me out a couple weeks ago saying that I don't call in as much and I don't participate. I had to hear it from my high school buddies. I had to hear it from my wife, which was surprising because I didn't even think she listened to the station, but I had to hear her say, Jay Hood called you out on ESPN. So, and I have to say I'm sorry. I have an 8th grade football player, so between doing shadow days and then having to, prepare and, talk about what they're going to do for homecoming for him and his teammates and everything, got by me, but no excuses.
All right.
Stand up. I've got to be better. I'll go to the film and I'll be better.
All right, watch the film.
That's accountability right there.
That's accountability. Way to go, Tom. We appreciate you. Have a great day. It's a Waddle Wednesday. Tom Waddle will grace us with his presence. We're all better when we get a dose of Tom Waddle. He's next.
You're listening to Kap and Jay Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news.
Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears,
ESPN Chicago.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Kap and Jay Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck. Please have him call me. My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and Jay Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Save big money on everything for your next project now at Menards. Upgrade your bathroom with Lions, showers, bathtubs, and surrounds that match your style and budget. Lions is known for durability and design. They feature an ultra gloss finish that's scratch resistant and easy to clean. Check out our entire selection of Lions bathroom products today on Menards.com. Plus, view all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to chicago-roofingcontractors.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Folks, the holiday season's here. Businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles, from haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas. Skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role at your company, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle. It is a Waddle Wednesday, and he's brought to you by who, Sylvie? That would be WindowWorks. That's correct.
Company that your neighbors trust, you dopes.
There you go. Tommy, good morning. How are you?
I'm enjoying the station's new morning show, Bitch and Moan, with Kap and Sylvie.
We haven't actually bitched too much.
I know who you think is bitch.
Hello? Hello? I lost. What'd you say?
Oh, I thought you were playing. You really lost us?
No, I didn't. I was playing.
Very good. That was good.
No, listen, I love the baseball talk, you know? I mean, it's so funny, though. Like, when I'm sitting in the room and we're having these conversations, sometimes I find myself that I mean, more times than not, I don't have the answers. But then when you kind of get away from it and you're sitting and listening to people talk, I'm not trying to be a wise ass here. I'm being serious. Like, the answers come to you more simply. Because, like, Sylvie, you and I were talking yesterday about, like, why are the Brewers better than the Cubs? The answer is simple, isn't it? Their baseball people are better than your baseball people consistently. And you don't use, as a big market team, the built-in advantage that you have, which is you are a high-revenue team. And I think that as much as we kind of look through different things and try to find the really detailed answer to a simple question, it's like, look, with all due respect to Jed, I think he's a fabulous guy, and his resume is nice. They're baseball people, and I don't know a GD name up there in their office in Milwaukee. They're better than us, aren't they?
Especially when they got rid of their general manager, too. Like, a lot of people thought it was Stearns. You know, so like...
And he went to the Mets with an unlimited checkbook, and they didn't even make the playoffs.
And that's the thing. We talked to Boog yesterday, and I love Boog. Boog, spending time with Boog is great. I think you guys all agree as well. And, you know, we talked about the randomness of baseball, and like, that maybe works in a short series, but as time goes by, and maybe that's why the Brewers, as good as their organization has been, like, over the long haul, they don't have a lot of skins on the wall because they end up facing a team like the Dodgers or the Phillies or somebody who has, you know, a team that's got, you know, tremendous resources. And I think that's where the edge kicks in, an edge that the Cubs have not accessed.
I just hope, Waddle, that internally the Cubs then do what you're saying, where they can look themselves in the mirror and say, why have we continued to lose to the Brewers year in and year out with record-wise when we've played them the couple of times in the postseason? Like, once was game 163 and we lost. Now they could lose this series. I want them to say, why are they better? Like you just said, why are their baseball? What are they doing differently to make them better baseball people than what we're doing, and how do we adapt?
Well, and you said it yesterday, too. Like, you know, they work on pitch tipping and I'm stealing signals, maybe the wrong way to say it, but why is that a new revelation to you that your guys may be tipping pitches, or that you may, whatever the case may be?
Fair.
I think you just have to be self-aware and say, hey, whatever they're doing, and it's not an anomaly because it's every damn year. And look, I'm speaking as a Reds fan. I admit it freely. Like, every team in the NL Central does it better than our guys, but I think that isn't that the simple answer? Is that the guys up north, their baseball people are better than yours at this point.
Well, I was saying to Sylvie, when you need to get a shortstop, the Cubs have to go shop for Trey Turner, $300 million, or Dansby, $177. The Brewers are like, you guys can have him. We'll take Willie Adames 2 years. What did he get? $14 million. And when he gets 186, enjoy San Francisco. We'll get another
find someone else.
Yeah.
It's like I made the football analogy yesterday. What's the difference? And this is even different, or like even more stark, because you're playing on a more level playing field in the NFL because of the salary cap. I mean, Major League Baseball, you can wander all over the place financially. Why have the Packers been better than the Bears, guys?
Ownership.
Right, and ownership and their football people have been better than our football people, right? Their drafts are better, their free agent selections, all of that stuff. I think the same answer exists in baseball as well, fellas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Sylvia and I were asking this question. How do they get better? First of all, you got a labor stoppage that's coming. So are they going to spend? I can't answer that for you.
Hold on one second. Are you cleaning out your email folder right now? Are you deleting a bunch of messages while you're having this conversation? What are you doing over there?
I was actually looking at an email that had a bunch of baseball stuff in it, but it wasn't relevant.
While he's asking you this question, I'm watching him just checking every email in his email box, and
I'm not actually checking any. I'm
delete
just
all. Like, I'm like, what's he doing over here?
Sylvia, this ain't my first rodeo. I've read this book before.
100%. So that's my question. How do you get better? Like, if you were running the Cubs, would you go to Kyle Tucker if he said it's 8? We'll call it 8 for 320.
Well, I think the simple answer, Cap, is more than just getting specific. And you guys know more. You guys are baseball experts more than I am. But A, you spend more because you have the built-in advantage. And B, you do an internal, evaluation of what you've done and compare it to the people that you're competing against, and may come to some difficult conclusions. Look, I'm not calling for people's jobs. Who the hell am I? But you just gave your general manager an extension, And the guy up north, or the people up north, whose names I don't know, have done a better job over the course of the last 5 to 7 years, have they not?
They have.
Well, then you tell me how to fix it.
Well, I mean, would you sign Kyle Tucker if you were the guy?
I would definitely. I'm not giving him $500 million, but you know, you see
it's
what the
8 times 40. Are you doing it?
That I don't know. I mean,
$320 million.
Right.
Probably so. Listen, again, you're a big market team. Take advantage of the built-in, advantage that you have. There's not going to be a salary cap in Major League Baseball. The players are never going to stand for that.
I hope you're right.
Never. So
we might miss an entire season because I've had people tell me on the other side, we'll miss a whole year. Good luck.
I'm sure. Like, the thing that needs to happen is you need to have a floor. You have to have a minimum spend, you know. Look, take advantage of the edge you have. So guess what? If it doesn't work, that's the advantage that you have. I've always said it doesn't guarantee you're going to win titles. But what it does give you is an advantage over the Brewers and other smaller market teams because you have the financial wherewithal to buy yourself out of some of your self-inflicted mistakes. So, yeah, would I sign Kyle Tucker for that? Yeah, I would, because I think that's going to be the market. Now, people may not want to give him 8 years, but what did you say, $40 million a year or $30 million a year?
40.
I mean, it's a lot of damn money.
Yeah, it is, and don't forget, the Brewers would probably move on and they would play Owen Casey, and he'd be kicking our ass at age 22 or 3, and we'd be like, well, we would never let that young kid play. At some point, you have to, right? Or trade him.
Yeah, there's no question.
Use him or trade him. Yes.
That's he can't spend another year in AAA.
Yes.
I think I would be more inclined to overpay Kyle Tucker on a shorter-term deal, like 3 years.
That's what I said to Sylvie. All right,
I don't know.
Tommy, hold that thought because we want to talk football with you. More on a Waddle Wednesday. The great Tom Waddle with me and Sylvie here on ESPN.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next two. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Don't wait to start building your future.
North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. October's here. Those chilly drafts at home are no fun. I had the same problem until Window Nation stepped in. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the offer ends October 31st. Go to windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle every Wednesday here on Kap and J Hood, and every weekday afternoon with Sylvie. It's 2 dudes coming up February 7th will be 19 years?
19.
19 years.
That's what it feels like for you, right?
Not true. That's like, listen, to do anything in any industry for that long is, feel blessed.
To spend 19 years with the same person in any...
Yeah.
Like, I talk to Waddle more than I talk to anybody in my life.
More than Allie?
Well, think about it. I mean, you think I talk to Allie for 4 hours a day? Like, when you add up all the time?
Probably
I
not.
tell my wife all the time as well, like when she'll call me in the car ride on the way home, and I'm like, I love you, dear, but like I just don't want to talk to anybody right now.
Yeah. 19 years
Cap's
a long
a phone
time.
guy, though. You know that. Cap,
No, I know.
As soon as Cap's off the air, he's making calls.
I am on the
know how
phone
you
from
roll.
the second I get in the car.
I think everybody deserves some silent time.
Yes, I agree with you, Jay Moore.
I drive maybe 30, 40 minutes silent. Just thinking.
No, nothing. You're
Nothing,
listening.
no radio, no
well,
nothing.
You can't advertise that.
Just, yeah,
You're listening to Carmen Jurko.
I can't do that because they then start talking to myself, and then I drive into a guardrail.
Yeah, I have music on. I listen to the station all the time. And no one listens to the station. I've never met someone who can have more meetings, Zetterman, and be listening. And you know how if somebody calls you, goes, Sylvie, can you jump on my podcast or my show in Indy or wherever? We usually tell Danny. He's like,
yeah, but we have to get it cleared by the gatekeeper.
Yeah, let me know. So I'm driving back from Wisconsin. This is a true story. I'm driving back from Wisconsin. It's a Sunday afternoon at like 4 o'clock. Mindy's driving. I'm in the passenger seat gambling on my phone. And I get a text.
Shocking.
Are you surprised he's not in the back seat?
Yeah,
Mindy,
laying
drive
down.
me around town while I gamble.
She likes to drive. I'm good. So I get a text from a buddy of mine who's working on like XM 83 on a Sunday afternoon. It's 96 degrees and sunny. Bro, I just lost a guest. Can you come on and talk Cubs for like 10 minutes? I'm like, sure.
Somebody died? What happened?
My guest died.
I'm like, sure. So he calls me. I go on for 10 minutes. Harmless. It isn't 8 seconds after that interview ends on a Sunday afternoon and a gorgeous summer day. Zetterman, what are you doing going on without getting it cleared? What are you doing?
Waddle just had that with Danny, too,
Yeah.
with an in-company show.
Yeah. With, I think it was...
Wilde and Tausch,
Wilde
right?
and Tausch, yeah. I joined them.
And
I
he's
got in
like, why
trouble
didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
It's
You got to keep
unbelievable.
Boss Man in the loop.
Gotta do that. Wow. Tommy.
We're talking about the guy who killed Crosstalk, right? Same Danny? Right? Same Danny?
Same Danny.
Same one.
In terms of the Bears, you do not like this matchup. Sylvie said he doesn't against the Commanders. Why? And can they overcome your concerns?
Yeah, I mean, in this NFL, anybody can beat anybody. So I'm not going to sit here and say that it's a guarantee, but, they're good at the stuff we're not good at. And that usually doesn't bode well. Like, they run the ball exceptionally well. They're the best rushing football team in the NFL. We suck at trying to stop the run. I believe we're no longer 32nd. We're 31st. I believe the Dolphins are now worse than us stopping the run. We don't get after the quarterback. They're a very hard, I think, rushing attack to try to defend because of the element of the quarterback running the ball as well. So not only are we not good at the point of attack, but we're probably not really disciplined in how we go about trying to stop the run. And when you're not disciplined against a running attack like this one, you're in trouble. They're really good at the point of attack on defense as well. They stop the run. They get after the quarterback. I think they have like 15 quarterback sacks. So is it impossible? No, it's not impossible to go to Washington and beat the Commanders. I just don't think it's a good matchup for them. So, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I have no interest in revisiting last year. I know that the media will. It's a story that's got to be told. You'll see it 1,000 times. I understand why it will be, but if I'm Ben Johnson, I have no desire to revisit what happened last year. None.
Well, yeah, internally, like I get that. Like for me, Waddle and I are different, obviously. Like the way, and I think that's what makes the show work too. Is Waddle's very. He wants to talk about the matchups. He wants to talk about the game. He wants to singular focus on that. I like the drama of the juiciness of, hey, is this the start of the new rivalry? Is this the start of the internal quarterback rivalry? The number 1 and the number 2 overall pick. And was that just the first? And hopefully in 5 years from now, they're playing the highlights of multiple meetings because the Bears and Commanders have to go through each other.
In the playoffs.
Yeah, like we're not used to having a rivalry outside of the division because the Bears have been bad. But
I can buy that.
You know what I mean? Like, but usually you have, if you're a good team and you're competing for championships, the Bills and the Chiefs have become a good rivalry. The Bills and the Ravens have become a good rivalry. They're all in different divisions, but they have to go through each other. And I'm hoping last year was the opening act for what is a 12-year rivalry between the two teams with these two quarterbacks.
Could totally buy that. I would not resist the rivalry angle. And again, like you said, this is the first pick of the draft versus the second pick of the draft. And did they make a mistake? Did they get it right? Like, I understand that. The concept of retribution because of how things unfolded last year in Washington, to me, is what doesn't resonate with me. The concept of this is a revenge game. Like, revenge for who? Who are you seeking revenge against? Yourself? Because you beat yourself.
Stevenson, yeah.
So,
but he sat down with Kevin Byard. He was open and honest, man. I'm not going to let it define me, and I made a horrible mistake. And he actually said, it's actually a blessing because I learned.
I like it, and it shows maturity. And I thought Kevin did a great job with the interview. Like, look, again, I know why it's a story. I'm just hoping as they prepare for this game, like they've had a week to self-scout and reassess. I hope they're more focused on how do we run the ball more effectively and how do we stop the run versus, hey, we're going to get our pound of flesh against these Commanders who shouldn't have beaten us. I just don't think that's how Ben Johnson works, and I'm glad. But for fans, I get it. And I think, Sylvie, you're right. In terms of the bigger picture, yeah, I can definitely buy into, hey, this is going to be a rivalry between him and Jaden Daniels, and even if Drake May continues to play well. The rivalry between the young quarterbacks, I think, is something that definitely could be spicy going forward.
Tommy, have a great day, man.
You guys keep it on the road, man. Love listening to Bitch and Moan in the morning on ESPN 1000.
Print up the T-shirts.
That's it. Bitch and Moan with Kap and Sylvie.
I think by the way, I think your team wins today. I do. So
I do too.
I don't
My
know
wife will be in the bleachers and leading the cheers.
All right.
I'll be on my couch.
All good.
Tommy, have a great day.
See you, fellas.
All right. There he is, the great Tom Waddle on a Waddle Wednesday. Brought to you by the great people over at Window Works, the company your neighbors trust. 312-332-3776. We have shot or no shot That's right. Sylvie plays Shot or No Shot with us next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain Jay Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com.
MorisiLongo.com.
We're here when you need us.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot every day at 8 o'clock. It's a staple here on the program. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. Here is Jake.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
We're good, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Let's keep it with the Cubs for right now. Earlier, we heard that Cade Horton said he is pain-free. He threw a bullpen as well yesterday. He was asked if he could potentially pitch again in 2025, and he said that that is the plan. So, shot or no shot, if the Cubs win games 3 and 4, you will see Cade Horton on the mound in game 5.
That's a no shot because unless they put someone on the injured list, he's not on their second-round roster.
So he's on the injured list, and he's ineligible for the roster, and the only way you get on the roster is by putting someone down, and then they're out for the next round, too? Is that the way it works?
I believe that's how it works.
So if it's a game 5 must-win situation and he's ready to go.
Oh, I'm playing fast and loose with the rules, and if Cade Horton can pitch, like how much can he pitch? He's just pitched a 15-pitch bullpen, like you said. But I would certainly, like, there are guys on this roster I would take off. Like, what do you need Mike Soroka for?
Right, but what you're saying is you walk up and kick him in the leg and go, yeah, Mike's on the injury list.
He had a shoulder injury to begin with.
Right. Can't they just say, you
shoulder
come
barking?
up with it? Yeah, if you come up with an injury for somebody.
I would.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
If he said he could go, but if you said, yeah, he can go, but he can only throw like 40 pitches,
What if he gives you
it.
2 innings out of the pen? What if he is used as an opener to get through the top of the order one time?
To get to the NLCS.
He was the hottest pitcher. How long will it be between starts? I mean, it is tough to ask. I think there's more of a chance of the Cubs doing this than his availability for a Game 5. If you understand, like if he was available, I think the Cubs would do it. But I don't know if he could be if he truly would be available to pitch.
So his last game start this year for the Chicago National League Ball Club was on the 23rd of September. He went three innings against.
That's the one where he had to come out, though. So even before that, so we're talking about what, like the 18th, the 17th?
16th.
The 16th was his last real outing.
Yeah, that was a 79-pitch outing.
So that's 3+ weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
going to say they don't pitch him.
And I think it's going to be a moot point, but because I don't think they're getting to Game 5.
I don't either. I think they win today and lose tomorrow. But we'll see. Just put one at a time, man. Don't let us win one. Channeling my
what did you used to say?
Boston used to said that.
One batter, one pitch, one out at a time.
Have you just ditched that one?
No.
I haven't heard you say that one.
I said that the other day. One batter, one pitch, one out at a time. You grind every single pitch. That's it.
You're talking about if you're a player, not you as a fan.
Me as a fan.
You were just talking about next year with Kyle Tucker. That's not one pitch at a time.
Well, we were having a discussion.
Exactly.
But like so today, when I watch the game, it'll be me, Stanley, Sparky, and Maverick. Mindy's going to the game with her sister,
You're
Veronica.
Just watching with the dogs today,
Me and the dogs. I'll be locked in. Dude, I stand up. I grind.
Oh, yeah, I stand up, too. My youngest son is very into it as well.
Yeah.
He paces. I love it. It's Mason's not as into it, but Braxton really gets into it.
Yeah, it's the greatest.
The best.
The best.
All right, let's move on to the Chicago Bears in the National Football League. Through 4 games, Caleb has a 97 QBR, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks, and is averaging 231 yards per game. Shot or no shot, Caleb Williams has closed the gap on what could be that rivalry with Jaden Daniels and the rest of the 2023 rookie quarterback class.
Sylvie?
It's 1,000% a shot. Yeah, I mean, like, with all the struggles that Caleb had in camp and like, he, in the start, not great, the Detroit game. He wasn't bad in the Detroit game, though. For this to be like, this is what I said about him last year. For him, in the wake of all that noise and all those issues, it wasn't a bad year. People talk about it like it was a horrible year. And sure, he needed to improve. And if this is the low point and the floor that they're setting with Ben Johnson through the first 4 games, the sky should be the limit.
Agreed.
And if he's working as hard as they're saying he's working, that's what I needed to hear. I am buying that this should be great.
And by the way, his passer rating is 97. His QBR, which is a different number, his QBR this year for I think it's 67. 67 for his QBR.
And look at the ranks. Like for Caleb's ranks right
64.
Now. It's 64. Where does that rank, though?
That ranks 13th, 12th.
Like he's right now, and there a lot can happen, but he's 12th in QBR. Like he's in the top 15 in most statistical categories. Maybe it's faded in yards because of the Bears getting the early bye, and a lot of these guys.
He's 20th in yards.
And that's with one less game than most guys have played.
He's tied for 9th with 8 TDs, but again with one less game. He's 36th in interceptions thrown, which
and
is
that's
great.
A good number,
that's
right? You want to be low on that list.
With 2, and his QBR is 12th, 64.9.
That's a starting point, Jake. Like,
take that.
Like, this is what development looks like, and I think like it's happening right in front of our eyes.
I agree with you. I think that last year was pretty impressive by him, actually.
Yeah.
For a first-year quarterback with Eberflus. So, last year, though, the Commanders game was a turning point in the wrong direction for the Bears. Now, the Bears' schedule and outlook has changed by the week, so shot or no shot. Will a win this Monday night, even though early in the year, be the turning point for the Bears' 2025 season?
Oh, that'd be a massive win. If you could find a way to win this game and all of a sudden you've won 3 in a row with New Orleans coming in, that's a massive game.
If they win this week, I then think they will hit 9 wins. I think this is, Barstool Big Cat joined us a couple weeks ago when they were 0-2, and he said there's a gateway to 5-2 or 6-3 or something like that. I believe if they win this game, there's definitely a path to 9. And I bet the under before the season at 0-2. I'm like, see, the under's going to hit. But now I believe you're now getting one of the 2 games that you thought weren't winnable at Cincinnati and at Baltimore. So I think if you get this game, I think you're getting one of the Baltimore-Cincy game. And then you've got some other games that are winnable. So I'm not going to say 10 or 11, but I think just like last year changed the course of the season, this game could change the course of the season with a win.
Completely agree with you. Completely agree it could change the course.
Now, will they win? That's a different story.
Correct.
All
Just
right.
don't have a train wreck that happened like last year.
We have another international game coming up here, and that makes 4 with 3 more upcoming. I think the NFL in Europe has grown to a point where it's both successful for the league and fans abroad, but it's also kind of annoying for us American fans here. But we do understand that it's going to continue to grow. Earlier in the week, Travis Etienne of the Jags was on Rich Eisen's show, and he says that he looks forward to it every year, but some others don't share that same enthusiasm. So shot or no shot, the NFL international games will eventually grow to an international franchise.
I eventually way down the road, but I think that what they're trying to do, and I think they've already announced this officially, is they want 16 games being played in Europe.
That's so much.
It is, but what does it take away? Just like a home game for your team every other year. But it gives us another window to watch football. If you don't want to watch at 9 or 8:30, don't watch. And you still have a boatload of games on Sunday anyway.
I do not think they're going to have a European franchise in the next 5 years.
No, not in the next 5. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But I believe they'll get to 16 or whatever the magic number is of games overseas. With everything. With all whether it's a couple in Germany, one in Ireland, a bunch in London, they'll build that up where they get an international fan base of watching rotating teams come through.
How about one in Cancun, and Sylvia and I can both.
I'm in.
They've had ones in Mexico before.
ESPN
but just not
Cancun. Come on, Craig.
Let's go. Craig.
Let's purchase that.
ESPN Cancun would be amazing. Can you imagine that?
CFC.
Bitch and moan in the mornings. ESPN Cancun.
Cancun Football Club.
That would be nice.
That'd be awesome.
The Niners the other night when they shocked the Rams on Thursday Night Football, all the talk was about Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and how they're going to handle that moving forward. Shot or no shot, the 49ers can win the Super Bowl even with the QB controversy between Jones and Purdy.
No shot. They're not good enough.
You don't like Shanny, though.
I like Shanny.
You rip Shanny.
I do. When have I ripped?
You've ripped Shanny.
A long time ago.
Yeah, right. I remember. You know me. I got receipts.
Come around on that.
This John Lynch. Ryan Pace is way better.
No, I did never say that.
Everyone raving about John Lynch.
What has he won?
Kyle Shanahan. See, I got it.
What have they won?
I had to dig a little bit. I had to slither around, but no, I got him to blurt out. What have they won?
What have they won?
He has not won the big game, but if I told you Ben Johnson is another Kyle Shanahan,
I'd take it.
We'd be like, let's go.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think there's going to be a
And this
controversy.
whole Bill Belichick top coach.
We gotta talk about that.
It looked a lot
so
like
overrated.
Even Mac Jones, like the way he dressed, like he had the glove with the QB wristband, with the what they call a half spat. He literally looked like Tom Brady in that game. In terms of the way he looked.
Well, remember what the rumors were in that draft, the year that they ended up taking Trey Lance.
That Shanny wanted Mac Jones.
Yeah, the rumor was always Shanny wanted Mac Jones. And then, there were whispers out of that area where a lot of people said taking Trey Lance was more of an ownership thing and not a personnel thing. And they recovered from it by having Purdy. I don't think there's going to be a controversy. I think Purdy comes back. But, yeah, absolutely. I believe Mac Jones is still a first-round talent who won a national championship in college. And under Kyle Shanahan with the right match, like we're seeing with some of these other quarterbacks with the right fit, they absolutely could win it.
Cat, no shot.
Yeah, no shot.
Nick Foles won his Super Bowl.
Trent Dilfer won his Super Bowl.
Yes, Brad Johnson.
I'm not saying they can't win with Max. You're talking about this year, though.
This year with the
no
QB controversy.
They're not winning this year.
Because they don't have enough talent in general.
Right. They're not good enough. They got too many injuries. Nick Bosa's out for the year.
Ayuk's coming back.
And yet they're still in the top 10 in the power rankings.
They're still 4-1.
Like even when they struggle, the 49ers don't struggle.
They're getting it done with a backup quarterback.
Because my guy Shanny's a really good coach.
Your guy.
All right, that is shot or no shot. That is shot or no shot.
Belichick sucks. He's not even a top 5 guy. Take that.
Belichick's so overrated. But I've been saying that for a long time.
I know, and I still disagree with you.
That guy. He had Tom Brady. What's his record without Tom Brady? Grossly under 500.
You want to bring that? Can we discuss that in the opening of Around the NFL?
Sure. I'll just pose the question to you.
Thank you.
That'd be great. All right. We'll take a quick time out around the NFL. Sylvie in for Hoodie. I'm Cap. Be right back.
Kap and Jay Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and Jay Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and Jay Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Illinois born and nation strong. That's Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Save big money on new ceiling lights at Menards. Find your style with our selection of Patriot Lighting ceiling lights. Ceiling lights add atmosphere and style to any space. We have a variety of styles and finishes. Spend $100. Get $15 instant savings on all interior lighting. Shop our huge selection of Patriot Lighting ceiling lights and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope, that's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
I always laugh when I hear Lovey right there. It's Around the NFL. It's a Shane Norling creation. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. I'm Cap. Here is Jacob Sanford.
Jacob, really quick, is that the Lovey? Whenever I hear this when I'm listening, I always faintly remember, was that Peggy stirring the pot with Lovey, or was that a different time? I need to ask Peggy that. Do you know who he was getting? Who was he saying that to?
I don't know who that is. I do know. You remember? Did you ever hear the Andy Seligman story?
No.
So he's the big, tall AP reporter, the redheaded guy.
Yeah, right.
Quiet, never would harm anybody.
Right.
He's just down the middle.
Right.
Last practice of the year. Are you bringing back Mike Martz as OC? Haven't made any decisions on our staff. He said, so you don't know what you're going to do with Mike Martz? And Lovey's like, I just answered your question, and he walked away. Next thing you know, come in. It's the media room. Yeah. Coach Smith would like to see you in the wide receiver.
Oh, really? He got summoned for asking a question about...
And then following up on it. And he said to Seligman, he goes, this should be treated like I'm the head coach at the University of Oklahoma. Yeah. What I say is the absolute law. And I'm like, what a jackass. This is Chicago, man.
So when Lovey first took over, we had a drop the microphones media session with them. And then in the press room, after all that, everyone was there. He just had taken over, come from St. Louis, and obviously St. Louis is a much different media market. Dan Pompei's there. Don Pearson, I think, is still there.
All the legends.
They're all there. And Lovey came in and he goes, look, all of us, we got to pull on the same end of the rope. We're all in this together. You know, like, and like I'm looking at Pearson and Pompei, and they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Like, he thought that's how it should be. It should be like the media
pulling for the Bears.
Right, but media has to be asking the questions that the fans want to know about.
Yes. Why do you think you and I get in trouble? They don't like us sometimes. Because we'll ask something that...
we want to know.
We want to know.
Yep.
And the fans have a right to know. It is what it is. All right, Jake.
All right, as requested, Bill Belichick is or isn't overrated. Go.
Grossly overrated. I give him credit for the Super Bowls he won. What is that dude's
No, you
record?
don't.
Yes, I do.
If you say he's not number one and he's overrated, then that's factually correct. But to say he's not a top 5 NFL head coach
of all time,
who is?
Don Shula.
Okay, who had who?
He had a bunch of different quarterbacks.
Well, name like Dan Marino,
Earl Morrall. He had
Greasy.
Greasy.
So, like, my point is, when you say what is Belichick without Brady, what is Phil Jackson without Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and Paul Gasol? And the brilliance of Phil Jackson was he only coached those guys. He never started a team from the ground up.
Hold on a second.
So, like, it's hard, and it's always about talent. But the good coach with great talent will always up your value. Like Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, Steve Young.
Okay, Vince Lombardi, Don Shula.
But they've all had NFL Hall of Famers and quarterbacks. Look, Dan Marino, I love, and I think Dan Marino is one of the GOATs, like one of the greatest that we never talk about because he didn't win a championship. Don Shula didn't win a championship with Dan Marino.
Correct. They got to one Super Bowl.
So Bill Belichick won 6 with Tom Brady.
Cap, where do you put Andy Reid?
Andy Reid's top 5.
Is he better than Belichick?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't win any. Like, he got fired from Philly because he didn't win the big game.
Yeah, but he went to like 4 of them.
And I know, and I would put Andy Reid up high. But when you say, what has he won without the stars, you won't show me a great all-time coach without a superstar or a Hall of Fame stars.
Don't disagree with you there, but he is not in the top 5. I can't put him.
All right, so give me the 5.
Vince Lombardi, Don Shula, Andy Reid, Bill Walsh. How do you leave Chuck Noll out? The guy was the greatest. The Steelers were nothing.
He's not better than Bill Belichick. Like, it was Bill Belichick the reason why Tom Brady ended up starting. He was the guy who's like, hey, I'll take the guy at 199. I'll take the guy over beloved Drew Bledsoe. He's got to have the balls to do that. I'm not telling you that he's terrible now. He is terrible now. Just like Phil Jackson was a bad executive with the Knicks. Like, guys get older, they lose their stuff, but I don't think you can simply throw away Bill Belichick's resume and say he's not a top 5 head coach.
I'm not denigrating the man when I say he's a top 10 NFL head coach.
Yes, you are. When most people have thought he's and to your credit, you've been on the bandwagon that he's not the top overall coach. But now to not put him in the top 5, come on.
Well, who are you taking out?
I'm taking out all those guys and putting Bill Belichick in there.
You're putting him over Shula.
Yes.
You're putting him over Andy Reid.
It's
Bill
becoming
Walsh.
it's becoming a better debate, but yes. Like he did do a lot of stupid stuff. Like his answer at offensive coordinator at the end of his run, and like it's super weird what's going on now at North Carolina.
Super weird.
But like just like a lot of these other players, Washington, Michael Jordan, Mets, Willie Mays, guys don't always look at the top of their game.
ESPN did the ranking now of the top 20 coaches of all time. Belichick is not in their top 5. I just saw
When was this?
I don't know. It's right here. Greatest coaches NFL history. 1, Vince Lombardi. 2, Bill Walsh. 3, Don Shula. 4, George Halas. 5, Chuck Noll. 6, Paul Brown. 7, Bill Belichick.
I'm putting Bill Belichick in my top 5 easily. My top 3.
Overrated. He was terrible in Cleveland.
What was Jurko's famous line was two more overrated things. He said it so brilliant too, as he always does. Bill Belichick showers and Bill Belichick, I think is what he said.
Wow. I mean, and
can we crosstalk with them, by the way? Are you guys allowed to talk to Carmen and Jurko?
Sure. I'm out of here at 9.
Well, are you? Why?
I
haven't seen those guys in a while.
Have them come in. See if they'll come in.
Where do you got to be?
I got stuff to do.
What?
I got a manicure.
All right.
I've got the best job, Carm.
You got a manicure? Like, wait a minute.
Not till 11.
Guys, you know what?
Not till 11.
How do we rally the Cubs? Let's go for manicures.
I get one every week.
I can't crosstalk. Why? I got a manicure.
11 o'clock.
You can't say that out loud.
I do.
But you can't. Well, if you want to get a manicure, you get a manicure. It can't come in the way of crosstalk. A manicure.
We'll have them come in at 8:50. 8:50 to 9. We've got plenty of time. We'll crosstalk.
That article, by the way, I'm seeing is 2013.
Okay.
Because it is hard to find. It is hard to find, but you click on the other links, and they're all 2013.
Well, what does it matter? He's not in the top 5. He's
Didn't he have
excellent
like
coach.
3 or 4 more Super Bowls after 2013?
Doesn't matter. Brady won those for him. When he doesn't
but just like Joe Montana won, just like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant.
Yes,
all the stars win.
But what does he do after Brady leaves? Horrible. And now he has completely soiled his legacy so he can lay between the sheets with a 24-year-old. I mean,
Both you guys are right in your picks and your opinions on who's in the top 5.
How could that be the case? Both of us. He
because
says he's
it's opinion-based.
Right, it is, of course, but put some respect. Like, you can't just simply say, remember, he was a fantastic defensive coordinator for the New York Giants. And he did a pretty good job in Cleveland until they decided to move the franchise.
Yes.
And things fell apart. And he assembled. Yeah, that's a great point. Like
with Saban.
Kirk Ferentz, Nick Saban. Like, think about how he's hired these assistant coaches. Now, look, he's gone crazy lately. I'm not denying that, but you can't take away what he's accomplished as a coach, and it will always be about the players.
One winning season in 5 with the Browns. One.
It was the Browns.
Yes, exactly. Who's winning with the Browns?
And they did move to Baltimore. You are correct.
Well, we're out of time. I had a whole bunch of other things, but
how many questions did you ask? The one that I
just literally asked.
You asked, we delivered. That's it. Yeah, he's a top 10. He's not a top 5. No shot.
That's around the NFL.
He might have the hottest girlfriend of any of the coaches in the top 5.
You better hurry up. You're going to be late for the manicure.
I will be. All right, we have Jesse Rogers. He joins us next to talk Cubs baseball. Be right back.
Are you still doing a sniff test to see if your meat has gone bad?
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shane Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us Saturday morning at 9 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
All right, guys. Connie's Frozen Pizza, the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie show. We love it. It is that pizzeria flavor and taste right at home. We even enjoyed here at the office. We had a Connie's Frozen Pizza takeover day on Friday. It was delicious. So get ready for some football this weekend. Pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Big game tonight in baseball. It is delicious. Now available in your freezer. Connie's brings that cornmeal dusted, delicious thin crust, premium toppings, unmistakable flavor. It says, I could have gone out, sure, but why? Maybe you're hosting. Maybe you've got a dinner duty that you don't want to fulfill and you just want to put in a Connie's. Or you just want to watch the games. The solution is always Connie's Frozen Pizza. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago pizza without the pizzeria prices.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can reignite your business. Our team is ready to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Your fantasy roster is set. The smack talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Welcome back to Kap and Jay Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers, best in the business. He will be all over the Cubs coverage today. Cubs playoffs coverage on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Maurice Longo and Associates. Sylvie's in for Hoodie. I'm David Kaplan, 312-332-3776. Jesse joins us now on the Yuengling hotline, and he's brought to you by Automatic Mechanical Services. My guy, Steve Stahorek, and the crew, best in the business, automatic.com. Jesse, they've got a puncher's chance. Don't let us win today. Don't let us win one.
Don't let us. Come on, Jesse.
My guys, Cap and Sylvie. I've been listening all morning. I love the passion, love the enthusiasm. And I'll tell you, you guys heard me. I was on the air Monday a lot, and I said, I really think how they reacted Saturday is going to serve them well Monday. Well, I was wrong. So now I'm thinking the opposite, that, maybe they have hit their ceiling. I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. But you're right. One game can change a short series. They're at home. Tyan's been their best pitcher. It does set up better here than it did in Milwaukee. So they have a puncher's chance here, but it just feels like they might be reaching their ceiling. We'll see.
And Jesse, you've been around this team not only all year, but for many years. So you've read rooms before. Like the Cubs were down 3-1 in the World Series. I had all the faith in the world they were coming back. I said that night they were going to come back. But you had a different confidence level there. Being in that locker room, how did you read the vibe? And obviously they're disappointed, but were they still up and feeling like they're in the series?
Much better Sunday after game one, even though they got blown out, than yesterday. And there weren't a lot of stars around yesterday. It was like it was an optional workout. So, I talked to Kate Horton, talked to Brad Keller, some of the ancillary guys, not a lot of the stars. But to answer your question, not the best feeling, not the World Series feeling. Yeah, not the World Series feeling. And that's why I say that maybe subconsciously even maybe they have hit their ceiling. I mean, this is kind of what we thought could happen at the trade deadline, after the trade deadline. Like, this would be kind of their ceiling. Not over, absolutely not over. We know how things can change. But, yeah, I felt better Sunday, but, of course, that was just down 1-0 than I did yesterday. Though one Cub official did bring up the World Series and being down 3-1, but that was a monster of a team.
Yes.
This is not. This is a team trying to build something and get somewhere, and they're the underdog. They were the favorites back then.
So let me ask you a question, Jesse. I want to talk about Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
You believe he's gone, right?
I do, yes.
Passan believes he's coming back, so does Nightingale, right?
I don't know what Nightingale believes. I know that earlier in the season, Passan thought the Cubs were the favorite. I disagree with him on that.
So if the labor stoppage that's probably coming, the impending labor doom that we may have, if the Cubs came to him and said, 3 years, $120, $40 million a year with opt-outs because nobody knows the future, you think he would say no to that because you think someone's going to give him how much?
I think I don't know this for sure, but I think he would say no to that because I think at least he can get a couple $100 million guaranteed. Now, if he wants to do the 1 year at a time thing because he thinks he can have a better year, then that's a different story. But let me backtrack though. I actually think the Cubs won't do this.
Right.
I don't think the Cubs will do this, and I will explain exactly why in one sentence. I don't think they want to tie up $40 million in one player based on their budgets. If this was Steve Cohen or the Dodgers or the Phillies, maybe a different story. Now, again, I'm not being critical. They're not the Guardians. I'm just giving you the facts. They spend more than the Guardians and Brewers in those teams. They spend less than the big boys, and they're not wanting to tie up $35 to $40 million in one player's salary. Now, add on the fact that he's had this bad second half, and the fan base isn't going to go nuts if he walks like they would have in the first half, and the fact that one of their top prospects had a good year and is waiting in the wings for right field. Add that all up. I don't think the Cubs want to do it. I don't think they ever wanted to do it. I think there was a moment in time they may have been forced to make at least a good offer, and you just don't know what a player is going to say at that point. And the final thought is what Sylvie said. This should have been done 2 days after the trade if you were going to do it. You don't wait for 29 other teams to bid on your player. Jed is smart enough not to do that. This is not Steve Cohen where he will tell Pete Alonso, a lifetime Met, go get an offer and bring it back to me. That is not what the Cubs are going to do with Kyle Tucker. That would be foolish on their part, and I don't think Jed and Carter and Tom are that foolish.
When we look at the Cubs lineup, Jesse, and this is still in regards to today, because I've just looked at this lineup and say, how are they creating more runs with this lineup? And we've always argued, should this guy bat here? Should that guy bat there? If there's that much debate over who your third or fourth hitter is, you probably don't have a third or fourth hitter. So what does this team in the short term need to do better today, this afternoon? And how do you fix that going forward where they're not this offense that shuts down in the postseason?
Yeah, I think it's a good take. I mean, if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one, right? I'm with you. If you don't know your top four, then you've got some issues.
Right.
I mean, in the short term, you guys just start putting the ball in play. I mean, they're striking out at an enormous rate here. Dansby, 11 of 17 at bats. PCA, 10 of 18. I mean, you're giving yourself no chance at all. No bloops, no infield hits, no defensive, errors, miscues, whatever. They got to put the ball in play. Easier said than done when Mizorowski's throwing 104, Mason Miller's throwing 104, Dylan Cease is throwing 99. But that's the playoffs. So short term, somehow find a way to put the ball in play. You would think you might do that against Quinn Priester at home. Definitely had a good year, but definitely not, Mason Miller's arm. So let's see if they can actually put the ball in play. I mean, going forward, I guess we were all spoiled by that early season offense, and this has happened 2 years in a row. In fact, this year it lasted longer than last year. They're somewhere in between what they were towards the end and what they were in the beginning. I wrote about the wind blowing in a lot today. I wrote this at ESPN.com. One way to combat that is to find Aaron Judge and employ him because he can hit at 115 through the wind. You're not getting those. Those guys don't grow on trees. So they've got to find different ways to score runs. I mean, there are some mirror images with the Brewers, the way the Cubs play. And the whole idea of writing about the wind today is Counsell really looked at this last year and said, we can't just rely on home runs at Wrigley Field, not the way the wind blows in. We've got to find other ways to score. The Brewers have done it over the years. I think Counsell's trying to get his team there. They did a good job of it this year. I think they need to be more consistent with it next year, meaning low-line drives, small ball when needed, all those different things the Brewers do at their best version of themselves. I think the Cubs need to do as well.
Come on, Jesse.
So, Jesse, let me ask you a question. Then I asked Sylvie this. How do they get better next year? If Kyle Tucker isn't a healthier, more productive version, we're plug and playing a prospect who has proven absolutely nothing. how does this team get better? Because I don't know how you do that unless you're willing to spend on Framber Valdez and Dylan Cease, and you add to the back end of the bullpen. I don't know if they have the commitment to do that.
Yeah, you know, you just said it there, and Sylvie said it earlier in the show. I mean, look, your position player group is pretty set, barring a big trade. I mean, Kap has one more year. Casey fits into right. Suzuki's your DH or helps out in right. We know the infield's pretty set unless you trade Shaw or something. You get better on the mound. If this playoff run, if this second half has taught you anything, you need arms.
Yes.
You need arms on top of arms on top of arms. You get it in January, and then you get it again in July if you're serious about the World Series. That's where you spend it. They're short there, and you cover for injury. I mean, you get enough that you can cover every injury possible, barring 4 or 5 starters going down.
Jesse,
and they didn't do that. The Brewers, you know, they traded for Quinn Priester in April. The guy's been one of the best starters in the league.
And building on that, Jesse, like Kap said to me off the air, we haven't had this discussion on the air. He's like, I think Assad should have been active. Like, if we're clamoring for Ben Brown or Javier Assad, this is like their lineup issue.
Then you're not good enough.
Yeah, you've got major problems with your star pitchers.
Yeah, probably, but there's attrition. I mean, Cade, Justin Steele, although you could have covered for Steele a long time ago, obviously. No, you're not wrong. You do have to pull back and look at other teams. There are injuries elsewhere where teams are using 4th and 5th guys later in series, but we're using them. The Cubs are using them early. You know, like, they're using guys on 3 days rest in the second round of the playoffs. To me, that's like late in the World Series. We got to pull this guy.
That's a last game of a series type thing when you've got you're desperate, and the Cubs put themselves in desperation mode in Game 1, and it set them back the entire series.
Yeah, a little joke here. I'll tell you, not a joke. Someone said to me yesterday. So yesterday, it's kind of weird in some ways. The Cubs had a simulated, you know, they play simulated games, right, with some players that are not on the playoff roster. And I was thinking, you know, they're down 2-0. Why even have this? Like, why
Santana and Assad were there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Why are you getting these guys ready for next round? But you do everything until, you know what I mean. It was just funny. Like, you're down 2-0 and you're playing sim games with Jordan Wicks. But at one point, Assad was on the mound, Owen Casey was at the plate, and Miguel Amaya was catching. And someone turned to me and said, their sim game roster is better than their playoff roster. and I couldn't help but laugh.
Name names. Who said it? Whose joke was it?
I'm not going to say.
No.
Did he work for the Cubs?
No. It was another media guy.
Oh, then what are you protecting him for?
Sounds like Mooney to me.
Sounds like Sahadev to me.
It definitely sounds like a sarcastic comment from one of the Athletic writers. I agree with that.
All right, there you go. We got one of the two.
One of the two said it.
But look, I don't mind clamoring for Assad in the 4th game of a long. Like, it's okay, but clamoring for Assad or guys on 3 days rest to start a series is telling. Like, they did not do enough at the deadline. We've said this over and over again. They picked up one pitcher that's helped them out, Andrew Kittredge, in a very, medium way. I mean, he opened the game, he closed the game, but he wasn't supposed to be the guy. You know, he's just a helper. So that's where they came up short, and that's where you fix what you fix in the offseason.
Jesse, have a great rest of your day. Find a way, man. Find a way to win a baseball game. That's it.
I'm doing my best for you, Cap. I'm trying.
Except Cap has a manicure first.
They can't go down quietly like this, right? They got to come out with their hair on fire. Let's go.
You can't go down this way. So I'm going to get a manicure. I'm thinking of getting a massage and then be ready, locked in.
Have a cup of coffee, get a manicure, have a massage, find a way to win a baseball game.
That's it. That is it, man. That's the plan. Jesse,
enjoy.
Have a great day.
You too. See you, Sylvie.
There he is. That great Jesse Rogers, brought to you by Automatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable since 1945.
Crosstalk coming up. Let's go.
Hotline. Bring them in. Let's go. We also have the Kap and J Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse Cut of the Day next.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Here comes Bears and Commanders, Monday Night Football. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee bring you the play-by-play Monday night at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about my friends at Automatic. I'm all about loyalty, and when a company's been around 80 years, you know they are doing something right. That's my friends at Automatic, and to celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now until the end of October. This is a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable with the best in the business. So do not wait for your system to fail. It's going to get cold, folks. I got up this morning, went out, I'm in shorts. I'm like, oh, a little chill in the air here. That's right. It's going to get colder. You know that. So call the pros you can trust. My guys at Automatic.com, or call and make sure you mention me. Take that, Automatic.com.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest. Most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles. From haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas, skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
As you know,
Managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy. But for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products that you can count on to fast, dependable delivery, they are there to help you keep things running smoothly. Plus, they're technical product specialists here to help answer your toughest questions. And because Grainger knows safety is always a priority, they're committed to being your partner in protecting both your people and your facilities. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Kap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Carmen, you're coming up. We've got the baseball game today, 4:08 first pitch here on ESPN 1000. It's been fun with Sylvie for the last 3 hours.
Great time.
Yeah, awesome. Glad you came in. Absolutely awesome. And we've also got the Tigers and the Mariner today. Shea is at that game.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a win, or else he's going to be in a bad mood coming back.
Yep.
But he's usually in a bad mood, isn't he, Jay Moore?
Shea's
he's been pretty good.
Pretty good. Upbeat.
All right, good.
Yeah, feisty.
Yeah, that I know.
Yeah.
He's definitely feisty.
100%. Here is the Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Kap and Jay Hood, cut of the day.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever. It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
Tommy, good morning. How are you?
I'm enjoying the station's new morning show, Bitch and Moan, with Kap and Sylvie.
We haven't actually bitched too much.
I know who you think is bitch.
Hello? Hello? I lost. What'd you say?
Oh, I thought you were playing. You really lost us?
No, I didn't. I was playing.
Very good. That was good.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and Jay Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse cut of the day. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River.
You always rave about them. I always love the cut of the day. David Flom, Mandy Moore. We go there. Not only do we go there for like a Thursday after dinner, great meal, chilling out, whether the weather's still warm on that patio, or they've got the beautiful open bar now.
That bar's cool.
But we go there for every big celebration.
Mm-hmm.
Mason's birthday, we were there. We brought a couple of his friends down, enjoyed it. My birthday, we love it. I just saw Maddie Moore there last week, and it was outstanding as always. David Flom's the best.
They are the best. I had dinner, my wife and I, my partner Guff, and Mercedes Lewis. We all went to dinner.
Mercedes Lewis?
Yeah.
Oh.
We went to dinner, and you know who's at the bar? I walk in, I hear my name, I turn around, David Ross.
Oh, really?
He was in town.
Very cool.
Super cool. Sylvie, a lot of fun, man. Have a great rest of your day. Find a way to win a baseball game.
Let's go, Cubs.
That's it. Go Cubbies. Game's at 4:08 here on the station. For Jay Moore, for Jake, for Sylvie, I'm Kap. Have a great rest of your day. Carmen and Jurko, maybe a little crosstalk. Who knows? Are next. Take that. From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Kap and Jay Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just Our neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
We're bringing back. I can't speak. We're bringing
it back.
We're bringing back crosstalk.
Even though Sylvie wanted to cancel.
Just for a day. Cap's like, just for a day.
Sylvie wanted to cancel crosstalk. That's
I
what I've been told.
I think crosstalk should be
I've been told that.
reintroduced between every show.
Of course.
I was in the one. I said to Bleck, we're starting back tomorrow then. Unless Danny, like,
the report,
you know,
the report I got is you had Danny Zetterman's ear.
Who? Sylvie?
Sylvie
Well,
had Zetterman's ear.
That ain't true.
Zetterman will call and tell you that I've said that it should be crosstalk.
Not all of us get to spend one-on-one time with Danny Zetterman. It doesn't happen that much for a lot of us here. Some guys have more time with Danny Zetterman than others.
That would be Sylvie.
Well, wait a minute. Are you not making time with Danny?
Danny will
make time with you.
Not all of us are bunkmates and or like seatmates with him on a long 3.5-hour flight.
I moved. By the way,
not all of us are. Not all of us
did I not move everybody up into Economy Plus?
Sylvie called of us.
Sylvie called
everyone on our ticket because I have Premier status, and I get 8 people up to Economy Plus.
Look at Wawa Weewa, King of the Castle over
moved everyone, but.
You weren't on our.
You weren't on his.
You weren't on the.
He started with. I moved everyone up.
Well, you weren't on his ticket.
You weren't on the ticket.
Stani.
They booked you differently.
It started with I moved everyone up, and then it had the caveat on there.
Well, but he
everyone
said
who was on my ticket.
It's functionally impossible.
So
I took on our confirmation number. There were like 6 of us. It was Kap, me, Shea, Waddle, and Danny.
Yeah.
And so I texted all of them. I go, hey, I don't want to move you on my own.
Right.
Would you guys be interested? Would you guys be interested in moving up to Economy Plus instead of row 32?
Of course. I got you. I understand.
I would do it for you in a heartbeat.
Sylvie, listen.
I don't want to sit next to you, though.
I know you would. I know. So you moved 6 guys up, and you just happened to sit next to Danny Zetterman, who you then had the ear of for the better part of 3.5, 4 hours.
See, Danny.
We actually didn't talk at all. I watched the show.
Sylvie Stani, which means hold on just a little bit. The point was you had him, and you had company with him for the better part of 4 hours. So you had his ear.
Someone's a little jealous, Cap.
Yeah, I think you are a little jealous.
I might be a little bit jealous. But the point was he asked a question. Now I give him an answer, and now I'm jealous. He asked the question, what are you talking about? And I gave him
but the way you brought it up, you do sound like a scorned lover.
I gave him a perfect scenario.
A little bit.
Look, it's saving the music again.
You sound like a scorned lover.
Like, hey, wait a minute.
Very petty.
Do you see the old affiliation coming back here, saving the music on Saturday?
You want to jump on? Hold on.
You see, it's like 2 young brothers that were separated as youths. They got back together just now. And the greatest defender in the world, I mean, he's like F. Lee Bailey over here defending his guy, Sylvie.
He's a good friend.
I wish you would fight for me that much. Holy cow. What the hell is going on over
here? Did you move
here?
Carmen up in his seat?
I can't move anybody up. I don't have a computer. But now I got the long-haired freaky person here, Danny Zetterman, the aforementioned Danny Zetterman, that was moved next to Sylvie on that flight for 4 hours, who probably got his ear chewed off by Sylvie. Go ahead. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Good to see you. I hate to interrupt crosstalk. My favorite thing, which for some reason was canceled.
He's about to kill it again.
I'm taking the bullets for it. First, Sylvie. I came here to just make sure that Sylvie is still on for breakfast today at 9:30.
Yeah, are we going? Are we going to scramble down the street?
Wherever you want to go. Wherever you want to go.
You get your usual eggs?
Oh, yeah. I'll order for you. You order for me. We'll do the usual. Here, let me say this.
We need some
You're
walks.
busting Sylvie's chops for spending time with me. I'm going to say something quick, and then I'm going to leave. We went to Vegas, and you wanted to spend this much time with your teammates. You didn't want to be around us at the airport. You didn't want to be around us at the plane. You didn't want to be around us at the casino. I sat at a table with every single person that went on this trip but you. I didn't see you anywhere. I got texts from every single person.
Not true.
Hold on. I got texts from every person on the trip except Peggy and Dion. They wanted to do their own thing.
And they did.
And Yurko.
And they did.
You three did not want to be part of the team. You want to do your own thing. And now you're busting Sylvie's chops because he's a good teammate and he wanted to hang out?
You said an untruth.
What?
You said I never sat at a table with you on the trip.
You didn't sit at a casino table gambling?
See, now the caveat.
I'm not talking about the dinner. And the dinner, you came to the dinner begrudgingly. First, you didn't want to come to the dinner, and then you decided to come to the dinner. You were upset about the dinner.
All the caveats.
But if you're going to be honest, let's be honest.
No, but all the
Guilty.
caveats.
Guilty, John. Guilty. All right, back to crosstalk. Cap, you look handsome as ever. Silver, I'll see you for a massage.
Yes, let's go get to breakfast.
Just because you're speaking loud doesn't make you right.
I'm saying the truth.
Well, interesting though. You never shared a table with me, but I did share a dinner table with him.
Well, you know what he's talking
no,
about.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He meant a casino
He's
table.
He's presenting information to the audience that was false.
My favorite
He
thing.
meant a casino table. We're in a courtroom.
My favorite thing at that dinner.
Can I get a sidebar? Can I get a
Brought to you by
sidebar?
Aiken Law 312.
Yeah, I'd be right up there and going, either words mean something or they don't mean. You know what he meant. No, I don't know what he meant.
Yes,
I only
you do.
know what he said.
You know what he meant. Unbelievable.
My favorite part of that dinner, and there were many, was at the beginning of the night. You knew that Yurko had been drinking all day. And then he sort of hit that wall at mid-dinner, and I think he may have fallen asleep a time or two.
No, I was enjoying my fish.
And then the next thing you know, just like when we used to in crosstalk, and Waddle would bring the Dunkin' coffee for him.
Oh, yeah.
And he literally puts a little in his mouth, and boom, he's back.
It's like Popeye and spinach.
Oh, my God, just like the cartoon. The waiter brought him some
double espresso.
double espresso.
You guys thought it was coffee.
It wasn't 30 seconds, and Yurko was back, and he was controlling the conversation. It was beautiful.
Bam. I mean, it really was.
It was awesome.
It was like an injection of life.
I had a project. I had a project for Courtney Cronin.
I know she's working on it.
That's what I had, a project.
The Sean Alexander.
Well, I'm going to be honest with John Clayton being gone, the professor. There's nobody in Seattle that's going to take this. You know, this is
Can't like Brock Heward like
find
this
yourself
is the
to assign it.
Can't Brock Heward take up
the Sean Alexander flag is currently sitting on the ground for the Hall of Fame, and I need somebody to pick the flag up, get it up, and start charging forward with it. Yeah. And I
she's not on the committee yet, though. Is
no,
she?
she's not. She told us.
Yeah.
When there comes time to make something, she'll be there eventually, and she'll be the one that gets it done. So
listen, it took Hamp forever to get in.
Yep.
And it took Dan
Mongo.
Pompey, I think, right? Well, Mongo too, but I think it took Pompey years later finally went into that room. Years later, and was like, listen, and led the charge. And they were like, okay, maybe we need to reconsider Dan Hampton.
Behind of what he did.
It took forever. Mongo was another one.
It took forever for my guy Sterling to get in.
It took forever for Sterling.
Unbelievable.
Before somebody takes up like the cause.
Sean Alexander's stats like bury Terrell Davis's stats.
Yeah, it's incredible.
They bury him.
Yeah.
And, everybody was all up in arms. TD's got to go in. He's got to go in. He's got to go in. He was so exceptional for Saul. And fine, he was. And nobody's going to argue with it. But if you think he was so exceptional, then Sean Alexander was
Where do you have
phenomenal.
Belichick ranked all-time coaches?
Oh, boy. Top 5 for sure.
Yes, you tell him, Yerk.
Top 5 absolutely for sure.
No.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go. Shula's up there.
Yeah.
Belichick's up there. Now, I mean, are we going to go back to Papa Bear? Is that what we've got to do?
I mean, you don't have to, I guess. But would you go back to Lombardi and Papa Bear? I mean, Lombardi seems like he's got to be.
I have Papa Bear up there.
Papa Bear, Lombardi,
What about Bill Walsh?
Shula, Bill Walsh.
Right, well, I told you Shula.
Andy Reid.
No, not like Belichick.
Chuck Noll.
Nope.
Wow, you're not. That's surprising that you don't have Andy Reid up there.
Well, Andy Reid eventually will get up there, but he's not there yet. When Andy Reid gets to 300 victories in about 3 years, then we'll be talking about Andy Reid. There's no bigger fan of Andy Reid in this whole building.
That's what I mean. That's why I was surprised.
Than me. But I mean, we got to be realistic.
Yeah, I have Belichick 7.
I mean, you just can't.
8.
You can't put nobody else, in there. And I mean, listen, if you're going to do Papa Bear found a leak. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's
but
in a different. He's in a different realm.
kind of.
He also
class.
has.
But we're going coaches.
He coached for 50 years. You know what I'm saying?
He dominated the 40s.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, how many teams? 10? Were there
6.
10 then?
It's like being the Canadians and having 27
I'm not dismissing him. Don't get me wrong. But
No, but
But
you
it's
know
a
what we're
different
saying.
league
Yeah,
like
yeah,
70 years ago
Right.
than it is today.
Right. We're talking about post
He thought
1960.
guys getting $50 a game was a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, back then it was a lot. $50 a game now is just very little. But so, modern day coaches: Shula, Belichick. But and then after that,
Andy
everybody
Reid.
else, Chuck Noll, everybody else,
Joe
Tom
Gibbs.
Landry,
Bill Walsh.
Joe Gibbs,
It's got to be the
Bill
West
Walsh,
Coast offense.
Parcells.
Parcells.
Parcells is in there too. You put him in there, but Belichick.
What if we added
all
college
his championships?
Nick Saban.
Nick Saban.
For sure.
I don't. Nick Saban couldn't coach in the league. That's why he went and hid in college.
But he said college coach.
He went hid in college. You can go. College coaches are a separate category. When you fail in the NFL, you go hide in college. So what happens?
Except Belichick.
Yeah.
Belichick. There's some reverse thing going on.
No.
with Belichick. I
So
don't
what
know.
happened with Belichick was all his best stuff was gone.
Yes.
And then he's lost his mind. That's why he's dating a 24-year-old. And there you go. That's what you have now. That whole job was there for him to make sure his son has a job after that.
The one piece of ammunition.
That's why he went and did it, so he can make sure his kid's got a head job afterwards.
I will say the one piece of ammunition that anyone, if you ever want to poke holes in Belichick, and I think in terms of like game planning, strategizing, strategery. In terms of strategery, formulating a defensive game plan. I mean, I do think he's brilliant and should be recognized as one of the greatest. But you go take a look at his record without Tom Brady, and it kind of speaks volumes.
It's horrible.
I'm sorry.
But I was saying, what is Phil Jackson's record without Kobe?
It's a fair enough
it's
0-0,
right? But without Michael, Scotty, Shaq, Kobe, and Gasol.
Right, he didn't run to coach the Grizzlies.
Because he was smart enough to know
I hear you,
talent
Sylvie.
wins out.
I hear you. I just
believe.
hope people realize that, though. I hope people realize what made that dynasty as special as it was not Bill Belichick. It was Tom Brady.
I believe without him in the 20 games that they didn't have him, if I'm not mistaken, when they had Matt Castle starting in the games and when they had Jimmy Garoppolo, 4-0. So it was 20-5 without Tom Brady when he was with the New England Patriots.
While it was still going well, and he had his type of guys. And
I believe that's the record.
why does
I might be wrong?
No, here's my
be
question
wrong.
for other people. Like when they say, "Well, Andy Reid, look at what he's done with Mahomes, and he drafted him and he developed him." If Andy Reid's getting credit for developing and drafting
then Belichick
Patrick Mahomes,
has to get credit
he's
for
got to
Brady.
get credit for developing Tom Brady and having the balls to say,
That's fair enough.
Drew Bledsoe isn't my guy anymore.
with him.
I'm sticking with the kid who was picked 199.
Carmen, let me ask you a question. If I told you I could drop, we'll call him Theo Epstein, in to run your team, or I could drop an all-star left fielder on your team, which you taking?
Oh, I would always take the player.
We said that before. You
I would
guys,
take the executive.
this is a 10-year-old argument because
Yeah.
you guys used to debate this all the time about Chris Bryant
Or
Theo Epstein, who now in retrospect,
Theo was way more important.
Like the mind doesn't go south as quickly as
the body?
an athlete's a singular athlete.
Yeah, but I'll take my
One
chances
athlete.
with Shohei or Judge over the
Singular
executive.
sensation.
If I'm giving you,
But the exec brings all the talent there.
if I'm bringing you could have Juan Soto on the White Sox, or you could have Theo Epstein running the White Sox. Which one are you choosing? Everything stays the same with the Sox, except they sign Soto. You're taking Theo.
Yes. That's an interesting way to frame it, I guess.
I feel like in the moment when you've got the great player, you're always going to be in a position. Like if you have a really singularly great player, you're going to be in a position to compete every year. But maybe you're right when you frame it that way. That's a tough one.
Got him.
That's a tough one.
That's why we brought crosstalk back.
Yeah.
For a day.
I wish I do kind of wish that my team would have an operation like the Brewers have, like Cleveland has, like the Dodgers. The Dodgers can spend money,
How
but
about the Brewers, they lose their manager and their GM.
Doesn't matter.
And guess what? They keep rolling.
They get better. They keep rolling. I mean, I do like the organizational system that's in place in some of those places. Do you guys feel good about today?
No, I don't. He does.
I think they win today and they lose tomorrow.
Yeah.
I hope they win both days.
Town's been good.
I don't feel bad about. I want to know how they're going to score with the wind blowing in and everything.
Is the wind blowing in today?
I would assume it's 6.5. Right? I mean,
it is
6.5.
I would assume the wind's out of the north.
I have to play the over just in principle.
I mean,
everything cooled off. Everything cooled off yesterday.
I don't know. Like, Jesse will join us later. I don't know exactly which way.
Is that
Walking to the train today, the wind was blowing
in.
Yeah,
6.5.
That was.
I have to play it.
That was an hour
I'm
ago,
going to
and the game's not till 4 o'clock.
Football
so.
game next week, and now the chill's in the air. My wife's never been to Notre Dame for a game. We're seeing
South Bend.
USC at
That's
the
a good one to go.
Saturday night game, a week from Saturday.
It's gonna be chilly.
Oh, you'll enjoy that one.
Well, you're rooting for Notre Dame, right?
That's a good
I
slate.
like Marcus Freeman. I've never been a Notre Dame fan. I would let my kid play for that guy.
I like Marcus Allen.
Me too.
Oh, who didn't? I mean, wow. Great guy.
That run in the Super Bowl, wasn't that when he reversed? He ran one way and then he ran the other way for his touchdown.
Redskins.
One of my early Super Bowl memories.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Good luck to you later.
Thank you.
Find a way.
Find a way to win.
Yeah.
Yurko, I miss you.
You sure you two don't want to go and canoodle a little bit? Here?
Absolutely. I'd
what the
spoon
hell's
with him
going
right
on
now.
over there?
Yeah, let's go.
My
I miss
heavens.
you too.
You're not
And I know you miss me.
This
They
is your
put
last
Carmen
bite at
on the
apple.
stand and he folded like a cheap tent.
See, I stick
I'm
up
like,
for
what
whoever
happened?
needs
Yes.
whoever needs someone to
My heavens.
someone to come to their defense.
My
their
partner,
Mother Teresa.
I was just talking on the way in. You know, Carmen and I have been together for 09. It's 16
a
years
long
coming
time.
up. I bet.
Hey, when you need
the
defense,
last 16 weren't as important as the first 10, I guess.
when you need defense, I come to your defense.
Right out the door for
But
the good
Yurk,
kid.
what
I
in the
went out,
16
I got
years?
tossed out with the bathwater.
No, that's not true.
In the 16 years of working with Carmen, what do you know about him that many people don't?
What do I know about him that many
Yes,
people don't?
be working together for 16 years.
His left testicle is lower than his right testicle.
That's actually
And it's
true.
really something special.
That's true.
It is really something special. You ask how.
Yeah,
And I simply say that I inadvertently caught a peak.
it's true. He's right.
Inadvertently
caught a peak?
A hockey shower.
Sure.
When we were playing hockey
and you
together.
sized up the testes.
One does hang lower.
Listen, one
How did
didn't
you remember
size-
it's the left?
Listen, one didn't size anything up. One didn't size anything up. There's no sizing up.
Processed
Going,
a lot
just
in a
the-
peak.
well, they're just in the glance, a passing glance.
You're checking out the sack.
Photographic memory.
Just the sack.
I did hear the cut the other day of this is your last
Photographic
bite
memory.
at the apple.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
It's the best.
they were just playing it yesterday, I think, because
That's
they
what I
guys
think
were
I
saying
heard it.
something about Jerry.
The best.
I think I heard it. It is the best. We
Anything
don't need
else?
another bite at the apple, Jerry. Who wants a bite? Who wants a bite at the Bulls right now? I mean, like.
Do you know after that I bumped into him on the elevator right here
fought for us.
coming out of the parking garage.
Yurko defends when people need defense.
I told him we
I do
agree to
too.
disagree, Jerry. We agree to disagree. That's all I said. So,
That's what.
and that's how I
told
left
Jerry.
it. Then I actually,
I'll always remember that.
Bob Boxer pulled me a copy of the incidents and the accidents. You know what I had said. And then I said
On
to
the
myself,
air? Yeah.
it might have been a little harsher than I
A little
remembered.
harsh on Jerry.
But it didn't matter. I was defending you two guys.
Yes.
You know, from the
Whenever
bully.
we all come to each other's
I
defense
saw,
when you need it.
I saw Jay Mariotti leave town crying like a baby because of what Jerry did to him.
What Jerry do to him? I don't even.
Oh, it was just, he was.
Jerry didn't
I think
like
Jerry
him.
was somewhat critical of him and didn't like him.
remember the
I don't
night-
think Jerry did something specific to him.
he didn't like
I
him.
just think he was a critic of Jay Mariotti.
No love lost
And
between
instead
those
of being
two.
able to fight back, all he did was cry about it and left town like a baby.
I had him on shortly before I left GN. I had Hawk on.
Hawk and
Who'd you
About
have on?
Mariotti. Hawk.
About Mariotti.
Okay.
I said, will you come on? He goes, absolutely. We'll talk some baseball. He goes, one request. I want you to ask me about Jay Mariotti the last
He
question.
wanted to fight him.
Oh, he did. He wanted.
I was
like
there
in
that
the,
night.
Yeah.
he was going to punch him. So Hawk, before I let you go, what are your thoughts on Jay Mariotti? 2 F-bombs and 2 other profanities later. I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, well, that'll happen every
The
once in
old
a while.
Hawkaroo.
And nobody, you ever stand next to Hawk? Hawk was
Oh, yeah.
physically, physically a man.
Yes.
I mean,
he was a big dude.
You got up next to him. He had some beef to him.
Yes. He was like, Hawk was on an arm wrestling circuit. He did
Yeah.
all kinds of crazy
Professional
things.
golfer.
One of the most interesting
He's
guys.
one of the most
Amazing
interesting
golfer.
guys in the world. Oh, great
Professional
golfer. Yeah.
I
it's
caught him
like-
out at Knollwood, in like Granger, Indiana, banging balls out there at like 72. Just sitting
He's
there.
like the
hitting-
Dos Equis guy.
Hitting piss missiles out
Yes.
there. I'm like, what in the world is going on with this guy?
I love that term, though.
Piss missiles?
Abdalla. Adam, I love that. I love that term. It's one of my favorites.
That's what I hit on 17 at the road hole at St. Andrews.
All right.
I hit one of those bad boys.
Cap's got to go. He's got a
He's
got a manicure.
He's got a manicure.
Get the nails.
Got to get
Another-
a nap in.
Hey,
It's a late game for Cap tonight.
I'm more of a pedicure guy than I am a manicure guy. I'm not on TV. My fingernails don't matter. His matter because he's on TV sometimes.
I actually get the pedicure every 4 weeks.
4 weeks,
The
I know.
manicure every week.
Yeah.
I haven't had
When
a
I went to
pedicure in like
Scotland,
2 years.
when I went to Scotland, I got the pedicure because you
Yeah.
don't want to have ingrown nails when you're going to walk 9 rounds. You don't want that. That's
Probably-
36 miles of walking. For the
probably
good kid.
true.
You don't need ingrown toenails digging into your flesh.
All right.
And then you expect the Scots to be able to fix that. No, sirree.
All right. See you, boys.
All right, we'll talk to you guys again in 2026.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Spring trading.
Have a
Hell
great
outta
day.
We'll talk to you at spring
Hey,
trading. in
Don't
March.
worry. Enjoy your breakfast with Danny.
We'll be right back.
Have a great day.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's Home for Sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next 2. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Hey, it's Cap. My friends at Automatic are celebrating 80 years of making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable. To celebrate their 80th anniversary, Automatic's residential team is giving you $800 off any furnace and AC replacement now through the end of October. It's a great opportunity for Chicagoland homeowners to make sure their home is comfortable. Don't wait for your system to fail. Call the pros you can trust, the best in the business. Go to Automatic.com.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
Tailgate season is on, and Monster Energy flavors are bringing the heat. Crack open the wickedly creamy citrus blast of Orange Dreamsicle, or ride the shockingly smooth wave of Electric Blue. Both packed with real sugar, bold flavor, and that legendary monster kick. This is the energy your game day deserves. So grab your can and unleash the beast.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Football and pizza, what a combo. Same goes for playoff baseball and pizza. If you don't want to hassle with cooking tonight, make it a pizza night. When I want great pie, I go to Nancy's Pizza. Love that thin crust. They are the original stuffed crust pizza of Chicago, so nobody does it better. They created the whole thing about 50 years ago. So you know it's going to be the best, but I love the thin crust, that really crispy, delicious crust, and it's got nice bite to it. The delicious sauce, the fresh ingredients, totally love it. Order today at nancyspizza.com. You can hit up the flagship restaurant in the West Loop before and after games and events at the UC. Even if you're not going for a full meal, going for a snack, stop at the bar. You got a full bar, classic cocktails, craft stuff, beer, wine, everything you're looking for. And the menu is got a lot of delicious stuff, a lot more than just pizza. So order today. Nancy's Pizza is the real deal.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
It was fun cross-talking with Sylvie and with the Cap Man. Sylvie and Cap doing a great job this morning. Sylvie was in for Hoodie, who's back at the end of the week. It's Carmen and Yurk now.
Is Sylvie going to the game today?
I don't think he is going to.
Okay, the morning, usually he works with his guy. I figured at some point he might be going to the game.
I don't think so. I know he went to one of the games in the previous round.
Yeah.
It's funny you say about like going to the game.
It could be the final game this year.
Could be. This
real
could be
possibility today.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be it for a lot of teams today. I mean, all these games now are. You're looking at teams could advance. You got a couple of teams playing for their playoff lives. Obviously, the Dodgers aren't doing that. Obviously, the Blue Jays aren't at that stage yet. The Mariners aren't at that stage. The Cubs are playing for their playoff lives. The Yankees are playing for their playoff lives. The Tigers, the Phillies later tonight. So this is it. This is great stuff. There's a 4-pack of games today and coming your way starting at 4:08. Live on the north side right here on your home for October baseball, ESPN Chicago. You will get Game 3 between the Cubs and the Brewers. When that game is done, we'll take you to Phillies-Dodgers. That's the late game tonight. But again, all these series in action, a full 4-pack of playoff baseball today. It is going to be fantastic. Last night was pretty thrilling. There was a long delay in Detroit because of the weather before that game finally started.
90 minutes?
Yeah, it was a long delay, but Seattle ended up winning, doing all the things that we predicted Seattle might do. Gosh, I'm still mad at myself for so long. We were like,
I'm mad at you
Seattle?
too.
Should we take Seattle? Seattle? Should we take Seattle? And we never did, and then their odds shrunk, and it was like, well, now is not the time. But they hit home runs, and they can pitch, Yerk, and that's been on display. I think they've hit 6 home runs in the series so far. Not an easy place to hit in Detroit, but the Mariners didn't have too much of a problem hitting 3 long balls last night.
Yep.
So they're doing what they do. The Yankee game was thrilling. They looked like they might be toast early in that game. And it was 6-1 in a blink. Vladdy hit another first-inning home run. And then the Yankees came back. The Judge drama, fantastic. He had a big double. Then he hit the 3-run home run to tie it. The Yankees go on to win. The Cubs need to score some runs. And it might be a tough day to score runs on the north side. The atmospheric conditions, it's cooled off, the wind blowing in, and it's been a very tough hitter's park the last couple of years for whatever reason. I mean, I think we know the reason, but I don't know why it seems like the wind blows in so often recently. Whatever is, I don't know how anybody can explain it. We need Tracy Butler maybe to explain that. But when the wind blows in, and it's blown in a lot in recent years, it is a very difficult place to hit, especially as the weather is now cooled off and it feels much more autumnal. So a total of just 6.5 with Jamison Tyone on the bump against a Chicago area kid who we talked about. He started games this year against the Cubs and White Sox. because the White Sox had an interleague series against the Brewers. Young Quinn Priester, who grew up north, I believe Cary Grove, if I'm not mistaken, but a local kid with some ties to the area, with family friends that are Cubs and Sox fans. He will start in Wrigley today, make his first ever postseason appearance. The Cubs have to find a way to score some runs. And however they do that, you can't keep getting 2-3 runs a game and expect to have much staying power in the postseason. Yeah, defense does this, defense does that. You got to be able to pitch. That's true. You can't just keep scoring 2 or 3 runs a game and expect to do much. And the numbers are staggering, as we identified yesterday, across different regimes and managers and personnel. For whatever reason, this team is just, they get to October and they're in a playoff rut since 2017. They've played 18 games. They're 6-12 in those games, and that's in large part because they cannot score. 2.2 runs a game just ain't going to get it done. And so however they do it, small ball, doing what they did all year with their speed, if you feel like it's just not a day where you're going to hit home runs, do all the little things that you're capable of, but it can't be 2 or 3 runs again.
No, you've got to score above 3. How do you get above 3? They haven't been able to do it. They haven't been able to do it in a long time.
Yeah.
But they've got to find a way. Steal bases, do whatever you can. Hit and run and hit.
That's what I mean. Like,
move the guys.
If
force a balk, force a time.
Something.
Anything.
To get Milwaukee out of its element and to score some runs. It feels very personal for Milwaukee, doesn't it, Yerk, their attitude toward Craig Counsell? It feels very personal, like we want to show that guy.
Again, I think you may think it's just very personal for him. I mean, they let him out of contract, right? They didn't sign him to a contract extension. He was available. He was, in essence, a free agent, wasn't he?
He was, but he never really, if I'm remembering the story correctly, I don't think he ever really engaged with Milwaukee. He was just like, this opportunity came up for a ton of money, and he said, I'm going to bolt.
If you like the manager you have, you don't allow him to get to his walk year. Why did they let him get to his walk year? In essence,
maybe they knew.
Maybe he wanted an X amount of money, and they said that might be a little rich for our blood.
Right. Which I think could have been the story.
Maybe go take a look to see what you might like. And let's face it, managers in baseball don't make a ton of money compared to a lot of managers everywhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, managers in baseball don't make a ton of money.
It's not like NFL salaries.
No, sir.
It's not like even, I say, if we stacked it up next to the NBA salaries, I think you might find between the very top guys a little bit of a disparity. And maybe you think that's because numbers.
The smart Ivy League but smart Ivy League kids that have come in, young kids, and have come in and said, listen, we've got the
kind of computer
we've got the computer stuff. That's doing all the decision-making and everything.
Yeah.
You're just there to implement it. I don't think they have a certain respect for what the manager's position is. And they've decided, well, we don't really need to pay you. We just need a yes man down there anyway. That's all we're looking for is a yes man down there. If you've got too much independent thought, then we've got a problem with that, and we're willing to let you walk. I don't think the respect from up top to the manager's position is great with this new breed that is coming.
And especially like in the smaller markets that aren't going to spend money. So you could be right. Milwaukee could have been like, well, we're not going to pay you $6 or $7 or $8 million. Right. We'll be just fine without you. And they were right. They haven't skipped a beat. They've been 15 games better in the standings than the Cubs. Sure. And they've got a lead on them now. Roberts is the highest paid manager at $8.1 million. Counsell second at $8 million. Core is third at $7.3 million. If you looked at the top 3 NFL managers in their salary, I'm guessing you're near $18 million, right? Doesn't Sean Payton make about 18?
I believe so.
Andy Reid's probably in there. Ben Johnson's making 13, Yerk.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson's a first-time head coach.
And he's making
one and a half. He's making 1.5 times what the top guys are making in MLB.
$20 million. Sean Payton, 18.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. Tomlin, 16. Harbaugh, 16. McVay, 15. Shanahan, 14. Let me get down to the $8 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're going to get to like 10, 12 guys.
Let me go down to the 14th guy. Or no, the 15th guy. D'Amico Ryan's $8 million.
The 15th guy.
Everybody else above him, Quinn, McDonald, McDermott, Campbell, Cohen, Harbaugh, O'Connell, Johnson, they're all above that. Tied for 20th, Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah. There's more money pumping in through the NFL, obviously. But I do think Yurko's right. There's probably a little bit of a philosophical thing within baseball where it's like, well, we don't really need to spend $10, $12, $15 million. And
Right.
the best of the best, and some guys with skins on the wall are maybe going to get a lot, but
that's why he was made available.
Yeah.
So what are you blaming him for that Milwaukee didn't want to pay him? I think it's more.
But I think the fans have a thing against him. I mean, they love booing him.
I think it's more of a Milwaukee-Chicago thing.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is.
Maybe.
I think there's always going to be a hatred from Chicago out of Milwaukee because you live in Milwaukee.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way it is.
I wonder if those players take it as personally as the fans. I guess that's just what I'm wondering.
And
like, do they kind of want to stick it to
because the
Craig Counsell?
Packers used to play in Milwaukee. You know, there's an anti-Chicago thing between the Pack and Chicago. That just goes ahead and transcends itself to baseball, and it's a natural anti-Chicago thing. Now, because your manager used to be your manager, now is their manager, of course that's going to play into it also.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
All right, Cub fans. I mean, I think it's a pretty simple question for today. Just like, how do you feel about the situation, the spot? I mean, you can't feel great about the situation. Don't get me wrong, please. But just how do you feel about going into Game 3 and what will be required and what's necessary? And if you could just win one and get a little momentum going in your favor. I mean, the Yankees did do that last night. And all it took for everybody to be like, oh, the Yankees have momentum back was doing what they did last night. I don't know if they really have all the momentum back. They're still behind the 8-ball, Yerk. You're giving the other team 3 chances to win one. There's a reason teams in this format, down 0-2, have only rallied to win 10 out of 90 times. It's a small percentage. Coincidentally enough, the Yankees are the last team to do it in 2017. They're going to try again. The Cubs have to do the same thing. So how do you feel about it, Cub fans? 312-332-ESPN. Plus, the Bears are back at it here this week. Today, Wednesday. They got a Monday nighter coming up in Week 6. Courtney Cronin will join us in about an hour. We'll give you some updates on the injury situation and some of the things that were talked about during a brief practice yesterday up at Hallis. Jesse will join us at 11. We'll push the brunch rush back a little since Courtney has to join us at 10:30. We'll do that at about 11:35. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
BetterHelp therapists have helped over 5 million people worldwide on their mental health journeys. Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Moments in therapy can change lives. This World Mental Health Day, let's celebrate the therapists who have helped millions of people take a step forward. If you're ready to find the right therapist for you, BetterHelp can help you start the journey. Our fans get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
Now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
And here we are, folks. It's the Jeff and Jeff call. I know football.
And I know houses because when it comes to selling your house, you need a winning team you can trust.
No surprises, no fumbles, just a clear path to closing, just like a perfect play.
Jeff Buys Your House makes it simple. A fair offer, no repairs needed, and a closing date on your timeline.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Visit us at jeffbuysyourhouse.com for your no-obligation offer today.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future, own it.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card when you sign up today. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Two-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's Ferenz's moment, it is! It's tied! Judge has arrived!
Great call by Joe Davis. He is one of the best. I envy some of these great play-by-play guys. They're on the spot, and certain things are happening that they can't plan for, prepare for. And we've asked play-by-play guys that, some of the best. Like, do you have things in the back of your mind? And most of them say, no, you can't allow yourself to do that. You just have to react in the moment. And Al Michaels always said that about maybe the most famous call ever, the Miracle on Ice, right? He said the only thing that came into his mind in the moment was like, this is miraculous. And he just, like, it came out, do you believe in miracles? And so you got to be extemporaneous. And I thought that was a great call by Joe Davis, who is one of the best. And he said, is this his moment? It's funny. I mean, that was the 17th postseason home run of Aaron Judge's career. You would have thought he never hit one, right? The way people talk about him. But when you're the best of the best, it's like you're expected every moment to do something great or to do something awesome. And in baseball, it's impossible to every single moment and every single at-bat do something great or hit a home run. It's impossible. But you would have thought that that Aaron Judge has been terrible in his postseason career, and that's really not the case. But so much is expected of him. But I thought that was a great call last night, and that flipped the game right there. That changed. The walk in front of him was huge, by the way. It put an extra man on base. You know, and Air started that thing off for the Blue Jays. It just came undone after that. I think Trent Grisham then walked, and Aaron Judge came to the plate. And he hit that 3-run home run, and then the Yankees would take the lead, and they would not relinquish it. Blue Jays are still in a pretty good spot, up 2-1. Listen to this little tidbit about that home run, though, from a few seconds later. That ball hit the foul pole, too. I mean, it was crushed. And the only thing was, it was like a Carlton Fisk in Boston at 75. I thought everybody was going to start going like this, you know, pushing it to the right, because the only question was, is that going to stay fair? It was crushed. A couple innings later, Ken Rosenthal jumped on the broadcast with this tidbit about the Judge home run.
Kenny, what a night and what a postseason it's turning into for Judge.
Absolutely, Joe. And here is more evidence that the home run by Judge was one of the more amazing you will ever see. This year, regular season and postseason, there have been 528 pitches on 0-2 counts thrown out of the zone at 99 miles an hour or above. 528, that was the first home run.
Oh. He does things that mere mortals don't.
That's a crazy stat. 528 pitches in that situation, right? A 2-strike count, a ball.
Not in the zone,
not
99
in the zone,
plus.
At 99 plus. 528 such pitches. That was the first one all year that had been hit out of the park. And then Chris noticed another stat about Judge this year. He already has more hits this postseason. What, they've played 6 games, right? They've played 6, yeah, because they went the distance with Boston. He's had more hits this postseason than in any single postseason over the course of his career so far. So, like last year through the entire run, I think he played 14 games. They made it to the World Series. He had 9 total hits. He's already got 11 hits. He's got a home run, a couple of doubles. He's been on base a lot. He walks a lot, obviously. Gets A lot of hits. He's just been fantastic, and he's continuing on what might be another MVP year. But that game was thrilling. Now, can the Cubs give their fans something to cheer about back home in this 0-2 hole tonight? We're going to find out a little bit later on. You'll catch the game starting at 4:08 right here on ESPN 1000. Alfonso is in Orland Park on the south side. What's up, Alfonso?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Always a pleasure to listen. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
As a Cub fan, probably I can speak for everyone. We're loyal to a fault. I'm headed to the game. I bought 2 tickets. As soon as Suzuki hit the home run, I bought 2 tickets. Those tickets are now half of what I paid on StubHub.
Yeah.
But here's the reality. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to get punked. And there's 2 things that really stood out is the lack of fight after the first and second inning when Milwaukee did what they did. If you look at the Contreras homer, and everyone, there's something about Contreras that just hits a nerve. Not only did he hit the home run to take the lead, he sat there, he looked at it, he did a little spin, flipped the bat. And honestly, I'm not an old school guy. You got to beam him. I'm not, but we didn't respond. And then that pitcher, Mizorowski or whatever, yeah, when he started celebrating, and I mean, like literally, wasn't it in front of the dugout? It felt like it was right in front of the Cubs' faces. And again, no response. The reality of what we're facing is we're the Cub fans, we're loyal, we're going to believe, I'm going to go to the game. But the reality is this team just doesn't have the fight. I can't understand it. I can't pinpoint the why, but we do not have the energy or the fight that Milwaukee has. And unfortunately, it's probably not going to be a good ending to what I thought was going to be a great season. Oh, and one more thing. I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but I don't know if you noticed in the 8th inning, Matthew Boyd was yawning in the dugout. That to me is kind of the exactly of what we're dealing with. These guys are just not into it, man.
They're sleepy.
So just want to get your thoughts.
Thanks, Alfonso. I did not notice that. Is that true? Did Matthew Boyd get caught on camera yawning? That's not the craziest thing I've ever heard. I don't know that it means really anything at all. I do think Alfonso brings up some, at least a valid point about, I don't know, like where's the juice right now? You know, they've taken early leads and they've evaporated quickly, and they haven't put up much of a fight after that. At least that's the way it appears.
That's because that's what's happening.
Yeah, the at-bats just were not good.
I mean, and on the yawning, too, I noticed this yesterday. Awful Announcing put out a video of Jazz Chisholm yawning before he hit the home run. And I was like, oh, man.
It doesn't matter.
Well, that was my point. It was like, oh, man, if they lose this game, like, New York is going to explode on this tomorrow. This is going to be like the back page of the Post.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be everywhere. And then, of course, they turn it around and it means nothing. So, like, listen, people yawn. Yawning is contagious.
Yeah, maybe he didn't get a good night's sleep the night before. He's a little bit tired. I mean, that's not the craziest thing I've ever seen or heard of. But yeah, they allowed themselves almost, in a sense, to fall into the trap of being overwhelmed, in a sense, by the bullpen arms and all the velocity. I mean, you're capable of having better at bats than that. You've got a capable offense.
Yes, you do.
You have an offense that was good all year. You had the bottom of your order. One thing that made the Cubs dangerous was that there weren't a lot of easy automatic outs throughout their lineup. All of a sudden there are, and the bottom of the order has been terrible. And I don't want to do the whole body language thing. I'm not suggesting that, but
lineup throughout the whole year,
right?
Having a balanced lineup where there was no weakness somewhere, and for being a team that sprinted out of the gate, just shellacking the ball. To see where they're at now is just it's startling difference.
It's a far cry from where it was.
Yes.
So how do you get back to that? They're certainly capable. Whatever you have to do to muster up the energy, go bring it. I mean, match what the Milwaukee Brewers are bringing. Maybe that happens today in your home crowd, with your home crowd around you, back in your familiar setting, and in your familiar confines. So that's what they have to have happen. That's what, and at some point, like I said, this offense has to break out. And when you get a lead, my God, ask your pitching staff not to give it right back. 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next 2. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting in and out your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kap J. Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, all veterans, active duty, and their families can become members and enjoy exclusive benefits. With the Cash Rewards and Cash Rewards Plus cards, you can earn a $250 cash bonus when you spend $2,500 in the first 90 days. Plus, you can earn up to 2% unlimited cash back. Offer ends January 1st, 2026. Join now at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for more information.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Coming up after 10, I'll give you updated PFF O-line rankings going into Week 6, Yerk. And I'll tell you who PFF is expecting to start at left tackle for the Bears. Ben Johnson played it close to the vest yesterday. I don't know if you heard that.
I did not hear that.
Well, I'm going to play you that sound coming up here in a few minutes.
Wonderful.
We'll do it just after 10 o'clock.
Wonderful.
So, played it.
So you got a press conference today?
Yeah, today I think at about 11:50. So it might be
11:54.
It might be during Rich Eisen. And again, when that happens, when Rich's national show's on, if there's a Caleb or Ben Johnson press conference, and you guys want to check that out, we carry all of those where you're home for the Bears. But when Rich's national show is on, it's not over the air, but they will stream for you on the station's Twitch and YouTube channel. And there's a special tile in the app. If you go into the ESPN Chicago app, you'll see a special tile, and you can listen there. So when we're done at noon, Rich Eisen, of course, noon to 2. Then Bleck and Abdalla back with you commercial-free, uninterrupted from 2 until 3. And then a brief hour of Waddle and Sylvie. Sylvie was in with Kap, obviously, earlier today. It's going to be Meller and Waddle for an hour. And then Cubs baseball, Cubs-Brewers game 3 just after 4. And then we'll roll you into Phillies-Dodgers out on the West Coast tonight. Full 4-pack of baseball for today. Dean's downtown. What's up, Dino?
Good morning, gentlemen. As Cap likes to say, every day is a money-making opportunity. Really quick, a bad beat. Monday night when that Jacksonville tight end went down, they gave me a $300 bonus bet. I put it on the over in the Yankee game with a Varsho RBI, which looked to be cashed in the third inning until it was revoked. And there's no worse feeling than seeing the green on an RBI or a rebound cash, and then you look later and it's gone. Just terrible. But so that was one bad beat I had. But I had another gambling thought. Before I get to that, I wanted to quickly mention Cap getting the manicure once a week here. Doesn't that sound a little offensive to say it on the air? Like, I get my hair cut once a week. It's not necessarily something I go out of my way to tell people.
Right.
You don't got to say that on the air.
What, did he get a manicure?
Well, once a week's a bit much. Like,
well,
I don't know how
man-
he does it, too, because for a portion of that, you can't look at your phone.
The man wants his nails sharp, I guess.
Yeah, what does Cap do? How does he stay off the phone? Well, they only do one hand at a time, right? They don't
They do, but you got one hand in while they're
You gotta let
working
the other
on
one dry.
the other one's in.
Oh, really?
Like whatever
Yeah, you gotta
solution
let
to
the other one
soften the
dry.
cuticles.
Oh.
So I
So
was
they're
telling
working on
Adam-
one, and then you reverse it.
I was telling Adam, fellas, the reason I called is because Eddie from the north side, that jackaroon, and I'm surprised he even got, Andrew Vaughn's name right, but he has become a bit of an idiot savant in the gambling department, fellas. In the last couple of days, he gave us the Andrew Vaughn RBI. And, if you're going to watch this Cub game, you might as well make some coin. You don't got to be like Tap and lie to yourself and say that Jameson Tynes going to go out and shop. Put some money on the over, sprinkle 2 RBIs randomly, and hope for the best. Use the Eddie system, baby. Let's go.
Good luck, Dino. I love it when the listeners bust the other listeners' balls.
Yeah.
I love that.
He's giving Eddie the business.
Michael Bush, can he do it a third? Can he do it? Well, no, I guess it would be the second time in the series for Michael Bush. But Michael Bush, about 5-1 to hit a home run. If you think Shea could do it again, say a 6.5 to 1. Lowest price on the board in terms of the shortest odds you're going to get here for a home run today looks like Jackson Chourio, Yerk. He's about 480. He's about plus 480 to hit a home run today. So pick one out you like. Carson Kelly's had a little knack for the dramatic, hasn't he?
Has he?
Carson Kelly gets a hold of one today. He's almost 10 times your money on that. But we'll get an update from Jesse and see exactly what the wind is like and the way it's blowing. A very low total in the game tonight. It's just 6.
Is there a wager on will Ian Happ strike out or not? Because the odds are he's going to strike out at least once.
You can definitely bet that. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
At least one strikeout. Yeah, I'd take that bet. He might square the ball up, but he's good for a looking third strike.
Home runs plus RBIs, runs. I'll find it for you.
Yeah.
I bet you can find a strikeout prop.
That's the way I'd be willing
There
to
are
take.
just a million of these, Yerk. I mean, it's like a never-ending. Yeah, here's strikeouts, batter. Let's see. You want to know about
Ian Happ.
PCA for crying out loud. One or more is you got to lay $2.50. Ian Happ.
You probably got to lay a little something there.
You got to lay $2.30.
Yeah.
You're laying $2.30
to win $1.
Yeah. So I'd avoid those altogether. You never know. But, I mean, the trend has definitely been they're striking out a lot.
Yeah.
Especially the guys at the bottom of the order.
Oh,
man.
Horrific.
312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up, talk baseball, talk Bears, anything you like. I'm going to play you what Ben Johnson said yesterday about the left tackle and right tackle positions. We'll give you an update on what was happening at practice. It was a very brief practice, and only a short time was it open to the media, but we'll relay some of the things that came out of the brief practice yesterday, and we'll give you some updated O-line rankings. Also want to do a little tail of the tape with you this week, Yerk. Jaden versus Caleb, year 2 in their second ever matchup for the two young quarterbacks. So we'll do all that coming up. It's Carmen and Yerk back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great morning. Carmen and Yurko until noon. Then it's Rich Eisen. Bleck and Abdalla back at 2. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin here in 30 minutes and get Bears update. Jesse Rogers, 1 hour from now. A do or die for the Cubs. Got a win to extend the series to a Game 4 tomorrow. First things first, Game 3, 4:08 first pitch here on your home for playoff baseball. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Bears come on a bye to take on Washington, about a 4.5-point underdog going to just outside our nation's capital. Total in the game is a big one, as you might expect. Yurk at 50.5, especially with the way the Bears defense has played and hasn't played all that well. Let's listen to Ben Johnson yesterday talk about the tackle position. Here's a little back and forth on the left tackle and what's going to happen coming out of the bye. Because last time we saw them in action, there were a lot of changes, and it wasn't injury-related, at least on the left side. It was just a Braxton Jones benching in Las Vegas.
Anything new offensive line-wise that you know who your left tackle is going to be?
We have a good idea who our left tackle is.
Not ready to reveal that to us, though.
We have a good idea who our left tackle is going to be. And then when they said, you're not ready to reveal that to us, he said, no.
Do they have
I don't know what the big secret
when is.
When
Is a depth chart due?
They don't have to. They don't have to announce that at all. I mean, they'll have to do an injury report here. We'll have to get an official designation today, I think, right? Or no, tomorrow, because they play Monday night. Do they have to wait till tomorrow, guys? Or do they have to still the rules sometimes confuse me. Wednesday's usually the day the official designations have to come out, but when you play on Monday night, it might be pushed back a day. They'll give some designations here. Darnell Wright was doing some conditioning stuff from what the media saw yesterday, but didn't really practice with the others during the brief team stuff that the media saw. There was no Wright, there was no Brisker, no Santos, no Loveland, no Grady Jarrett. They were not participating in the portion of practice that was open to the media yesterday. Kyler Gordon, the good news is that he said he will be back. He did tell reporters that in open locker room. The window is also open for Austin Booker to return. I don't know if it'll be Monday, but they could use some help in the pass rush, and they're going to hope they get it in their second-year defensive end. I would think Darnell Wright plays. It'll be interesting to see if he does, how they handle this. Like, who goes back to being inactive? Does that mean Trapillo's inactive? Could Braxton Jones be inactive? But that was the very coy response from Ben Johnson when asked. Again, here it is.
Anything new offensive offensive line wise, who your left tackle is going to be.
We have a good idea who our left tackle is.
Not ready to reveal that to us, though.
We have a good idea of who our left tackle is going to be. I do get a kick out of it that it's like a big secret. Like the Washington really cares if it's Braxton Jones or Theo Benedict. I don't think Washington cares one damn bit who it is.
I think they're going to try to get after Caleb Williams. Period.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried and or care one bit who the Bears' left tackle is come Monday night. For what it's worth, PFF has the Bears as the projected starter going into Monday as Theo Benedict. So they're listing Benedict, Tooney, Dahlman, Jackson, and Darnell Wright returning to action. They have the Bears ranked 23rd once again.
All right, and Gordon's coming back?
Gordon
Bears
said he's
23rd
playing.
in the offensive line.
Yes, 23rd.
23rd, good. So Gordon's coming back.
Gordon said he's coming back.
Colson Loveland.
He did, again, he wasn't out there in the portion that was open to the media, but it wasn't a real practice yesterday.
I got you. All right, so I have a feeling he's coming back. T.J. Edwards.
T.J. Edwards, I think, was out there, yes.
Okay. Am I missing anybody?
Brisker and Jarrett didn't practice yesterday. Again, designations to come on both.
But Brisker played the week before.
Yeah, I would think it's all good.
Nothing happened in the game where I thought that Brisker was injured.
No.
He finished the game, right?
Yes, I believe he did. I don't remember.
So I'm not worried about Brisker then. And the only one we got is Jalen Johnson, right?
Jalen's not going to play.
Right, he's not playing.
Yes.
And then you've got two guys that are coming back from IR that are in their 3-week window to be able to play or not play. And one of them is Booker, right?
Yeah, that's right. And the window has been open.
The only guy that's been able to rush the passer with any consistency whatsoever the whole year, including the preseason, has been this guy. He's done it against the twos. The question is, can he do it against the ones? I'm willing to find out.
Mm-hmm.
I am willing to find out if somebody on this team can rush the passer because it seems like Sweaty can't do it. Dio definitely can't do it. None of the guys in the middle are putting any consistent pressure on there. So if they get to 3rd and long, I'd like to see Booker out there to find out whether he can or cannot do it, to find another answer as you start moving forward.
Yeah, the Bears have only 5 sacks on the season. That is
They've got more turnovers than they got sacks.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look. How many interceptions do they have?
Caleb's only thrown 2 picks.
How many interceptions do the Bears defense have?
They
forced more turnovers.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I got
they
you.
forced more
They
turnovers.
forced more turnovers. Yeah. Then that's
Then they have sacks, right?
I thought you meant, I'm sorry.
No, recovered fumbles and interceptions.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
They have only 5 sacks. They're tied for the fewest in the league with Carolina. Their hurry and pressure percentages, according to Pro Football Reference,
are brutal.
No, they're actually in the top half of the league.
Pressure?
Yeah, their pressure percentage and their hurry percentage are like 12th and 13th, respectively, or 13th and 15th, maybe. They're both in the top half, but they're not getting the quarterback on the ground.
Do they have an individual defensive lineman that is anywhere in the top 40 when it comes to pressures?
I can look for you. I will tell you this, according to ESPN's pass rush win rate metric, they're dead last. They are dead last. And I can look and find if you want. I will do that in a minute.
It seems opposite, though. ESPN has them dead last.
They've got them in win
PFF.
rate anyway. But no. Pro Football Reference. Pro Football Reference has them when they compile their pressure and hurry statistics. They have them in top half of the league. They're just not getting home. They're not getting the quarterback on the ground. They're not turning all of those hurries and pressures into
confusing
sacks.
Stat. It's a confusing stat. That's all I'll say.
I think at the end of the day, all we'll all say is you need more than 5 sacks in your first 4 games, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what we'll all say. And I think it's pretty evident watching them that there is not a consistent enough pass rush. And without a lot of mounting pressure in his face, Geno Smith just kind of gave him the ball last time we saw them on the field a few times. The Stevenson INT, maybe that's a little bit more just an unbelievable play by Tyreek, and you give him a lot of credit. That was a super athletic play. But a couple of those throws were just not good throws and or good decisions by Geno Smith. But you're not always going to get that if you're not generating pressure, if you're not forcing the quarterback into some mistakes.
They forced 9 turnovers. 7 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries.
They've got to be one of the league leaders in that category, I would think, then, Yerk. With 9.
I mean, that's
a
pretty
lot
good.
of turnovers
9
in 4 games.
Wow, that's almost over 2
it's over
a game.
2 a game.
Yeah. And sacks, not so much.
But sacks, not so much.
5, yeah. And your leading sack guy is? Nobody. They're all tied with 1.
Everybody's tied with 1?
5 guys tied with 1.
How about that? Is that right? There's 5 different guys with 1 each.
Sweat, Dio, 1 apiece. Dominique Robinson, Dexter, and Tano Pasamanyan.
Good luck.
Yeah. Pasamanyan.
Even Joniak can't say that one.
Yeah.
I think they just call him by his number.
So there you go. At least you've got 5 defensive linemen that have 5 sacks.
Not enough.
Carm.
I know. Washington's offense, top 10 in points per game, EPA per play, yards per play, and rushing yards per attempt. Number 3 in the NFL in expected points via the run. And that is one thing they're doing very well, and everybody's starting to get to know Bill, as he likes to be called. I don't think his name is all that difficult. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. But he says no, people just call him Bill. Whatever you want to call him.
Hey, it works.
It's worked. You know what pick he was in the draft? You want to take a guess? Go ahead, take a guess. Just take a random guess.
I got him in the 6th round.
You got him in the 7th round, 245th pick.
Yeah. Running back, right?
Yes, yeah. And guess what? He leads the NFL in yards per attempt and rushing success rate. He is number 1 in the NFL in rush yards before contact per attempt. I don't think that would surprise you. He also happens to be number 1 in the NFL in rush yards after contact per attempt. That's how you rush for 6.6 yards per attempt. You do it all. Your O-line's doing a good job. Your scheme's doing a good job. You're not getting touched near the line of scrimmage. Oh, and then you're also breaking tackles. I think he's got like 9 broken tackles. I mean, somewhere in the top 10, fringy top 10 in the NFL amongst all running backs with like 9 broken tackles. So that's the guy that's getting it done, Yerk. It's a scheme and an offensive line that's helping him get it done.
Do you think?
And you found him with the 245th pick in the draft.
Which is where you find running backs.
But he's been very, very good so far. The threat of Jaden Daniels makes their running game more dynamic, obviously. And, you know, he did tote the ball a lot last week coming back off of injury. I was interested to see in their game against the Chargers how much he might run the ball. They did plenty. They did some design run stuff even early. The second play of the game was a design run for Jaden Daniels. So they weren't afraid to do some design run and some read option stuff with Jaden Daniels, even though he missed a couple of weeks with a knee injury. So the Jaden Daniels dynamic always adds to that running game's element. That team, Yurko, is never under center. Ever. I'm telling you, they are never under center.
They're in the shotgun?
And they're in the shotgun or they're in the pistol. And they still run the ball pretty effectively. At least they have in the early going. And I can't say that I've watched every one of their snaps. I watched every one of them last week because the Bears are playing them. They're never under center. Jaden Daniels is never under center. Ever. So
I'm guessing
it's all shotgun, all pistol.
I'm guessing he's not under center.
They never even try to trick you. They're doing their run stuff.
Well, shotgun or pistol? Just running backs right next to him? I mean,
yes,
that's
the pistol running backs right behind him.
Okay.
And then some shotgun stuff, where, running back flanked on either side. Yes, exactly.
I got you.
Yeah. And pistol is,
behind him.
Behind him and, behind the line of scrimmage. Not under center. And then,
he's dotting the I.
Yes.
Running back's dotting the I.
It's unbelievable, Yerk. They're not lining up old school. Here we're going to, power I. We're going to get under center. We're going to hand it off, and then we're going to play action off of that. They never do that.
Right.
But their offense is efficient.
But they can play action off of that.
Well, that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. Yes. So more than one ways to skin a cat, I guess. Right? That's what they say. And they're successful at doing it. And their offense has been pretty good. Commanders go into this game as of now is about a 4.5-point favorite. The Bears are going to play in Washington for the 3rd time in the last 3 years. 3 straight years in Washington. They won 2 games in blowout fashion. Who could remember a couple years ago, the DJ Moore game on a Thursday night?
Oh,
remember?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
They've won 2 of those games in blowout fashion. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but shoulda, coulda won all 3.
Yeah.
And you blew their doors off in 2 of them, and then you gave them the game last year. I like what you said yesterday when we were talking to Thayer. I like your approach to it. Here were the 5 best plays. Oh, and look at the play that killed us at the end. That's the last time we're going to look at it.
Yep.
But
and now go.
And now we go.
And now go. And the whole world has treated us like we're putzes since then. It's true. 100% true. We've been a laughing stock since that day. That day is done. It stops now. Go.
Yeah. I like that. I don't mind that. All right, if you want to talk Cubs or Bears, we still got some Cub calls. We'll get you guys in here coming up. 312-332-3776. Do or die, obviously, for the Cubs. Game 3 coming your way at 4:08 right here on your home for playoff baseball, ESPN 1000. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes Bears and Commanders, Monday Night Football. A huge primetime showdown for QB superstars in the making. Join us for the best play-by-play team in the business. Joniak, Thayer, and McKee. Coverage starts at 5, kickoff at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Haircut time for me, pretty much once a month without fail. You know where I'm going tomorrow, White Buffalo. That's right. I'm all about the details, and they're masters of paying attention to the details. They do it right. Whatever you're looking for, sharp cut, clean shave. Want that full barber shave? What a great experience that is. Beard trim, the hot towel, the shampoo, and the conditioner, the whole 9 yards. Don't skip any of it. They're going to treat you like a king when you're in the chair. They do kids' cuts as well. Part of the Zazu Salons family, you know they're great. You can book right through the Zazu Salons app. That's ZAZU. You can also go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com. LaGrange and Hinsdale locations. It's a great experience, guys. Go see for yourself. Born original, just like you. It's White Buffalo. Again, go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
It's a bird bash at Potawatomi. Thursdays, you could win up to $50,000 cash in the Bird Bash game show. Just play with your rewards card this October for a chance to win. Wouldn't you like to rake in a huge pile of cash? Bird Bash, only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info at potawatomi.com/birdbash. Must be 21 years old to play.
Save big money on your roofing project at Menards with Owens Corning Shingles. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements and enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 24 colors of Owens Corning Duration Shingles and transform your home today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow. Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. October's here. Those chilly drafts at home are no fun. I had the same problem until Window Nation stepped in. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 years. Hurry, the offer ends October 31st. Go to windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Week 6 in the NFL kicks off tomorrow with an NFC East showdown between the Giants and the Eagles. And 2 Monday nighters, including our beloved Bears. Monday's going to be a full-on Bears Monday. We get to do a Bears Friday and a Bears Monday here. Lucky us.
Love it.
Giants at home, intra-division home dog in primetime tomorrow night. 7.5-point underdogs against the Eagles coming off their first loss of the year. Let's go to Darren in Lincoln Park. Wants to talk about the Cubs. What's going on, Darren?
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Thanks for having me on.
You got it.
I was wondering, is there any chance, if you guys were the manager of the Cubs, you're filling out the lineup card tonight, any chance you put Moises Ballesteros in for Kyle? I know it's a long shot. I don't think they'd do it because I think they'd get killed if they lost an elimination game and he wasn't in the lineup.
Yeah.
But he's probably hurt. I'm just guessing. I'm not in their training room. But Moises Ballesteros is a good hitter, and that's the only way to get him in the lineup. So I was just wondering if that's too crazy a thought or if you think there's any chance.
I think you nailed it. I think you answered it there, Darren, and that they'd get killed for it. I don't think they'll do that. I think it's I do not. And thanks for calling, Darren. I wouldn't do it. I don't think they should. You know, unless you get to a point where there is an ailment, whether it's still the hand that's bothering him, the calf that is certainly bothering him, and he hasn't played the field. So you know the calf is not 100%.
Yeah.
Unless you get to a point where something looks off or he tells you, yeah, this is, worse than I thought. It's affecting the approach at the plate, the ability. The million different things that could happen in a conversation between player and coaching staff and training staff. I would not do that. I think it's an overreaction. I wouldn't do it. I think you got to ride with him. You got him for a reason.
You go down with it. Yep.
And you go down with it.
And when you lose him in the offseason, he goes someplace else. At least you can say that he didn't sit out that final game.
Yeah.
He definitely doesn't want to.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Like, it would have to be really bad.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. I can't wait for the conversations.
You're going to see the same lineup minus Justin Turner, probably.
Yeah, I would think it's the same.
Yeah.
I would think it's exactly the same. Yes. You'll go back to your normal lineup with Bush at the top.
Yep.
I didn't mind what he did in that game with Turner. I mean, I know Chris and Adam were talking about it yesterday. Like, it did take a couple of at-bats away from the guy who's arguably been your best hitter in Michael Bush. But, the theory I don't think was crazy. And Justin Turner was on base in his second time. They scored 3 runs in the first inning, for crying out loud.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that was the problem with the game. They won't do that today. And it wouldn't make any sense to do it today. They're not going with an opener. They've got a righty on the hill. I mean, I think in theory it wasn't bad. You got exactly the start you needed if you were the Cubs on, what was that, Monday night. And it was gone in a blink just because your pitcher couldn't execute. I mean, that's what it is.
Yep. When you had to shut him down,
Couldn't
2
do
outs, all you needed was the final out. You couldn't find a way to get the final out.
And you couldn't find a way. Yeah. And we've got to make sure we ask Jesse about the tipping pitches thing, too. And make sure I make a note of that so we don't forget.
Carm, you understand, the point I was trying to make with that is,
I understood it 100%, Chris.
Statistically, I understand why Justin Turner was in. But then you removed 2 at-bats from your best hitter this season.
I hear you. I get it. I don't think it's a conversation that can't be had. I think I know exactly what you were saying.
And he's not the same player as other teams' best offensive players. But it would be crazy to think that the Yankees would sit down Aaron Judge for 2 at-bats.
Right.
When he's the one
you would never.
carrying the offense, right? When you're looking for offense, and I get that it worked out, and Turner did get 1 hit.
Yeah.
But you also had Michael Bush, who's your best offensive player this year.
Yeah.
He only had 2 at-bats in that game.
It eliminated 2 from
in a game that you needed more offense.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm totally fine having I don't mind having those types of conversations. I don't. And sometimes it gets into, are you leaning too heavy into the analytic part of things? And, where do you strike that fine line between what makes sense in terms of the numbers and what the manager feels? I think the Cubs lean into it pretty heavily. I think all teams do by and large in baseball today. I think a team like the Brewers certainly does.
Here's the funny thing. When you do it, and Counsell has done it, and he's looked at his stats and, all the advanced numbers, and the answer to it is, well, we did it, and that's why we did it. There it is. It didn't work. Well, at the end of the day, whatever you do, it either works or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
No matter whether you're following the numbers, you don't follow the numbers. You're going to look like a genius if the players execute, and you're going to look like a fool if they don't.
That's right. That's usually the way it goes.
All the numbers told me that this was this and that, and it failed miserably because the player didn't hit. Yeah, no kidding.
Now, we could second guess the
we
process
know that. Yeah.
sometimes. The result is the result. Yurko's right. And the way it's going to be reacted to in the aftermath, we know how that's going to go. We can criticize and nitpick and second guess or just have good-spirited conversations about the process. And like if Chris arguing that side, you can argue that side of the process. Was it the right thing? I'll never understand why they started Matthew Boyd in that game on Saturday. I mean, that's the biggest one that's kind of a head scratcher because you seem to go
and that
oppo.
was one of his answers. That was his answer that day.
It seemed to go oppo to what you normally do.
But that's what we decided to do.
Right.
And it didn't work.
You know what it feels like, and I think the entire series has felt this way, is that the Brewers are making decisions and the Cubs are reacting to the decisions that the Brewers are making. And so I said this yesterday, Yurko, and I know that you're going to understand it. It feels as if the Cubs are playing this series on their back foot.
Right.
Yeah,
and the Brewers are on the front foot, and they're dictating policy.
You're reactionary to everything that's happening to you.
Right. And
as opposed to just going and doing what you want to do.
What you think is best for you're trying to perfectly make the right decision off of the moves that the Brewers have already made.
Almost like you're making decisions with hesitancy because you're trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do instead of just going, these are my guys, these are the lads, we're coming in, we're going to do what we do best.
Right, with confidence.
Yeah, and the next guy that I got up, whoever my next pitcher is the guy that's going. I'm not working anybody on short rest, no rest, blah, blah, blah. The next guy, who's that? My eighth kind of get up, get warm. If we need you, we're going to you. That's it. You outthink yourself sometime. Paralysis by analysis. That's what we have right here. You got paralysis by analysis and unwillingness to make a decision until they do something so you can react to what they do instead of just going with what you know and you feel that's right. And going at it with confidence.
Yeah. When we see a lineup, we'll pass it along.
Right. You don't look back. You make a decision, you don't look back. You just charge ahead.
Well, I don't think you can. You have to live with these, right? If you're in their spot, I mean, and you have to try to do what's best for your team today. I think the lineup will look exactly like it's looked for most of the playoffs. They did do a little tweak, and I think Chris is right. They were reacting to something Milwaukee had done, and it got off to such a brilliant start. Yeah. It's just Milwaukee made up for it.
Yeah, in the next inning.
In the next half inning.
You couldn't even enjoy a 3-0 lead.
No,
it wasn't even being enjoyed.
It was gone.
Just when you were settling in your sense of enjoyment, poof, it was
and
gone.
It had to be Andrew Vaughn.
Yeah.
And it had to be.
It had to.
Guy who hasn't hit a home run in almost 2 months.
Yeah.
A former White Sox who was a bust as a number 3 overall pick. Guy with talent nonetheless. I mean, there's a reason he was such a accomplished and talked about college hitter and why he was viewed as such a good potential offensive player in big league baseball and why he went where he went for a reason. It's not like the White Sox reached on that. They just did what they normally do. They screw up a lot of position players, unfortunately. Hopefully that's starting to change. But that wasn't a reach. Nick Madrigal was a reach. Andrew Vaughn wasn't a reach. And you started to see after the trade in a new setting and some different surroundings and maybe just different voices and better baseball development, better baseball analytics, a better baseball operations department in Milwaukee. It's certainly a lot better than what the White Sox have on the south side. You saw a player that thrived a little more. That said, he was Aaron Judge all of a sudden for 3 weeks. No, he wasn't going to be that. He's not that. He hadn't hit a home run since August 15th, and wouldn't you know that's the guy that beat you. But he's been very good for them, and he's been a mainstay in that lineup with Hoskins getting hurt. They needed something. They bought low on a guy. They did what good teams like the Brewers do. They got the very most out of him. Change of scenery for him was good. A little kick in the ass, different voices, different approach, different way of doing things. And he's been very good for them. And he's been pretty consistently good while he was never going to maintain the otherworldly pace that he got off to. We knew that that was going to be the case. Let's see what he is for a home run tonight. Oh, I got to go back to that page. I wonder what he is to hit a home run. I don't know. There might not be many home runs today, though.
No, not in this. I mean, there's going to be at least one tonight.
You think one? You just got to pick the right guy?
They're going to pierce it through the wind. Somebody's going to hit a ball hard.
Yeah.
And it's going to end up in the outfield, the basket somewhere.
In the basket.
Yeah.
Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino. And we've got the game for you starting at 4:08 later.
You got too many talented players out there for there not to be something.
Yeah.
Somebody hit one out of the yard.
Yelich,
catch it on the screws. Somebody's going to do it.
Yeah. There's power. There's power on both sides.
Sure there is.
Not a ton for Milwaukee, but it is funny. The Cubs have out-homered Milwaukee in the series, Yerk. Problem is 3 of the Cubs' 4 home runs have been solo shots, and 2 of the 3 home runs for the Brewers have been 3-run shots, and they've got the series lead. But the Cubs have out-homered them so far, 4-3. It's been a great indicator of playoff success here in about the last decade or so. Very strong numbers for the team that out-homers the other team. They go on to win that series at a very, very, very high clip. I mean, it's like 85, 87% of the time. Cubs are behind in the series, but they are out-homering the Brewers as of now. Courtney Cronin's going to join us with the Bears update coming up. We'll push the brunch rush back about an hour. We'll touch on some other fun stuff that maybe we haven't discussed yet, like we always do in the brunch rush. But that'll be an hour from now. Courtney's going to join us with the Bears update. Jesse Rogers live on the north side of Wrigley at 11. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football.
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
You know what makes game day way better? When everything just works. Your TV, your phone, your tablet, even your Wi-Fi working together so you never miss a play. That's what Xfinity does. Their Wi-Fi is smart enough to know when your devices need a boost. The equipment, top-notch, letting you stream multiple games at once with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile, well, it gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. So you're always connected, at home or on the go. And the games themselves, all in one place with enhanced 4K, so it feels like you're right there in the stadium. No lag, no buffering, no switching apps, just pure game day action. Game day should be fun, not frustrating. Xfinity keeps everything running smooth so you can focus on the plays, the snacks, the hype, and maybe a little friendly trash talk, too. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them, visit Xfinity.com, or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Fry the Coop got itself into a pickle. And when I say pickle, I mean a Vienna beef pickle. Yeah, that's right. Vienna beef sells pickles. Now on the best chicken sandwiches in Chicago. Fry the Coop, available at all locations.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Get ready for chilly days with True North's True Brew Coffee. True Brew Coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend brewed daily. Now only $1 when you use your True Rewards. Find the app in your favorite app store to sign up and save instantly.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's get a Bears update from Courtney Cronin. Follow her on X at Courtney R. Cronin. And she joins us on the Yuengling Guest Hotline, brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4-million.
Yeah.
For the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers. How was your bye weekend? Where were you? You were at a game. Were you in Philly?
I was in Philly for Broncos-Eagles.
Nice
on
game
Sunday.
to be at. How about that?
Hell yeah. I mean, the guts of Sean Payton. Like like people have asked me about where were you for the 2-point conversion? And I was on the sideline, right after right after Evan Ingram scored on that touchdown, because he had an incomplete, 1 or 2 plays before, an incomplete pass went to him, and Sean Payton goes back to him. And then all of a sudden I'm like, are my eyes deceiving me? Is it the glare of the sun? Does somebody just have a really thick index finger and I'm not seeing 2? No, I was seeing them put 2 fingers up. And I was just, this is a guy who kicked an onside kick in a Super Bowl. So I don't think we should be too surprised that he wanted to go for the jugular with 7:47 left. But what an incredible game. I mean, my goodness. That was such a cool thing to be a part of, considering what that did to the Eagles. I mean, that took all the air out of that stadium.
The time is the key there, I think, to what you're talking about. Had it been very, very late in the game, I think it's much more of a no-brainer. But with a few possessions still left, it's oh, wow. Do you think we might even get to a point, though, in coming years where you see the aggressive nature of these coaches, Courtney, and so many offensive coaches, and when you start getting into the analytics and teams that figure, if you don't want to play for overtime, let's say, and you want to go for that win and that jugular on the road, do you think we'll get to a time where we won't be as sort of moved or blown away by those decisions?
I don't know, man. The gut check moments, the guts that it takes to do something like that. Everybody talks about Dan Campbell and how aggressive he is. Sean Payton's been about that for far longer than Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions have had that identity, which, I guess that's his way of reminding that to the world. But it's also, they had lost 4 straight road games by 1 touchdown or less.
Yeah.
So that, I think, was a way of flipping the script there. And also the belief that you have in your young quarterback and the guys around him. And honestly, that defense, too. I mean, they came through with some big stops late in the game. That's probably the most complete team that exists right now in the AFC.
Yeah.
Better defense than Buffalo. And Buffalo, I know, has 1 loss now as well. But I think that Denver, if I had to stack the top teams in the AFC, I'm putting them right up there.
Well, I loved it in the moment. I'm with you. I thought I'm way to go, Sean. And I'm not just saying it after the fact because they won or because I need them to win games because I have an over ticket on the Denver Broncos. And I loved it. I was good for him. And I think you summed him up well. And I'd live with that, to be honest, if it was my head coach. I know it's not always going to work out. There are going to be times when it'll frustrate you maybe as a fan. I'll live with it, though. I'll take that approach. I don't know. There's something about it. I'll take that aggressiveness and I'll take that approach every time. So sign me up for Dan Campbell, Sean Payton, maybe Ben Johnson's like that. I know you'll have to live with some negatives, but I'll take it every time, Courtney.
Yeah, no, it's the way that you have to do it on the road against a team that has the capability of beating you if they're not beating themselves, which is what the Eagles did. Like, Philadelphia now has legitimate problems on offense because they were forcing the ball to A.J. Brown. They created problems. But that's a team that you expected. Had it not been for A.J. Brown playing the best defense of anybody down there in the pile on the Hail Mary attempt, like, they would have won that game. Devontae Smith had his hands on it.
Yep.
So I think that when you face an opponent like that, you got to leave it all out there, and that's what the Denver Broncos did.
So come Monday night in Washington, will Theo Benedett be the starting left tackle?
That's the way it's trending. Like, I know Ben Johnson said yesterday in kind of a cheeky manner that he knows who the starting left tackle is, doesn't want to reveal it. And I keep going back to what happened before halftime against the Raiders. Like, the explanation he gave about wanting to, seeing a window of opportunity to get Ozzie Trapillo in the game. If that was truly the case, which obviously they did have a window. Darnell Wright was out. They wanted to take advantage of it. But if it was really just about getting Ozzie some snaps, you wait until halftime to do that. You don't wait to the point of where it was in the second quarter where clearly Braxton Jones was struggling against Max Crosby to pull him at that point. They pulled him at that point because he was a liability. And they felt Theo Benedett will move him over to left tackle. It's an opportunity to see him there. It's also an opportunity to get Ozzie Trapillo in the game earlier than they had expected. So I think that's just a context clue that you look at as far as it was a legitimate benching, and we all expect to see Theo Benedett playing that spot. I mean, he talked about it last week that he was preparing for both, but naturally it is a little bit more difficult when you're in game to have to switch sides. So to really focus in that on that left side where he enters the mix late in training camp and shows that he's more than just a guy who's a candidate for the practice squad, makes the active roster, and then supplants Braxton Jones in a game, all signs point towards him now having that job.
So assuming Darnell Wright is healthy and plays, who goes to be the swing tackle and who potentially goes to be inactive on game day?
That is the question around this offense right now. More than Caleb, more than anything else with the run game. Like, they've got a numbers issue that they've got to figure out here. And I think it would be a really bad look if your second-round pick, who you finally got active after 3 weeks of him being a healthy scratch, goes back to being a healthy scratch.
I agree with you.
I think you've gotten the best out of Braxton Jones, and that's okay to admit that you've taken it as far as you can go. And, yeah, Ozzie Trapillo would not, he wouldn't be great if he had to play at left tackle for whatever reason, but would Braxton Jones be great at having to play at right tackle for whatever reason? Like, literally, your swing tackle. If somebody goes down in a game, that's what they do. So I think you go with the higher upside here, a player who had a solid, I won't say it was anything like standout, it was a solid outing in a half of football, a little bit more than a half of football against the Raiders, that it should be intriguing enough to this coaching staff that they want to keep him out there active, whatever it is, for however long. If Darnell's out, Ozzie's starting. But if he's back and he's able to start and play, then you got to keep the second rounder active and give him a chance to get in there if the case arises in a game.
Defensively, are the Bears going to look more whole this week?
They should. Kyler Gordon's back. He told us yesterday that he's playing, said no pump fakes. Like, he kind of toyed with the idea against the Raiders, but, the hamstring injury is one that he didn't want to have stop-start with, and that's understandable. I don't know about Grady Jarrett. I kind of get the sense that it might be another week for him. And that's, certainly where they've gotten beaten is against the run and gashed up the middle. That's going to be pretty significant if they've got to go Jervon Dexter, Andrew Billings, maybe some Shamar Turner in there to mitigate not having Grady. But the IR window opened yesterday, like the window to return, the 21-day window to get back to the active roster for both Travis Homer and for Austin Booker. And as we know with this pass rush and just what hasn't been there from the guys on the edge, they could certainly use another body there. So that could be a good sign.
How much of what happened last October still kind of lingers over this team, if anything at all?
Well, nationally it does. Like, nationally, that is the story. Hey, what happened to Washington after that game? It propelled them to the NFC Championship. Obviously, other circumstances came into play, but when you fast forward from Week 8 onwards, the Bears looked like a very different team from the Washington Commanders. And I know that that's the focus of, like, all of the shows about how different it could be this time around, how different it could be for the Bears now with a different head coach, a quarterback who is, coming into his own game by game, but also for a defense that, it was a really tough way to end the season on a 10-game losing streak, that when you can pinpoint it back to one moment, that's not often you can do that. And but internally in the building, like, they've moved past it, but they also know that this is the narrative around this game. They're not blind to it, which I think, makes sense considering the consequences that game had. And, I think about it in the context of what we've seen this season. Like A.D. Mitchell a couple weeks ago dropping the ball before going past the goal line, and DeMarcado doing it this week. Those guys are going to get the Tyreek Stevenson treatment. Now, obviously, considering the way that those games were lost, they weren't lost on that one play at the end of the game. It was a culmination of those things, and the Colts are a 5-1 team right now, so they'll be fine. I think you can push past that if you're a guy who committed a pretty foul error. But, you see how this happens, where one player can get all of the blame when the fault can go a lot of different places. Sure, it was such an egregious mistake that he has owned. Every chance that Tyreek Stevenson has had to talk about it, to address it, to try to move past it. It's not like something he wants to belabor a point about, but I think he really has taken on, the opportunity that's been given to him. He's the number one corner on this team until Jalen Johnson comes back, if that happens at all this season. And the way that he's handled that amid, trying to push this narrative away and not let him define and derail a really young career for himself, I think he's done a good job with that. And that's all you can ask for a player who the last 2 weeks has really come into his own and seems like he's turning a corner for them, finally.
Been great the last couple of weeks. All right, anything else we should know?
The run game thing's interesting because I asked Ben Johnson about it again yesterday, and we know the trade deadline's coming up in a few weeks. I have never been under the impression that they're going to go get a running back. I don't think that you do that if you're a team that really thinks you're going to make a deep playoff push. They're still in the NFC North. They still have teams that are ahead of them in just how we view legit playoff contenders. But he seems like he's pretty. He keeps doubling down on our guys are going to be just fine. Well, how long is the leash? How long is the rope for DeAndre Swift? And Ben Johnson keeps saying it's not just the runners that are the reason that these runs aren't hitting. It's everybody else. Well, you have a pretty good run blocking offensive line, so what is it? That's what I'm most curious about, because he hasn't turned on the running backs. Not that, maybe that's the wrong phrase, but he's shouldering them from blame for some reason, even though it doesn't look like those runs have been very effective from DeAndre Swift, because he's getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. That's on the running back. That's vision. Those are things that we can all see not developing. At what point does that change? Because, Ben's riding with these guys, and if they can't produce, and there goes your play action game. He was pretty complimentary of Caleb yesterday in the drop back passing game, because they've been able to overcome some crappy down and distances because of penalties, and because in the Raiders game, in the Detroit game, they had to play from behind. It looked okay in those moments, but I think they can't survive like this much longer if the running game doesn't start to work itself out. So I'm curious to see how they do that.
It's really giving them nothing. You're right. All right, Courtney, thank you. We will talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
There's Courtney Cronin, brought to you by Costa Ivone on the Yuengling guest hotline. I got a few other numbers for you on that run game. We'll continue to talk about. It's probably one of the most talked about things with this Bears team and this Bears offense through the first roughly quarter of the season for them. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next two. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoyak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoyak Law Group. The Verdoyak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Welcome to Goodfellas, Joliet's brand new cigar lounge, a place built for good smoke and good company. And now it's time to celebrate the grand opening, Thursday, October 16th, 5 to 8 p.m. White Sox legend Frank Thomas will be at the grand opening at Goodfellas and featuring his own FT35 vodka. Get your tickets now at joesbev.com. Every ticket includes a bottle of FT35 and an exclusive meet and greet with Frank Thomas. Don't miss the grand opening of Goodfellas Cigar Lounge in Joliet. Goodfellas, where legends light up the night.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. October's here and you can already feel that Chicago chill creeping in. I used to hate the drafts coming through my old windows. And then I called my friends at Window Nation. They came out, walked me through the process, and made it easy. Now the drafts are gone, the house feels great, and you could do the same with this deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 full years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big win. And with an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, you're in great hands. Don't wait. Go to windownation.com before October 31st. That's windownation.com.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Defense. The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Thank you, Adam. Certainly do appreciate it. Timely. You heard me talk about my guy, Mitch Lyons, for quite some time now. Mitch. Now's the time for you to see for yourself what Mitch and his team are all about. Go to MitchLyonsWealth.com to find your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Jesse Rogers coming up in less than 10 minutes.
Jesse, I wonder if he's going to have any information for us.
Of course he will. He always has information. He's got a great story up. I just started reading at ESPN.com about how Wrigley has become such a
pitcher's
park. And how it's just been brutal the last couple of years. This is like a 3-4 year trend. How it's been brutal on hitters.
Yeah.
So Jesse's writing about that. It's at ESPN.com.
What's with the leadoff guy for Milwaukee? He's banged up a little.
Churio's got a hamstring.
He's got a little something.
He missed a month.
Yeah.
In the second half of the season, and then he tweaked it again.
That'd be a good thing for the Cubs.
Well, it didn't stop him from hitting a bomb
to
straightaway center.
They rested him in the ninth, though, didn't they? Of the last game?
Did they take him out in the ninth?
Yeah.
They may have, yeah.
Pulled him in the ninth?
At 7-3. Yeah, probably a good idea.
But I wonder why
and
they
he left
pulled
the
him
first
in the
game
ninth.
early.
Yeah.
He left game one early, Eric. And they had a lead, so.
Feeling a little something.
Oh, I think he is. I think he 100% is.
Yeah.
So we told you about Washington's rush offense and how good it's been. And Krosky Merritt's been really good. The rookie's been terrific.
Sure.
And not only is he being allowed to operate sort of freely without a lot of early contact because Washington's O-line has played well, but he's also making people miss, and he's also breaking tackles. That's why he leads the NFL with 6.6 yards per attempt. When you start looking at some of the nuance of those numbers, Washington's been great at yards before contact per rush attempt, and he's also been great at yards after. And like I said, he's top 10 in broken tackles, so he's been real good. Can the Bears start to be as good at some point? Now, Washington's rush defense has been pretty stout, but of the 47 running backs, with at least 25 carries this season, Krosky Merritt's number 1 in yards before contact per attempt. DeAndre Swift is 32nd. He also hasn't been very good at yards after contact. DeAndre Swift has exactly 1 broken tackle this year. He's been credited with 1. So they've got a running game issue. And I think Swift has played hard. Like, he's been a great pass block. He's been great in pass pro. Been very good in blitz pickup. Better than probably he's ever been at any point in his career. Certainly better this year than he was last year.
Right.
I think he's played harder. He's finished runs harder. Waddle said he's noticed more of a willingness to look for contact near the sideline and not go out of bounds. Like, I think he got the message about what they expect from him. That said, maybe he's just not that good. And Ben Johnson at one point in his career already had him and was like, yeah, we can do better. I don't know how you fix that now in the season. Roschon Johnson has no role on this team other than special teams. That's their decision. Travis Homer coming back? Oh, I mean, really?
The only other guy is the 7th-round draft choice.
Is Monangai.
Right.
And I don't know that there's been anything overly spectacular in what we've seen in his limited work either. I don't know how you fix this.
Well, in Detroit, they've been happy to walk away from running backs.
Yes, they have been.
They did it with the guy that had 14 touchdowns for him in the first year there.
Yeah, it was 14 or 16.
They're happy to say goodbye. They picked up David Montgomery for peanuts, $5 million coming off.
That's right.
Which is what I think they want to pay their running backs. They'll have a decision on Jahmyr Gibbs coming up.
That'll be
Can't
the
pay
interesting
everybody.
one.
Yeah. They'll have an interesting. What are they really, Detroit, as far as that goes, what do they really feel about running backs over there? And when Montgomery's contract comes up, what are they going to pay him again?
Well, I would think that
they're going to give him a
Montgomery's
raise.
gone for sure.
Thank
Gibbs
you.
is the player.
Maybe he's
want.
the guy that gets paid.
Yeah.
But how much do you end up paying him? The going rate, whatever the rate is. As far as the Bears go,
how do you fix it?
You've got what you got. Are you going to trade away equity?
No, I don't think you should.
Any draft equity? No,
I don't think you should.
How do you fix it? Block better. Devise a game plan that's got where you're not just running an obvious run situations.
And I think Ben Johnson's good at that.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what you're looking at then. Are you running in 1st and 10, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 2, get to the goal line, you're running? Their average gets hurt because they get to the goal line. They're just brutal down there. I mean, you've seen some of it where just they knock into the back of the offensive line and they just get, stymied for no gain, then throw the ball in. Or the quarterback can run it in or somebody ends up running it in. But how do you fix running game? Block better. Design runs better.
The weird stat.
You don't have Barry Sanders back there, guys. Barry
You don't have Walter.
Barry Sanders not showing up.
You don't have Walter back there. Yesterday was the anniversary of Walter breaking Jim Brown's rushing record. Now, that record eventually fell to Emmitt Smith as well. But
against the New Orleans Saints.
Against the New Orleans Saints at Soldier Field, Yerk. That's exactly right. It was 1984. Does that sound right? Was it October 7, 1984?
Quite possibly.
I think that's what it was when Walter broke Jim Brown's record. And then, yes, it was subsequently broken. Jesse's going to join us coming up. Ask him about Jackson Churio. This is
I'm going to ask
Jesse's
him.
for.
Yeah. Well, what's with that Churio guy,
tipping
man?
pitches, pitcher-friendly Wrigley Field, Jackson Churio's injury, how the lineup might look. We'll talk about all those things with Jesse. If you've got a thought on the Cubs game and how you feel Cub fans going into later today, I mean, are you just you're hoping for what the Yankees did. And the Yankees gave their fans a scare because they were down early, and they were down big. They were down 5 runs in the first couple of innings, but they came back and they won. They staved off elimination. And it's really all you can hope for right now, obviously. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us, Jesse will lead off the 11 o'clock hour. It's Carmen and Jurko back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids, Chiro One has your back. Literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out Chicago's best manufacturing companies, like Acme Industries in Elk Grove Village. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, game day, a couple hours. We got what, we're at 5 hours? 5 hours, T-minus 5 hours here, 4:08.
Yep.
First pitch right here on your home for playoff baseball, ESPN Chicago. Rich Eisen's up in an hour. Bleck Abdalla back with you at 2. And then it's Meller and Waddle for an hour, 3 until 4. And then you're going to get, Shambi's on the call too. Boog's doing the call of that. So the Cubs have their own voice.
Boog's on it?
Doing the call of that game. You'll hear him right here on ESPN 1000. Yes. Boog was on with Waddle and Silva yesterday, as the Cubs try to stay alive and force a Game 4 tomorrow. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and bring in Jesse Rogers. I'm not through it yet. I just started reading your story on ESPN.com. MLB playoffs, why Wrigley Field is a hitter's worst nightmare is the headline. Yes, way to grab him, Jess. I like the way you started with Boog's call of a ball that would have been a home run on most days in most ballparks way back in April that landed harmlessly into the glove of Adolis Garcia when the Texas Rangers were in town all the way back in April. And, it's funny. Sounds like Kyle Tucker remembered the exact play you were talking about when you asked him.
Oh, yeah, these guys remember the home runs that weren't, right? And Patrick Wisdom hit one, a blast last year. You guys probably remember that one. That I thought it was, talk about swinging for the lake. I thought it was going to land in the lake, and it was caught as well. Now, we were going to write this in the offseason, but we decided to write it today because in interviewing players and stuff, it's a big part of the Cubs' day, dealing with the wind. There's hitters meetings every day where they talk about the wind and where it might shift from inning to inning. Dan Kiermaier, the groundskeeper, provides reports. Players discuss it, think about it. Dansby Swanson feels like he hasn't had double in right center in years because it's just not the place to hit baseballs, which is where Kyle Tucker hit that ball you mentioned. And it's become a thing for free agents. and agents talking about this place. I document how Alex Bregman wanted guaranteed dollars for 5 or more years because he didn't want to deal with opt-outs because he might put up a bad year here, kind of like Bellinger did last season. And I know you mentioned 3 or 4 years. It's really been the last 2 years. The shift has been the last 2 years. Kap documented it. He's been here the longest. When it's warm, it's starting to blow in. And once in a while, when it's cool, it blows out. But mostly it blows in. And so he can't figure it out. I asked Tracy Butler the other day about it. She can't figure it out. Kiermaier couldn't figure it out. Why the shift? It could be fluky. Could be something permanent. But it's part of the storyline here. And I think Council tried to embrace it after last year, being here for a season, and I think they've used it to their advantage. They have a great home record. They had a very good season, and not just by hitting home runs.
So there is no rhyme or reason. I mean, if you're asking Tracy Butler and people that the Cubs are employing to kind of help them figure this out and study it, nobody has any explanation. This is just weird Mother Nature stuff, and maybe it's a trend that will continue, maybe it's not, but that's just the way it's been the last couple of years.
That's what it seems like. I mean, I was asking about El Nino. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
right. Yeah, sure.
Like,
La Nina.
But maybe they need more evidence than just 2 summers. I don't think they've done a ton of study on why, to be honest. So maybe that's next. We'll see.
Well,
and the last thing is, it's the same for both teams. But when you do it for 81 games as opposed to the 3 you're in town, that is mentally. It changes your mental outlook. Your sometimes your swing. So it's a little different for the home team that has to deal with it a lot more.
So what's the wind doing today? It's cooled off. I'm guessing it's blowing in. The total's like 6.5. I don't know if that's moved at all. That's what it was the last time I looked a couple hours ago. But that's a pretty paltry total. That'll tell you a lot.
Yeah, it's blowing in slightly. I just got here. It's supposed to be about 10 miles an hour at game time. But I always feel like whatever they say it is, up the flags and where fly balls go, it's more. You know, sometimes they say it's 5 miles an hour and the flag is whipping up. So
Sure.
I don't know where they measure it, but if it says 10, I feel like it's going to be more than that. But definitely supposed to be blowing in. It can change. It's 5 hours before first pitch, so we'll see. And as it relates to today's game, I mean, I feel like Jamison Tyon, like Shota in a way, different pitcher, wind blowing in, wind blowing out, especially because he fills up the strike zone. And when you're filling up the strike zone, you're going to give up contact. Well, when the wind's blowing out, that contact could go a long way. When it's blowing in, Tyon is like an artist, to be honest. I hate to use artistry with baseball, but like someone tweeted at me, we need a Tyon masterclass today. He is really good at pitching. You know, sinker, cutter, sweeper, curveball, on the edges, fill up the strike zone, get ahead. This is going to be a great cat and mouse game against a very good, smart hitting Brewers team that doesn't normally need home runs to win. They did over the weekend. So I'm looking forward to this one, especially if Tyon's on his game.
Are the Cubs tipping pitches?
They're not tipping pitches, but there very well might be sign stealing going on. That's what I think, in different ways. I think there was a video of somebody at on first base, not even second base, helping out a right-handed hitter in terms of location.
Location?
Yeah, I don't think they're tipping in terms of showing what's in their glove. I mean, here's the thing: Shota Imanaga is fairly predictable. You don't need to be tipped for the most part. Now that your teams are seeing him, he's fastball up and splitter down. And now he's changed it a little bit, more sliders, a little bit, but really he's kind of predictable. I mean, we talked the other day, and we nailed his start. That start was exactly what we thought it would be, but we didn't have to be pitching geniuses or baseball experts to predict that one. So I don't think the Brewers are stealing Shota's signs. They just kind of know what's coming.
I mean, in the PitchCom era, I don't even know how you would be if you weren't doing something illegally. So is it now shifted towards when you talk about getting some sort of an indicator from a teammate on the bases or something from the dugout, it's all about the catcher's location? Is that the only thing they're really trying to tip the hitters to now?
That's what, if you're using PitchCom, yes, it comes down to location. Not everyone uses PitchCom. And by the way, I can't tell you for sure that so-and-so didn't tip on a pitch or in an inning. I don't know that. But I think it's more about location than anything. And if Tyon is squared up then I would buy into the to the tipping of the pitches more, to be honest. I think Shota and Boyd were a little bit predictable. Boyd's arm is like they've sent out 2 gassed pitchers they don't need to. You know what I mean? Like those 2 guys are gassed. That's the story of this playoff. They sent out a guy on 3 days rest. No other playoff team has done that yet. And they sent out another guy that's clearly is gassed as well. And that's it. That's the story of this series so far.
Losing Cade Horton was a killer. Let's face it. I mean, it was devastating.
Killer.
100%. 100%. He would have been game 1. Boyd on full rest. A lot of different things to do if you have Horton in the lineup for sure.
Milwaukee, are they going to have Churio available today?
I think so. I mean, he only came out in the 9th. And by the way, you mentioned Boog. Well, yours truly gets on the ESPN broadcast. I do the walk-off interview on the field afterwards. So I interviewed Churio with a translator, I should say, at the end of the game. So it wasn't like he came out of the game, went right to the trainer's room. He just sat in the dugout and he came out and I interviewed him. He said he was fine. Hopefully I interview a Cub tonight. Like, that'd be nice. I go to the winner's side and hopefully it's a Cub I interview. But I think he's going to be fine. I was surprised he played the other day. I was wrong on the air. When I hear MRI inconclusive and a guy coming out in the second inning of a game, that worries me. But obviously it's precautionary, and I think he's fine tonight.
Yeah, any changes to the lineup? And I don't mean, of course, Justin Turner's not going to be leading off. Is it going to go back to looking like the lineup we've seen mostly through the playoffs?
I believe so. I know there's the unknown of a Moises Ballesteros might be better than the known for some people, meaning, well, I've seen the Hap act. I've seen this guy. I just don't know if he's going to – I wouldn't even call it panic. I just don't know if he's going to change it up enough to bench a guy like Hap for Ballesteros or anyone else. I think he just goes back to Bush at the top. I mean, 100% Bush will be at the top, and then the regulars will be in there. I could be wrong. Maybe he adds another lefty against Quinn Priester. I just don't think so. We're at the elimination point. You kind of go with the horse.
Go with the guys that got you there.
Yeah. I mean, you can make arguments either way. You certainly could.
Shea will still play right, though, right? You don't think Tucker will be in the field?
No, I don't think Tucker's really close to playing the field. Okay. I mentioned, I think, to you guys the other day.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, he's always he's stretching the dugout still a lot.
Yeah, you did.
He fouled the ball off his knee in game 2.
Yeah, he can't catch a break.
Yeah. He's not going to be out there. And, I mean, this could be his last day as a Cub for all we know, right? I mean, all this stuff is coming to a head now. They've got to win to keep this thing going. And I do think if they win, obviously you're back in the series.
Sure.
Like I know it seems like it's over, but one win in a short series, it can change things.
Look how much the attitude has changed about what's happening in the Yankee Blue Jay series after last night.
Totally.
Jess. So you're right. I mean, you get a little momentum back. You never know.
And you're at home. And that's a difference maker, too. You're at home. The Phillies have the toughest run.
They have the
lost
toughest.
At home and then went to in L.A.
Yeah.
The Cubs at least are at home.
That's exactly right. I mean, the Andrew Vaughn piece of this is kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, he hadn't hit a home run in almost 2 months. And this is sports. It's baseball. It's crazy that this is what it's come down to, and he hit such a big home run for them.
I don't mind saying this because Vaughn wouldn't care, but I was asked who I wanted to interview after the game, Andrew Vaughn or Spanish-speaking Jackson Churio, and I chose Churio.
Of course.
Andrew Vaughn is still, and he wears it like one of the worst interview,
ever.
It's tough, but his job is hit baseballs, not care about my interviews. Yeah. So, but my point is he is now in the limelight where he was so hidden for like 2 years with the White Sox. Everyone wants a piece of Andrew Vaughn. It's just kind of funny to pull something out of him in the interview process.
Luck.
But he's a nice kid. He's a nice guy, and good things are happening for him, unfortunately for Cubs fans.
I asked Jurko this earlier. I mean, do you think certainly from the fan standpoint, they can't stand Craig Counsell. You think there's anything within a big group of those players where they really want to stick it to Craig Counsell?
Are you talking about Cub fans or Brewer fans, by the way?
Funny, but both.
Yeah. The answer to your question, in all honesty, if I have to say yes or no, is yes.
Okay.
Is yes. But I do think it's a bit of a gray area. I don't think there's hatred, and I'm talking about this as an organization, not players-wise, actually. I don't think there's a hatred for Craig Counsell, but I do think they love the idea. Look,
how could you not? How could you not?
Right, of beating the guy that left for greener pastures.
Yeah.
We're stuck here making minimal money, with the small market. You went for the big money, and we're on the verge of beating your you know what. So I do think they enjoy that. But you heard Pat Murphy. Those two are going to be tight no matter what. He said this the other day, and he feels bad that he gets booed. Council's okay with it, though. He knows it's part of the narrative. But, yeah, as an organization, they like beating Craig Counsell and the Cubs a lot.
All right, Jess, anything else we should know?
Jamison Tynan, I think, is going to go as deep as he possibly can. I think they're going to change this thing up and not just play the four innings, 12 outs. I think they're going to let this guy go. If he's rolling, he's going to keep going, shorten that pen a little bit. Yeah, Palencia got hit the other day, but they still have trust in him. Get it to Palencia and Keller, and that's it. Maybe a Thielbar and Keller, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think he could go 5 to 6 at least. In the old days, we'd be saying 7 or 8. But none of this 12 outs thing. He's their best pitcher right now. Let him go, and I think Craig is thinking that way.
All right, Jesse, good stuff, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
You got it. Take care, Yerk. Enjoy the game.
All right, there's Jesse Rogers.
Thanks, Jess.
Part of the broadcast on ESPN Radio. Boog's going to be on the call. We've got it for you starting at 4:08. Jesse talked about Matthew Boyd just being completely out of gas. Matthew Boyd has thrown over 170 innings exactly twice in his career. This year and in 2019. That's it. I mean, he hadn't been close to this number of innings since 2019. That's not this decade.
6 years ago.
This is the first time since 2019 that he made over 15 starts in a season. It's the first time he's made 16 starts in a season. He made 31 of them. So as great as he was, it appears that he did just kind of run out of gas. I don't know what that does going forward if you manage your way back into the series or win it. But it'll forever be confounding, weird, vexing, flummoxing, all those things for Cub fans as to why they started him. Why they started him in game one. Honestly, I mean, it's just, that's going to be an all-time head-scratcher. I don't know that the answer will ever. I don't think their answers really give
the truth.
I don't even know the truth. It's just not going to satiate anybody. That's for damn sure. Very weird. On short rest, the guy that is just completely out of gas, and as Jesse just said, it kind of feels like Shota's the same way. So let Tyon roll. Tyon's been good. Last 7 starts, Yerk. Remember, he missed some time after the All-Star break. Yeah. Last 7 starts, the Cubs are 6-1 straight up in Jamison Tyon's last 7 starts. He's got a 1.41 ERA, and he's the oppo Shota Imanaga. Shota's given up 2.7 home runs per 9, which is astronomical. This guy's given up 0.47 home runs per 9.
Which is good.
That's very good.
Wind blowing in.
That's
good.
where you want to live.
It all feels good today, guys.
312-332 ESPN for Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Bleck Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Bleck Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah. It's Yerk. Football season in Chicago is here, and every winning game plan starts at the corner booth. Forget wedges, real Chicago pub-style pizzas cut into squares. We're talking crispy, thin crust, thick I almost said shriek. Thick shredded cheese and toppings stacked up high, from classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Save big money on your next project at Menards. months. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-frame buildings. They go up fast and are a durable, low-maintenance solution for additional storage space, work area, or to protect your equipment. Design a building to fit your needs using our free design program. In-store or on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington-Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
2-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is. It's tied. George has arrived.
Great call by Joe Davis. Cub fans are hoping for some of that. The Yankees look down and out. Vladdy hit another home run early. See the slide Vladdy had? Coming home on a ball that was hit at the outfield. He was safe. I think that was the run that made it 6-1. Vladdy was like, he looked like Pete Rose. Look at Vladdy.
In flight.
Look like Bobby Orr, Yerk, in the Stanley Cup against St. Louis. Yep. Horizontal.
When he scored the goal.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. Look at this guy. But then the Yankees picked themselves up off the mat. And then Aaron Judge home run was huge. 103.1 miles per hour off the bat. And that was the exit velo, a launch angle of 35 degrees. And the ball went 386 feet and clanged off the foul pole, which is fair territory, let's remember, down the left field line. Did you see the launch angle on Andrew Vaughn's home run against the White Sox?
I did not.
Against the Cubs.
Excuse me. Yeah, I did not.
39 degrees of launch angle.
I mean,
that's a moon
I
shot.
saw the home run.
I know, you knew it was going to be. Yeah, that thing's a moon ball.
Yeah.
109.2 off the bat. 39 degrees of launch angle, 382 total feet. It's a lot of launch.
It's a bomb, man.
It's a bomb.
I don't celebrate homers till they get 400.
Yeah, you said like 425, I think.
Remember
you don't
that?
celebrate until they get to 425.
Oh, man, he hit a 390-foot shot. Who cares? 390 is not out to center field in most Major League Baseball parks.
Yeah, that's true.
I want bombs, kid. Talk to me when you hit bombs.
Churios was a bomb. Don't you think 419 feet? That was 104 off the bat at 26 degrees. That's a barrel.
Launch angle. That's a launch angle.
Yeah, that's a barrel right there. That thing's up. You want to talk about a piss missile?
Yeah.
That's a piss missile.
Something makes go,
419 feet, and they were busting poor PCA's balls on Get Up this morning.
They should have.
They were busting his balls.
What the hell's he doing at the wall?
I don't know. I'll never understand what he was doing. I have
He thought he had a chance at that? What, he's going to make a jump?
I love the kid, but man,
was there a ladder on the wall and he
know,
missed the first rung? What happened out there?
I have no idea.
Sometimes you just turn and look. I always remember that. The great Jose Cardinal, when he was out in left field for the Chicago Cubs in the 70s, he'd be sitting there playing outfield and somebody hit a bomb on him. He'd just sit there and he'd look. You go,
yeah.
Ooh, there she goes.
That one was hit hard.
Yeah. If there's not a reason to move, what are you moving for?
I mean, I get even tracking it maybe to the wall, but I don't know where, you can't rob a home run in left field at Fenway.
Oh, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Like, it's impossible.
No.
No. I don't know what he thought
Even
was
like
gonna
in
happen.
Houston. Like Houston left field. They got that short little porch out there.
Yeah.
Then it extends out.
That's a real goofy outfield.
Goofy angle.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Go straddle Pesky's pole to try to stop something at Fenway Park?
They throw you in jail, I think.
You
for
see
that.
Dwight Evans out there straddling that pole.
I think they throw you in jail.
Pesky, come here. You know who Pesky was, right?
Johnny Pesky.
Old Johnny Pesky.
If you straddle Pesky's pole, I think you get in trouble.
He bothered everyone.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
No, he
Shame
did.
on me for even laughing at
did.
that.
You
That
did.
was terrible.
Because it was funny. He was funny. See? That's what I do. He bothered everyone. He was pesky.
That's terrible.
Oh, man. I did that just like from nowhere. I'm a genius.
You're quick. You're quick. You're like Frank Caliendo. You're quick-witted. We had Frank in studio yesterday.
Frank said I cracked the joke better than his joke yesterday.
Yeah, he
Did you hear
did.
that?
Frank was great.
I wasted my time doing football and radio. Should have been a comedian.
I don't know. That's a hard job, man.
I
You ever
could've
get up
done
on
the-
stage like that and
I
try
could have
that?
done the whole Sebastian Maniscalco thing, Except instead of being the Italian guy, I could have been the Croatian guy. The
Croatian
weird
guy?
things that we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. I guess
I'd be making gazillions right now.
I don't know. That's a tough gig, man.
It's a tough racket, Carm.
Frank's great. He's always fun when he hangs out. And
he's
if you missed
fantastic.
anything, you can go on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Carmen and
Get all
Jurko.
Frank's stuff in now because, he got it in 3 times. He thought we were going to forget it yesterday.
Yeah, Frank thought, he was
That's
like,
why we're radio professionals, man.
We're
We've
like-
been around the block.
he was
Frank.
on the air for 3 minutes with us. I was
Yeah.
throwing it to break. We were obviously going to do another segment. He's like, wait, don't forget to promote Paramount. I was like, Frankie, you just got here.
First time?
What are you?
First time? I mean, what's
Of
going on
course,
here?
Paramount Theater in Aurora.
Yeah.
Which Frank has played a lot over the years.
Yes, yes.
And you can get tickets. You can go to his website, Frank on Stage, but you can also go to Paramount Aurora. I think it's
100% correct.
Let me check that website.
You got it.
I think it's ParamountTheaterAurora.com.
I mean, you're on it. You're on it.
Or you can go to the box office.
Well, why not?
And you can buy them there. It's Saturday, August 25th.
Yeah.
Frankie will be playing.
October 25th, right?
What did I say?
August.
My bad. I don't know.
It's
why I
all
said
right. You
August.
don't even realize you're doing
October 25th.
October
What did I say?
25th.
August 25th.
it. I don't know why. It just came out of your mouth.
I wish it was still August 25th.
Yeah. Why?
It'd be
for
summer.
Can't wait for Christmas.
Although I do love the fall.
Oh, Carmen, we haven't done it yet.
I was just thinking about it yesterday. Don't say it yet. We'll do it soon.
Somebody pull it off right now.
I was just thinking about it yesterday. I know I'm reading your mind. I know
what I'm talking
exactly.
You want it for the next 25 minutes?
No,
Yeah. Oh,
we need a full
yes.
day. Stop it, Chris. Stop it.
Full
No,
day?
don't do it now.
Might be late, Carm.
Someone's going to upstream us.
No, stop. Nobody knows what we're talking about. Stop.
Literally everyone knows what we're talking
Everybody knows what we're talking about.
Stop it.
Literally
It's the
everyone
only
knows.
thing you guys do.
It's
Stop
the
it.
only
Thank
thing
you.
you guys do.
Stop
Thank
it.
You guys don't do anything else.
The only thing that separates us from the masses.
Paramount Aurora, by the way. It's ParamountAurora.com. And if you go, you can buy tickets to Frank's show on October.
FrankOnStage.com. He
On
told you this
October
1,000
25th.
times. He told you this 1,000 times. FrankOnStage.com.
Or
FrankOnStage.com.
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 It's like CarmenOnMeat.com.
This guy's still in August,
Carmen
for
on
heaven's
Meat.
sake.
That's a weird site.
What am I
That is a
dealing with?
weird
It's a weird site.
That's a very weird
Is that a
site.
site? I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna check that out.
I
real
hope
quick. Hold
not.
on. Hold on.
Just Carmen laying on some meat.
I promise that had nothing to do with that.
Meat.com.
Oh, you know it'll be there.
Nope, that site cannot be reached. It's a
No,
typo.
of course not. Of course not. Not on these computers.
What about Carmen on Pasta?
You're going to need one of those
Carmen on
military.
Pasta I could do.
Hey, one of those
Okay.
military computers.
You want to get
With all the
aroused?
capabilities.
Get aroused. The Carmen on Pasta, that I could do. That might get you aroused,
You know, I got some basil that came up like in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
Some basil came. I'm thinking about making myself a nice little pesto.
Good for you. kid. Look at you.
That's what Campbell Soup says. Good. Yeah.
Make the best.
Make a nice little paste. Have some pasta water. Boom. Thin it out.
My guy, he's
It's
learned
gonna
it
be
all.
good.
You see?
This guy, huh? This guy
Jurko
taught me a little
knows.
something. A little something. But I got to get one of those pasta doohickeys where I could just throw a little bit of pasta in there, and it's got it where it cooks in the water, and I can pull that thing out of the
Like
water.
a strainer, you mean? Like
Boom,
a
one of
built-in
them
strainer?
doohick. But
Yeah.
like the official
a
New
hand.
York pasta ones that you have.
Like a circular
when
one.
you see them guys
yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
And then they pull them out, and then you just pour it right into your pan.
You know what I usually just do is,
Yeah.
honestly, for a noodle type pasta, I'll just use tongs because you want that starchy water in
Yeah.
your sauce anyway.
Absolutely.
If I'm doing tube-shaped pastas or anything else,
Tube shade boogie?
yeah, I'll just use a slotted spoon.
Okay.
And just That's an easy way to do it. I mean, it's nice if you have one of those little contraptions.
Yeah, I got a slotted spoon.
You don't have to like strain it through a colander. You don't want to waste all that
I
good
don't want to waste
starchy
the
water anyway.
That's my point. I want to get that up, and I want to just be able to pour it in there.
Exactly. Yeah, that
I'm
starchy
leave
water.
The pasta water I want to leave.
Tightens up that sauce. It's perfect.
I'm telling you.
Speaking of food,
flavor.
I ducked in to say hi to our buddy Eric Rose over at Bub yesterday at Bub City.
Did you go up there say hello?
Well, he wanted me to try a few things for the fall. Their single barrel program is
top notch.
Oh my God.
It's funny. I went over there for lunch. I didn't get the call to go taste bourbon, huh? On the pay no mind list.
You know what? I think that's my bad because if I'm remembering the text exchange I had with Eric last week, I think he did say, like, why don't you bring Yerk? And I think I forgot to mention it.
Yeah,
too.
now listen.
I feel bad.
Odds are I wasn't going to be able to make it, but then knowing that we might have been able to go taste some bourbon might have
that's my bad.
Put me over the edge.
They got a new Weller. Their antique 107 picks are always great. They got a new stag pick. They got a rare character pick, which we're going to be doing something fun with rare character.
You are
and,
rare
Joe's
character.
out in Romeoville.
Yeah.
In a little bit. Rare Character's got some good juice. They source their stuff at Kentucky, Indiana. It's really good.
Sure.
So I tasted some of that fun stuff, but they also have a new brunch menu. Not brunch. They have a new
So they got a menu.
They've got a new happy hour menu.
Happy hour.
Yeah, that they're going to be doing Monday through Fridays.
Sure.
4 to 6 downtown, and then in Rosemont, Eric said it's going to be 3:30 to 5:30.
Nice. Yeah, a little bit earlier out there.
And it's going to be, but not just happy hour drinks. They're putting some like light bites, some like
Light
happy
bites.
hour light bites.
I like it.
And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. You know what I want to try? Let me tell you, the pimento cheese grilled cheese. The pimento cheese grilled cheese.
A lot of grills in there.
No.
Pimento cheese grilled cheese.
Yes, pimento cheese.
Or a pimento cheese sandwich.
Yeah, but it's grilled. You know what I mean? Like a pimento cheese sandwich, but grilled. Like a grilled cheese with pimento
grilled
cheese.
pimento cheese sandwich.
Oh, my
There
God.
we go. We got to avoid the repetitors.
I took one bite. I couldn't believe
phenomenal.
it. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, baby.
You know what I had
You want to talk about
yesterday?
getting aroused.
You know what I had yesterday?
What?
Spinella steak.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's real good.
Usually the chef keeps it for himself.
Yeah, that's right.
The crew
That's the
back in
butcher's
back.
cut.
The butcher's cut,
Yes.
right? Spinella steak, medium.
Yeah,
Not
that's
medium
good.
rare, medium. It was made like in between medium rare and medium.
Good.
Dude.
Yeah.
What a piece of steak right
Get
there.
aroused there, too.
Right there.
It's the butcher's cut for a reason.
Yeah, I'm telling you, with a little asparagus, with like, it wasn't a cherry chutney sauce, but maybe like a raspberry little chutney sauce on the thing.
Wow.
When I tell you, it was something to behold.
Speaking my language now.
Carm, hello.
You had something a little bit more fancy than me. I was just having a little pimento
But
cheese
you
sandwich.
talked about food. I had to share the fact that I had this, and they only have it on special every once in a while.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about
I came
this
in and I saw it, and I'm like, well, there it is.
Is it the Italian place you go to?
No, it's the joint up there, Rosebud.
Oh, yeah, Rosebud.
Because we got a Rosebud in Munster, Indiana. I know. You're like, oh, it's in Munster, Indiana.
I didn't say that. That's
Hey,
you
it's-
talking. That's your... Hey.
The guy was a chef down here for 1,000 years.
Who said anything? That's you.
Just because it's
You're
in Northwest
You're making
Indiana.
assumptions.
No,
I didn't say
remember.
anything.
I remember you.
I didn't say anything.
You're no good right now.
You're full of it.
You remember you lambasted Italian in Northwest Indiana? What the hell you talking about?
I
Ah,
never
you
said
and Manicoolsco. Hey, Italian. In the NWA, in the 219?
I never said
oh,
that.
my. Woo.
I never said that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you a red pepper.
I would watch you do stand up here.
I'm telling you.
I would watch 5 to 10 minutes.
That's a lot harder than people think.
Oh, of course it is,
Well,
but I would still watch it.
Trust me, I've watched Charlie struggle for years.
I think our next thing should be open mic night.
Yeah, I think we should all take a run at it.
That's
I think we should do tight.
I'm
we should
telling you
all
guys,
do a
it's
tight.
gonna.
It should be an event.
We should all do
It
a
would be
tight
fun,
five.
but it would be brutal.
But you can't tell. You have to do stand up.
You have to do stand-up.
You can't just go up and No, I'm talking to you, Carm.
No crowd work.
You can't just go
Tell
up
stories.
and you
crowd
can't just
work.
go up and tell a joke.
No, stand
yeah.
up.
You
Well,
can't.
you
can do that.
No, you
If
can't
it's
just
his-
go up and be
if
like a
it's
guy
his
walks
stick.
into a bar and you know,
Yeah,
like you
but I'm
can't just
with
go up and tell
Chris.
one. Of, you
No
can't just go.
crowd
That's
work,
not
though.
true.
You can't
do
go up.
crowd
And, you
work.
can't go up and tell one of your golf outing jokes.
Yeah.
No, you
But-
get
but
if
that-
that's his shtick. That's
yeah.
his shtick. You
Great,
just
though.
can't get up there and be like,
great.
"So, what do you do for a living?" Oh, really? You do that?
No,
you can't. You can't do that.
I got a tight 5 on my little guy.
What?
I mean, I
yeah,
got
he's
a
got a
tight
tight 5 on his little guy.
On my little guy. It's it.
Oh,
I
that
have-
little guy.
Yes.
Oh,
You
that
know what I'm
one.
saying?
I've got some material I think would make a good
and
tight
I
5.
finish off with the killer. The killer I finish off.
What?
Thanks, John Yurkovich. Happy to see you.
20 seconds later.
Hey, yo.
I think No. I think if we do this, we have to get Tomasulo involved, though. Because I think
As like
we
a
need
judge?
we need one good act at the end to like bring it all together.
To bring it together?
We would have to have Pat Tomasulo.
He just roasts all of us.
Oh, he would destroy us.
Think about how fun it would be. Imagine
Or
Cap
Pat
up there.
McGann.
Imagine Cap for 5 minutes.
I can't
giving
even
us
trying to do stand-up.
It would be so great to watch.
I mean, and it might be cringeworthy.
It would be awesome.
As long as he wears that white jacket.
Yeah.
It might be cringeworthy for all of us.
The problem is
that
I
would
don't
be
think
the fun of it.
I don't think any of us could do a roast because I think feelings would get
I think, I wouldn't do a roast.
Yeah,
I think
wouldn't do a
feelings
roast
would get
either.
hurt.
I would say no to a roast.
Don't do a roast. Don't make everybody else the butt of the jokes.
Yeah,
You gotta
right,
come
right.
Out with it.
Come up
You
with
gotta
original
with some
thoughts.
Stuff. Yeah.
Us with our fans, knowing that it's not our profession and they could bust our balls about
Yeah.
it if we were bad,
Yeah.
would be a fun night. And then we get like McGann. We get our comedian friends that we know well, like Pat McGann, Pat Tomasulo. And like they could judge, be there, and then they could do some real stand-up at the end and make everybody
Jeff
laugh.
Garland,
Jeff
Matt
Garland.
Skalko.
I mean, can you imagine
Yeah.
if Jeff Garland
Yeah,
would
get-
come
get
in
the
for that?
heavyweights in here.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
why not?
I mean, Jeff, Sylvie and I know Jeff a little
Okay.
bit. And
Could
like,
you imagine?
Adam, remember, he
Could
invited
you-
us to his show at
Oh yeah, okay.
Park
I don't
West.
think we got to get that kind of budget to get those
But
guys
I doubt
to show
I was
up.
going to say, I doubt
Maniscalco.
Jeff's nice to us. You know, Maniscalco, forget about it. Jeff likes us, but there's no way Garland's coming into town for that. Like, there's no chance. But I think that would be fun. That'd be a fun station event for 2026. Maniscalco, yeah, good luck. All right, coming up, we've got the Brunch Rush. We had Courtney an hour ago, so we'll do a little late Brunch Rush. And then Rich Eisen at noon. Chris and Adam are back at 2. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next 2. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurici Longo and Associates.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you. You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do?
You tell them more, tell them more,
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Glenview, Wheeling, and Libertyville. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, with our biggest sale ever. Furnaces from $39 a month. Furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866 4 Seasons.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's
Time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
4-pack of baseball games today. You're going to get 2 of them here in your home for playoff baseball. Cubs, Brewers, and Boog Shambi will be on the call for that one. Game 3 at Wrigley, 4:08 first pitch. After that, take you out to the West Coast for Dodgers and Phillies. Phillies need a win to stay alive. Dodgers stole home field and then some, winning both in Philadelphia, now back home. Dodgers are perfect 4-0 through the postseason so far. Let's brunch rush it. We'll do it now because we had Courtney talking Bears with us about an hour ago.
All right, gentlemen.
Abdalla, kick us off.
Well, hockey started yesterday.
It did. I watched the Hawks. I didn't get to watch all 60 minutes, but I watched a fair chunk of it.
Okay. We all know that they're bad.
Yeah, Frank. I don't think they played all that poorly, though. Frank Nazar
Doesn't
looked
matter.
the part.
They're bad.
The goalie was good.
They're bad. According to Action Network, did a study on the most expensive and least expensive teams to take a family of 4 to.
I can guess number 1 right away. This is the NHL?
Yes.
Toronto Maple Leafs number 1.
Absolutely not.
Wow. I'm shocked at that.
They're number 2.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah, they're number 2. They're the second most
more
expensive.
Can I
Yes.
guess the LA Kings?
No.
That's not a bad guess.
They're not in the top 10.
Huh.
Don't tell me the Blackhawks.
They're close.
Okay. I mean, I could see that in the big market. Are they?
It's a big market.
Is it the Canadians?
No.
Is it the Rangers?
New York.
No, it is New York. It is Madison Square Garden.
Rangers.
Madison Square Garden costs a family of 4 in tickets $1,400.
Ridiculous.
Is an average cost of 4. Coming in at so that is number 1.
And Toronto's 2.
The let's see, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th most expensive are the Chicago Blackhawks, around $900 to take a family of 4, which is 19% above average for a family of 4 to go to a game. The average price of a cost of beer is around $22 for a beer. For 2 soft drinks, you're looking at about $15. For 4 hot dogs, you're talking around $30. Parking, you're looking at $22. And there you can get in a child under, I don't know how they determine this at the United Center, but they don't do age. They do height, under 36 inches.
Really? You get in free? I didn't know that.
If you're 36 inches or shorter.
Now that's a pretty little kid. I mean, 36 inches.
Everybody else is under as age. They're by height.
Listen, Peter Dinklage gets in for free.
No, he's not shorter than 36 inches.
Right?
Stop it.
I mean, he gets in for free.
That's not true.
I'm not kidding
to
you.
your act.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not kidding.
Add to your act.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. Every other stadium has under 3, under 2, under 2,
is it?
under 2.
Is it a ride?
Under 2. And the United Center says
Inches.
under 36 inches.
That's crazy.
I'm well under 36 inches. I'm getting it for free. I'm getting it for free.
Funny guy.
9 inches is enough for me.
We got
you and me both.
I know.
You and me both.
Now, I'm interested to see if they do this for Bulls games, because I do know that the United Center changes their prices.
Yeah, they do.
Concert prices for food and drink are different than Bulls games that I've noticed.
Weren't the Bulls games more expensive than Hawks games last year?
I believe so,
concessions?
and concerts are more expensive than Bulls games.
Hey, at least the Hawks were like, we know we stink. We're going to do anything we can
They're
to get
still
people
the
to come out
8th
here.
most expensive in the NHL,
Well,
though.
well, that's because you're in Chicago.
What's the top 10?
The top 10, so Madison Square Garden's number 1, Toronto's number 2, Montreal, Washington, Seattle, Utah, Boston, Chicago, Edmonton, Tampa, and the LA Kings.
Seattle's got the highest ticket price.
Yes, those are ticket prices. Those are ticket prices, yeah.
Yeah.
The least expensive, let me go back to the top. The least expensive would be the Buffalo Sabres.
Buffalo.
They stink too.
The least expensive.
You get not only that, but you get a free dozen wings with it.
Ottawa's number 2, Calgary's number 3.
Yeah, all the places nobody wants to go.
New York Islanders number 4.
Go to Columbus. You never
Columbus,
been to
number
Columbus?
5.
I've been to Columbus. Columbus is fun.
Yeah.
I've been to St. Louis. To see the Hawks play in St.
That'd be
Louis.
fun.
St.
That would be
Columbus.
fun. Nobody wants to go to Calgary, though.
I've never been to Detroit.
The
to see a
champion,
Hawks
the two-time champion Florida Panthers are number 12.
See, how about that, huh? And they're incredible.
And they're up in, what did we say, Sunrise yesterday?
Yeah. Nobody wants to go to Buffalo, Ottawa, or Calgary, so it's not a shock that those tickets aren't all that expensive. All right, what else, Adam?
The Bengals made a trade yesterday, or the Browns made a trade with the Bengals for Joe Flacco. And that means the Bengals might be, or the Bears might face Joe Flacco. And we remember the last time the Bears played Joe Flacco. He put 370 yards and 2 touchdowns on them.
Who could forget?
In a win. And he could start as early as this week.
Yeah.
The funniest thing I saw was one of those, I popped up on my Instagram. It's on I put it in my Instagram story if you follow me on Instagram, at Carmen Jurko 5. It was the scene from Old School where they're going to get all the recruits here. They got the black van. And it's the 3 of them, and so they're in the van, and Vince Vaughn is, it's Zach Taylor, and Will Ferrell is T. Higgins, and Luke Wilson is Jamar Chase. And Luke Wilson says, "Wait a minute, who's this guy? He looks like he's 100." When they're talking about Blue, it's so good. And Vince Vaughn goes, he won't shut up about it. And they pull up,
he loves
and
it.
they grab the old man, Joe Flacco. He's sitting there. They move the walker. It was fantastic. I'm like, okay, somebody was being creative.
Yeah.
Very, very good. It made me laugh out loud. I said, now that's funny. They're turning to old man Flacco. So good luck to you.
Yeah.
Jake Browning's been a disaster. He was good when he had to play a couple of years. Not good, but I mean, he was
he was good the one game at the beginning of the year.
Serviceable. Yeah, he's been a disaster. They stink.
Like John Clayton always said, give them a week or 2. They're going to figure you out.
They are.
And you resort back to being who you are.
Take a guess where they are in my power rankings through week 5 here.
Cleveland?
No, Cincinnati.
Cincinnati is 29th.
31. According to my number, one team in the NFL worse. The Tennessee Titans. That's it.
Well, the Bears should get a win that week, hopefully.
Tennessee 32, Cincinnati 31, then Miami, Arizona, Vegas. The Panthers and the Giants. Ugh. It's brutal. I can't believe we picked them to make the playoffs. I didn't think Burrow would get hurt, so what are you going to do? All right, what else?
Real quick, some injury stuff. Lamar Jackson, this is according to Graziano and Fowler in their weekly What Are We Hearing piece on ESPN. Lamar Jackson probably won't play again this week is what they're hearing because Baltimore is also off again. They're off again. They're off in week 7.
Their bye,
So they have their bye, so they might give him an extra week.
And then the Bears out of their bye.
Yeah, and then they have the Bears out of their bye.
Yep.
So that might be the week that Lamar comes back.
Yep.
And also Brock Purdy may also not play again, but Mac Jones is playing really well. QB controversy in San
Possibly.
Francisco.
Ooh, boy, could you imagine after they signed him in the offseason if that would come to that, you guys? Wow. I think the line still tells you, too, that the assumption is Lamar's not going to play. They're about a 7.5-point home underdog. And I don't know that I guess it's only Wednesday. We'll get a better idea once we get through tomorrow, whatever the practice report is like. But I think Vegas has a pretty good leaning and indication that he's probably another no-go for one more week. They're a home dog of a little bit more than a touchdown. Granted, they're playing a good team, but I think that line, Lamar being gone is baked into that, right, Jurko? That's so... It might be Sunday, October 26th, the next time we see him when they're out of bye against the Bears. What else, Adam?
Let's take a break in case Ben Johnson is on time.
Okay.
If not, I got some more stuff for you.
All right, we'll do that. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the Bears and Commanders. Monday Night Football. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee bring you the play-by-play Monday night at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, if you're looking for the best live music in Chicagoland, you already know where to go. It's Joe's Live in Rosemont. Yeah, that's the place to be. Coming up, some great shows, including Randall King on November 1st. Then Priscilla Block, December 5th. 2 huge shows you do not want to miss. Tickets? Well, they're going fast, so get them now. joesliverosemont.com. That's joesliverosemont.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and I'm talking to you guys that have been sitting on the fence and possibly losing on your own betting on sports and thought it was too expensive to win. This is your week. $44 weekend at FatJackSports.com. What do you get? 4 college games, 4 NFL games, and 4 player props for only $44 Saturday and Sunday of this week. Want longer winners? Get all the plays through Monday and get the players props absolutely free. FatJackSports.com. Sign up today and win this weekend.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and 0 for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
Hey fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
$2 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. So if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Ben Johnson's going to meet the media here coming up. If Rich Eisen's show starts and Ben hasn't stepped to the podium, flip over to the YouTube stream. You can get it there if you want to watch it live. Twitch, YouTube. It's also a special tile on the ESPN Chicago app. You can check that out. We're getting ready to wrap things.
I just have to interrupt. You guys need to see one battle.
Yeah,
you guys.
It's so weird. I was just gonna
ask you guys.
Talk about movies right here.
I was going to ask you guys
well,
who's seen it
the
yet.
song. The song.
Yeah.
Oh, is this in it? Tom Petty?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in it.
It's
all right,
a
I need to
walk-on.
go see it. I'm going to try this weekend. I am.
You're going to try this weekend.
I mean, Sundays are out.
It's all so
football.
busy. Look at them. Oh, everything's just so busy.
I'll try to go Saturday.
What are you doing today?
Go today.
There's baseball today.
You missed the
Cubs
first
start
game.
at 4 o'clock.
You can catch the film before 4.
You got
Catch
from
the
noon to 4.
1:35.
You got from noon to 4.
Catch the 1:35.
It's a 2-hour, 40-minute film
he's
that
got
feels
the
like it's 90 minutes.
Kids are coming over to the house.
I got to get them after school and get them to a couple places.
Yeah,
Gio's
so
got
you can't do it.
baseball
What are you doing
practice.
tomorrow?
Let him drive.
After everybody's eliminated, what are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow's
How old is Gio? Let him drive.
Gio is 13.
Not there yet.
Yeah, no, you can figure it out.
He's getting there.
Yeah, right.
Do you want him driving?
No. That's the easy answer. Maybe I'll try tomorrow.
Do they have?
If the Cubs don't play tomorrow night, maybe I will. Although, yeah, because the Eagles.
It's a night game.
Who?
Go during the day tomorrow.
That's you guys say that like it's easy. That's not
What?
easy.
You're done at noon.
I know, but I work still. I do stuff for our show. I prepare. I watch
me
games.
too.
I don't know what you guys think. My kids get out of school. I help get them around.
What time do they get out of school?
Should use that in my comedy bit.
Yeah, I mean,
me too.
But if they don't, because I don't care too much about. I'll be honest. I don't care too much about Eagles Giants.
No.
If the Cubs don't play tomorrow night, maybe I'll go tomorrow night. I'm right. I mean, the Eagles Giants kind of like
what are we doing?
If I'm going to miss a football game,
who watches it first, me or you?
I'd still probably bet you, but I'll tell you this: if the Cubs don't play tomorrow night, if they don't force a game, maybe I'll go tomorrow.
What's it called? Fallen? What is the movie?
It's called One Battle After Another.
One Battle After Another.
I haven't heard one bad thing about it. Not
Either
one.
have I. All good.
Not one.
Everything I heard has been good.
It's awesome, Chris.
I mean, it's almost a 3-hour movie, but it feels like it's an hour and a half.
I love it, man.
It's
I do
it's great.
really want to see it.
Carmen likes him.
Yeah, not one bad thing.
Yeah, it's good.
What about Anemone? When is that one coming out?
See an
I
enemy?
don't know.
See an enemy?
I think it's out.
Oh, is it out too? Is that one getting as well received?
I don't think so.
Not as well received.
Public and enemy.
That's the one that
Yeah, it's out.
Daniel Day-Lewis
Been
has
out.
come out of retirement.
It came out the
for
same weekend.
Oh, it did?
No, it came out last weekend. I lied.
It's not doing as well.
What were you going to say about it, Adam?
All right. Well, no, hold on. I got one more story. Apparently, a rule was just passed. It has to be approved by 2 more divisions, but a rule change would take effect November 1st that would allow college athletes and staffs to gamble on pro sports. It has to be adopted by Division 2 and Division 3. But yeah, exactly. This is just great. That's cool. But apparently college athletes will soon be able to gamble on pro sports.
Now, I'm assuming that would any rule be in place for like a football player not betting on an NFL game, or does it not matter? They're college students.
College students betting on pro sports.
They can bet on all pro sports as
If they
long as
want.
it's not
Yep.
there. Okay.
As long as it's
All
not.
right.
As long as
Okay.
it's not. And then we talked. Chris and I were talking a little bit
Be
about this
careful.
yesterday. Yeah, Heat 2 is in the works.
Heat 2. Yeah, I've read about
Heat
this.
2.
Yeah.
We're getting in talks. Nothing official yet.
What is it, like a prequel?
It's a prequel sequel.
Well, yeah, but it can't be a sequel.
Well, it's a little bit of both. I think
the second book that he wrote,
is a prequel sequel.
It's both.
It's a prequel
both?
sequel.
Yeah.
I mean, the movie's 30 years old, so I feel like we can ruin it.
But it
right?
bounces
I mean, like-
around. It goes back and forth.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Okay.
prequel sequel.
All right.
And in talks, Leo,
Oh, man.
Austin Butler, Adam Driver, Cradley Booper.
Like to all
Bradley
be in
Cooper.
it, or just some of those guys? You're saying like
That's what's rumored is all 4
All
are.
of them.
wow, that's powerful right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a power cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never read the books. I've heard Michael Mann, who directed it, is a Chicago guy. The story, he wrote that, Yerk, based off of a real life crew that operated here in Chicago, I think in the 60s. Michael Mann knew the police detective that basically is Al Pacino's character. And he had met this guy, and he had heard these stories about this crew that he chased down. And that's when Michael Mann wrote the book and wrote the story.
Thieves. I mean, there were thieves.
They were
the crew.
thieves, yeah. They yes. And I even think the precious metal thing, I think that's one of the real life jobs that these guys tried, where the guy who was chasing down finally caught. Like in the movie, if you've seen Heat, one of the scenes, they think they've got him. They're busting into precious metals depository or
And
something like
somebody
that.
makes the noise.
Exactly. And so a lot of it is tied into like a real life crew that worked here in the Chicago policeman the detective who tracked him down. And it's kind of a fascinating story. I mean, Heat's one of our all-time favorite movies.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You don't have to probably sell us too hard on another one of those. I'm in. Who knows if it'll be good or bad? But you won't have to twist my arm to go see that one if they pull this off.
And Ocean's 14 is also good.
See, that I don't need. I don't need Ocean's 14.
Well, I mean, it's better than Ocean's 8.
I'm done with Oceans. I mean, I love Ocean's 11, but I've seen enough.
Why?
I don't need
come on.
I
More
don't need
oceans.
another one of those.
The oceans are deep, my friend.
I'm okay.
The waters are deep.
Did you see Ocean's 8 with Sandra Bullock?
No, I never saw it. No good.
I watched it. And I gave it a shot, guys.
No.
It was at the time that they made the female Ghostbusters one.
Yeah.
Then they gave me Ocean's 8. And
No, I
I'm just
never
like,
saw it.
I'm like,
I'll stick to Ocean's
okay.
11.
And then I was just like, what's next?
Yeah.
What's
but
next?
I don't need another Ocean's movie, but a Neil McCauley like prequel and a build up, that I'm in for. Michael Mann's like 80, isn't he? I mean, he's got to be. Still wanting to make movies. I love it. All right. Thanks to Bleck and Abdalla. Thank you to Courtney Cronin and Jesse Rogers. We will see you tomorrow. Rich Eisen is coming up next. Chris and Adam back with you at 3. Meller and Waddle 3 to 4. And then at 4:08, Boog Shambi will be on the call right here on ESPN 1000 for a do-or-die Game 3 for the Cubs. You can catch the game 4:08 first pitch right here in your home for October baseball. Have a great day, everybody. Cub fans, good luck. And we'll see you tomorrow. Rich Eisen is next.
Zero and say Waddle.
Waddle Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Waddle Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waddle Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waddle Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
There's still time to save big on your landscaping project at Menards. Create stunning patios and strong retaining walls with our huge in-stock selection of concrete blocks ready to take home today. Plus, get pre-estimates fast with our easy-to-use design and buy program in-store or on Menards.com. Don't miss out. Check out our weekly flyer and start saving on landscape blocks now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC.
Everybody. You can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to...
You obviously ended your season last year playing against the Commanders. What did you learn from that game that is applicable this year?
Shoot, man, you need to play complementary football to beat this team. This is a really good football team. I think Dan Quinn's an outstanding coach. He has been, whether it was Atlanta or Washington now, I mean, it really doesn't matter. He's fielded good teams. These guys play hard. They play inspired football. You know, there are a lot of similarities between what we faced a couple weeks ago with the Raiders and a Pete Carroll-led team and a Dan Quinn-led team, in my opinion. I think, you know, I say it, when you turn on the tape and you see special teams playing so fast, so violent, so physical, I think that says a lot about your football team. I like to think we do the same thing on our side, led by Coach Hightower there. But that's, I can't say enough good things about the identity. You know, it's physical, it's fast, and you can tell that they're a really unified group and they play well for each other.
There's some of the to Pat's question, you did have a lot of offensive production in that game in January. Is there anything instructive to you within that tape that you can apply, just knowing how to exploit their defense a little bit?
Yeah, I think when I look back at that game, we had a lot of turnovers, and you know, I felt like within that setting that as good as that offense was clicking, you know, you feel a little bit of pressure on offense to go score for score, and you don't want to fall behind by 2 scores against a good team like that. And so, Might have been a little bit more aggressive with the play calls and got away from the game plan a little bit based on how that game went. And end of the day, you take care of the football, that game goes maybe a different direction. And, it's really, that's been the last 2 weeks for us in general, is we've done a good job taking care of the football for the most part, and we've been taking the ball away from the opposing offense. And so I think that's a big indicator of how well we'll do this week.
Ben, with your running game, when you've talked about this lately, you've spoken highly of Swift and said there's more like collective problems here. What generally needs to improve in terms of your role as the play caller with that and the offensive line?
Yeah, I think it's hard to evaluate any of our running backs right now when you turn on the tape and there's some free runners in the hole where the play is designed to go. And so I take, like I said last week, I take it personally because I actually spend more time on the run game than I do on the passing game, and not only trying to create explosives in the running game, but being sound, and take a lot of pride in our execution of the fundamentals of, you talk about a deuce block, deuce combination, all looking the same, a triple between the tight end and the tackle, all looking the same, and we're not quite there yet. And so it's been a race since training camp started. We get pads on, that's when the full speed starts happening, and you get linebackers that are coming downhill and pulling you off your double teams, and we're just not reacting fast enough right now. And so we got to learn from everything that we put on tape so far as an entire unit, so that those combinations can be a lot cleaner, and so we give our runners a chance, because we do have some dynamic players, whether it's our running backs or our receivers, that if we can give them a chance to get a little bit of green grass, they take advantage of it. But we just haven't done it consistently enough.
What stands out to you about Jaden Daniels as a runner?
Yeah, dangerous. I think that's he's a big reason why their running game is what it is. He strikes a lot of fear into opposing coaches, because you look at him and you got to account for him, not just as an accurate passer, not just as a scrambler, but the quarterback-driven run game that they do a lot of. And so fast, slippery. It's going to take all 11 guys playing disciplined football to make sure we contain their attack.
Ben, where has Caleb grown in playing within structure? I know that was a priority for you guys in the preseason. 5 weeks in, where is that showing up the most?
Yeah, I think when you turn on the tape, I think that shows up every single week. I see him playing the game with his feet more, to where he's, at the top of his drop, he's ready to deliver the ball to the primary receiver in a good throwing posture and position, so that he can be accurate with it. And then if it's not there, he quickly progresses to 2 to 3, and then we'll end up taking off if need be. But I think that's the best thing, is just knowing where his eyes need to be, combine it with the footwork, and you see him getting a little bit better and better every single week. I mean, there's reps every week that we try to build off of. There's also reps that we learn from as well, because there's a number of them that maybe we bypass number one a little bit too quickly, and it's like, no, he's there. Let's go ahead and give it to him. And I think that's really been the best thing for him, is he doesn't make the same mistake twice very often, and that's a good thing, because we're just, as we accumulate all these reps, they're getting banked in this library for him, and so he can draw back from that experience the next time he gets a similar type of play.
He getting better at recognizing the check down. I know that's something he said he wanted to do, like he wanted to progress at, but from your perspective, are you seeing him when it's not there, he is hitting that quick, more, I guess, faster than he did?
He knows where they are. I don't think we're hitting them accurately enough as a whole when you look at the 4 games. He's very, we've been talking about being completion driven, and so he's very conscious of that. The checkdowns are a good way to do that. We have some plays where, we're looking for a chunk, and if it's not crystal clear, he knows, man, all of us are happy if we just dump this thing down. But we got to give accurate balls underneath, so that our pass catchers have a little run after catch opportunity when it's the underneath 5-yard variety. And so he knows where they are, but we need to be just a little bit cleaner in our delivery to him.
Ben, what does getting Kyler Gordon back allow you to do?
Hopefully it allows us to unlock a few things on defense. I mean, he's one of the bigger playmakers, I think. I've got a lot of experience being on the opposing sideline from him, and a ton of respect of how he can impact a game. I think there's only a handful of nickels in this league that you really have to account for both as a coverage player, but also a guy that likes to be nosy in the run game and could be part of the solution for us here in terms of shoring up our run game as well. I think he's got those natural football instincts that are really hard to coach and hard to teach. And when you have enough players like that, that's where you really take off in a hurry.
Any level of concern about Cairo's availability for Monday?
Yeah, we'll see as we go through the week how he's feeling and how he's looking. We've had a lot of conversations with him, and so it'll be one of those things we take it day by day.
And when you were in Detroit, you guys were solid at quarterback with Goff, but did you just as like a procedure or anything evaluate the quarterbacks in the draft?
Yeah, it's usually pretty standard procedure. Yeah.
What did you have on these two guys at the time?
You're talking about Caleb and Jaden? Yeah. I thought it was a really strong class coming out. It's probably one of the stronger in recent history. Caleb, obviously felt highly about him, that part of the reason why I wanted to come here, and I haven't been disappointed with him whatsoever. He continues to get better, elite arm strength, the ability to extend plays. I don't think a whole lot differently for Jaden. Jaden's extremely accurate thrower of the football, something that I think is overlooked when you look at him because he is so dynamic with his legs and he hurts teams so much on the ground as well. So I think there are probably a lot of similarities. I think these are two ascending quarterbacks in this league, and I think we're going to be talking about them for a long time in the future.
When you were looking at that class, what did you like about kind of what the 6 guys who went that first round? Was it a different flavors thing, or was it just overall just strength?
Yeah, I think the college game's so unique that each one's a little bit different with what they put on tape. But I thought they were you just start with the throwing of the football. I thought all those guys were elite at throwing the football accurately, and that's always a good starting point because I kind of go back to Bruce Arians back a few years ago talking about quarterbacks they need to still be able to execute on 3rd down and in 2 minutes. I think you get all these athletes nowadays coming on out, and if you can't really picture them excelling in those 2 situations, I think you kind of hamstring your football team. And so in regards to that draft class, I thought all those guys were capable of winning games for you with their arm on 3rd down in 2 minutes.
And your players have been pretty candid that the win in Vegas was hardly a masterpiece. And I know you kind of echoed that sentiment last week, but in what ways can a win in a game like that be beneficial to the building process for a team?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about a lot of is just the belief in each other, the belief that when the game's close in the 4th quarter that we'll find a way to come out on top. This league is full of one-score games. It's the way it's designed. There's a lot of parity. It's 5 weeks in and we have no undefeated teams. Any given Sunday, that's a true mantra. And, I think it's just the belief that if it's close here in the 4th quarter, we have a number of really good playmakers on this team that we can find a way. That's one. And the other one is there's a million ways you can win games in this league. Even watching some of the games on Sunday, there's a lot of bad football still being played early in the season here. And, you look at we needed special teams to come out on top last week. We needed defense to come through with all those turnovers, or else we don't come out on top last week. We needed offense, despite how rocky it was in the first half, to find a little bit of a groove there in the second half and score 16 points on 4 possessions. And so I think it's just each week's different, but you're never out of it. Not in this league, and I think you can score points in a hurry, which is always exciting.
So they've got to get some stuff figured out on the defensive end for sure.
Okay. And so you like the Lions the best. And so which team outside of the Ravens that had Super Bowl aspirations in your mind, or might still, it gives you the most concern right now?
You know what? I've given this opinion for the last 2.5 years. The Chiefs concern me, and they've proven me wrong over and over and over again. But it just seems like a different Chiefs team this year. And this is obviously coming off the loss, them being 2-3. But I don't think it's going to end well for the Chiefs this year.
You agree with?
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be that year. I think that when you look at it, I think this Broncos team is surging. They're getting better and better. Bo Nix, in every experience, you can see more and more who he is and why Sean Payton believes in him so much. And I think when you look at them, how they play on the defensive line, the offensive line, I see them as a team that could cause some noise in this thing as it goes, because they are built to win playoff football. When you can protect the quarterback, you can run it well. And then defensively, you can get after the quarterback on the other side of the ball. Nick Bonito, man, what a special football player he is and how he started this season. I think that you look at them, I see them as a team that could creep up in there, and they match up really well against some of these contenders we're talking about, because they are really good at a lot of spots, but one of the most important ones, defensive line and offensive line, they can play with anybody, and they just showed that last week against the Eagles.
And you just saw the Niners last week at 4-1, shorthanded. Mac Jones doing what he is doing. How dangerous do you think the Niners can be long term? I know Nick Bosa's out, but we're going to get some other guys back, and they are going to be operating from a 4-1 base.
Yeah, I think it's one of those teams that, to me, I look at it like what the Lions did last year when they lost Aiden Hutchinson. You know, could you see the Niners try to go out and try to find some way to replace him with another guy through a trade before the deadline? Because when you look at this, they've been down this many guys. They still have this opportunity where they're at the lead in their division. They're 4-1, and they've got an opportunity to go really get ahead of things. As guys get healthier, they've already got the lead. They're only going to get better. And when you survive moments like that, I think the resilience of your football team, the energy, the belief they have that every week we can go out and win, you've already proven that. And now you're only going to get healthier, and that's only going to get easier to go out and compete at a really high level as Kittle and some of these guys come back. And then we'll be interested to see as Ayuk, if he ends up coming back later this season as a part of this thing. Man, if they can get one more guy on that defensive line front that can get after the quarterback, this team is proven, because I think the Rams are a really good team, and I think they're one of the top NFC contenders. To be able to go out and beat them on Thursday, I think they've shown who they are, and if they get healthy, man, watch out for the Niners.
Okay, so last day on the bus, right? This is it, correct?
Last day.
You know, we got to make some decisions, though. We may just willfully sleep on the bus Wednesday night too. We'll see. You know,
we have not missed a night. We have hotels nearby. Doesn't matter. We stayed on the bus. We've committed to our goal, and we've reached it. So now it's kind of feels like, Rich, we might just need to sleep outside MetLife in the bus. I mean, it just you know, forget the New York City hotel. You know, I mean, who cares?
Please tell me how Al Michaels reacted when he heard you were doing this. Can you tell me how he reacted when he heard you?
Said he would. I think he said he'd throw an orange down to us when he flew over us in his jet. So he couldn't believe it. That's for sure.
He loves his red wine. I know it, and so do I. I just wonder how blackout he would have to be in order to consider even doing this for 5 seconds. What you were doing.
We'd like to walk him through the bus, though. We'll walk him through the bus. We'll offer him some beef jerky.
That's
get a little bit left.
Now that would be content I would consume in 2 seconds flat.
Getting him up on the top bunk in the.
You know, but your next Thursday night game's in Cincinnati. You know, we could just go back. You could. The bus knows how to get there. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I can get him.
All right, last
I think
one.
For the sakes of our marriage, we're gonna fly back.
Perfect segue to how I finish this. Fitz, walk me through the process of why there was a proposal to your wife in a McDonald's and how you did it. Was it in a Big Mac box and you just opened it? Like what was it?
Keep in mind, Rich, I want to set the scene.
Please.
It's a McDonald's and a gas station. And not only that, but the McDonald's actually windows face the pumps. So it's a beautiful, romantic.
Okay. There's a lot of action.
You're kind of getting a chance to watch everybody pump their gas as you eat your cheeseburger.
Sure.
Let's just say I got stuck in a very sticky situation where from the store that we were at to our home, I had to propose because there was an error on a bank statement. She wanted to go check at home. She was going to see the ring was purchased.
Got it.
So I asked her, do you want to go to Fleming's, Ruth Chris, a steakhouse?
Sure.
Do you want to go sit by the lake? No, it's November. It's cold. I don't want to do that. Let's go to McDonald's. Okay, yes, McDonald's. She went with a 2-cheeseburger meal and 6 nuggets. So I decided to do it between the second and third nugget with the sweet and sour on her fingers.
Well done. Pro move.
And you know, the ring was bigger than a nugget, right? Just like what Travis gave to his intended. Yes? No?
You know what? I was a
No?
rookie. But it did slip right on with that sweet and sour sauce on the finger. I'll tell you that.
Guys, great to see you. Hang in there. Sorry that your rule got broken. Things happen. And the Fitz and Wit podcast available wherever you get your podcasts again every Wednesday on YouTube or new episodes. And then there's Thursday Night Football. Enjoy that in MetLife and then beyond. Always great to see you guys. I'll have you back together, individually, however you wish, anytime here.
All right, if we decide to do this again next year, we'll invite you. It feels like you feel like you're missing out a little bit, Rich.
I'll be straight up with you right now. I've got something to do. I don't know what it is, but I will have something
Figure
to
it
do.
out?
Yeah. I'm in the Al Michaels camp.
brother.
I am flat out in the Al Michaels camp. But I think you guys already sensed that about me,
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andrew Whitler here in the Rich Eisen Show. Delightful humans. All right, let's take a break. Bijan Robinson is about to join us on this program on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. There's also been an announcement made in Cincinnati as to who is starting against Green Bay. Oh, it's all popping. Just like the bus that Fitz and Wid is on.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
With more than a century of heritage in Templeton, Iowa, Templeton American Whiskey embodies the spirit of its community with roots that trace back to the Prohibition era. This holiday season, Templeton is releasing their new flagship product, Templeton Straight Rye Whiskey, a 90-proof, full-bodied rye whiskey with notes of ripe cherries and dark chocolate and all the great rye spice that is perfectly served neat, on the rocks, or in a classic cocktail. Pick up a bottle at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly for 21 and over.
If I asked you how to keep your valuables safe, you might say a safe deposit box. But what if I asked you how to keep your parents or loved ones safe when you have to make the difficult decision to put them in a nursing home or assisted living facility? That answer isn't so easy. We know what to do with our birth certificates and jewelry, but the fact is that when it comes time to take care of the people who mean the most to us, we're often at a loss. The National Center on Elder Abuse recently reported that 44% of nursing home residents claim to have been abused. And even worse, half of nursing home staff admitted to mistreating patients through physical violence, mental abuse, or neglect. To find information on recent violations in nursing homes, as well as a list of the best nursing homes, visit vlglaw.com. vlglaw.com. If you suspect your loved one is the victim of abuse or neglect at a nursing home or assisted living facility, call 844-4VLG-LAW, the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting for families since 1963.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment.
This is the roll up our sleeves and pitch in commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
You know me, I love a moment of certainty, and when it comes to your home, Jeff has the solution.
That's right, Jeff, because in this market, you shouldn't take a chance selling your house with just anyone.
No commissions, no lengthy showings, just a direct approach from a local, veteran-owned company.
Since 2007, we've been buying houses quickly in Chicagoland. Get your easy as-is offer today.
Move forward with confidence, just like winning the coin toss. Visit JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
0696, and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Cast is back here on the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, on the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Our friend Bijan Robinson from the Falcons, courtesy of Colgate. We've been chopping it up with him on our TV-only segment. Just help me out here, man, because when we first met, you're like, call me Bijan. And then during the spring, I'm hearing through the grapevine, it's Bijan. He wants to be called Bijan. And then Tirico and Collinsworth on Sunday Night Football earlier this year, and you're back on Sunday Night Football this weekend. I mean, Tirico never gets anything wrong, and he starts calling you Bijan. I'm like, what's up with that? And he then says, you then green-lighted Bijan again. Can you help me with this?
Yeah, so in the summer, you know, the NFL, I was on the NFL Network, and they came to practice, and they were like, you know, how do you pronounce your name so everybody can know? And I just said, like, I pronounce it Bijan, but my mom, you know, her pronunciation for it is Bijan. And I mean, since that moment, like, yeah, it's became like a really big deal everywhere. To the point where, like, I have just random people, like, they'll call my name and then they'll like correct it because they don't know. So, you know, it's I always just say, like, it's however you want to say it. It's however it sounds good to you. And you know, if Bijan is the way you want to go, like, that's how it's been said for a long time in my life. So yeah, man. I mean, I know it's became a thing, but however it sounds good to you, like, I'm all for it.
Well, again, I just want to make you happy. You know what I mean? Like, you're coming on this program. I don't want to antagonize you. And again, you're on Monday Night Football this weekend. Pardon me to my friends at Disney. You're taking on Buffalo at home, and then you're at San Francisco on Sunday night. And your next two games are on national television. And your last game that you had before your bye was the first time ever in which you, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts scored a touchdown all in the same game. Are you aware of that, Bijan?
I wasn't aware of that before that happened, and then obviously like after that they told us, and I was like, let's try to make this a continual thing every 1 week at a time, man. Because I feel like when we all start to become clicking and all start to do stuff like that, then we just become super hard to stop. So it's definitely a cool accomplishment that it happened. Obviously, it happened in year 3 for me, but it has happened at some point.
Do you feel as if something clicked in potentially in week 4 with Michael Penix at quarterback and then the 3 of you guys at your positions?
Yeah, I mean we just did all the little details right. It wasn't just us. Like with the O-line that we have, they're so explosive, and not only that they help all of us on the field, but just helping Mike back there, have time to throw the football. Me, finding holes, finding open creases to run through. Like those are the guys that set it all apart. Those are the guys that make it all go. But when they're going, then that's when stuff like that can happen, and that's when we can all just get in the end zone and help this offense become like the best that it can become.
Has the game slowed down for you since you left the campus in Austin?
Absolutely.
How so?
I mean, from the running game to the passing game, like I always tell people, the first year when I'm in college, everything's fast, everything's super fast. The play calls are fast. Me trying to, get my run reads, like everything's going. Then when that second year hits, that's when things start to slow down. That's when things start to, open up little by little. You're starting to get more comfortable. But then when that third year comes, then everything's coming to you the right way. Everything's slowed down. It looks like you're playing in high school when you're in college. And then for me, like now that I'm in my third year here, like the whole game slowed down. Now I can, be comfortable in all my run reads and, in the pass game, my route technique. So obviously I have so much work to do still. Like I'm continuing to learn. I'm continuing to get better. I'm continuing to, perfect my craft in all aspects of my game. But yeah, the game slowed down. For
like
sure.
what? Damn. Now there's another follow-up. Like what? Like what do you need? Do you feel like you can get better at than you already are right now?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like me playing receiver now, like my route details, I'm trying to learn as much as I can from like Drake, Mooney, Kyle, Ray, like all these guys. Like I'm continuing to learn from them, and they're teaching me on the fly, like how to run a couple routes, how to run the routes that they run, and then obviously in the run game, like always trying to perfect my eyes. Like God's given me a gift to do this, but like always trying to perfect my run reads and trying to manipulate linebackers in practice so I can do it in the game and set up blocks for my O-line for the tight ends, and then just always just in pass protection, like making sure that I'm striking first and making sure that I'm just knowing where the protection's coming from, where the signals are coming from, and me just knowing everything before the play even starts in all aspects of my game. Like that's what I'm trying to continue to perfect. So those are the things that I'm trying to be great at, and I got to continue to do it 1 week at a time.
Well, I mean, your next 2 games, your counterparts on the other sidelines are named James Cook and Christian McCaffrey. Does that something that factors into your thinking? That the other team has that guy, I need to be the guy for me?
Yeah. And, my respect for both of those guys is tremendous. It's huge. Like I watch their game and I watch them week to week, and, they're always super impressive every time they step on the field. But for me, like, it's a competition. So it's who executes the right way. It's who executes at a higher level of that game. And, obviously we're in practice, trying to perfect everything that we can to be at our best for the Monday night game and for the Sunday night game coming right after that. But, I'm excited to play against those guys, and I'm excited to get to share the field with them, and just to play at a really high level on these next couple games coming up.
And I know my time is limited with you as you're going on a tour for Colgate here. What advice do you have for Arch Manning, sir, right now?
Yeah, I would say just continue to stay consistent. Stay consistent as much as possible. Don't listen to the media, because the media can either steer you in the right direction or it'll tarnish you for your career. So for him, like, always know that everybody has his back, in that building, and Coach Sark continues to have his back. Everybody around him has his back, but I think it's not just him; it's the whole team. Like the whole offense has to come together, especially this week playing against Oklahoma. Like this is going to be a really big game for not just Texas as a program, but those individual players. Like these are really big games for them, so they got to hone in and become player led and become who they want to become this week. So my advice to them is just put their head down, stay out of the outside noise, and just go on that field on Saturday and show everybody what they can do.
Yeah, I asked that question of Tim Tebow a couple weeks ago, and he said his advice for Arch, and this is before, obviously, what happened against Florida, saying just go back to the time where all you cared about was in the backyard loving football. That's what he said,
That's it. Like, don't think about what you can be, who you can be. Like, think about who you are now, and then everything else will take care of itself, because you're the one on that field, and you've been blessed to be on that field. So, everybody needs to play that way so they can, maximize their efforts to get the wins.
Bijan, thank you so much. I prefer Bijan, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And Colgate is pronounced just Colgate, right? Like that's just straight up, correct? We got that?
I would hope so.
Okay, very good. And I appreciate those at Colgate making you available. I'll take you even when you're not on a tour or anything like that. You're one of my favorites. And I appreciate you joining here. And I look forward to seeing your commercial for Colgate on Thursday Night Football, and then seeing you doing your thing with your oral hygiene all handled on Monday night against the Bills.
Yes, sir, Rich. No, I appreciate you grabbing me as always.
You got it.
Good talking to you, man.
You got it. That's Bijan Robinson, one of the best in the business for the Atlanta Falcons, courtesy of Colgate, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. It's interesting. It's him speaking about Texas versus Oklahoma. That you could say that's the case in the NFC South as well, right? With Baker.
Oh, nice.
Being the quarterback there. And they don't play each other again until week 15 on a Thursday night, right? So week 15 Thursday night. Ooh. Keep that in mind. Just put a pin in that Thursday night, and keeping an eye out for me in other different places.
Oh.
On that night. Just dropping a breadcrumb.
Interesting.
Dropping a breadcrumb. Maybe in a way that you saw me in August. Just throwing these breadcrumbs out there. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. So an announcement has been made in Cincinnati. We were on the air just right around this time yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And we already heard from Kevin Stefanski earlier in this program of when he said about when asked if Shedeur is going to be his second string quarterback. And he's just like, hey, everybody, it was enough of a process to decide if Dylan Gabriel was ready to be a starter. I've got to take my time. We got to think about what's best for the team, what's best for the player, and whose development we're invested. It wasn't an immediate yes. It wasn't an immediate no. It was like, let's just wait and see. And the reason why he said it in that way also is he said they had just learned, they were surprised by the trade yesterday. And the initial thought I heard when I heard that soundbite from Stefanski was like, was he not consulted?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right? But he then added, the Bengals called them.
Right.
The Bengals called them, and I guess the deal was too good to pass up. That they immediately, because I imagine the Bengals would be like, now or never.
Yeah.
Like, clock's ticking. Especially if they were going to acquire Flacco to start him right away. Which apparently is, in fact, the plan.
Wow.
So Flacco is going to start against the Bengals. He was in Berea on a flight home from London earlier this week. He's probably showing up crack of dawn on a Monday, and it's now, hey, I'm moving to Cincinnati on a Tuesday. And then on a Wednesday, he's named the starter by the head coach for Sunday's game in Green Bay. Zach Taylor was asked about it.
Excited to get him out there. We'll start him this week, so he's going to take all the reps, get ready to go. I mean, it's different than a young quarterback coming in, trying to learn a system and understand what a defense is trying to do to challenge you. Not only that, but he's played Green Bay this year, so he's already gone through a week of prep. So that's the nice part is now the communication and the weekly rhythm is maybe different, unique, but he's already prepared for this opponent. So he gets a chance to refresh himself on that, while at the same time just learning our system and our terminology and our verbiage and how we operate, but also knowing that he's played. Now he hasn't played there this year, so the crowd noise and all that stuff's different, but at least he's got some experience playing this.
Sure enough, yes, Flacco's only win as a Browns quarterback this year came against Green Bay. Really, the defense was the one that kept him in a game while the offense sputtered until the very end when they got some points enough to win it.
Exactly.
Normally, when you have a chance to beat the Packers twice in a year, you're playing in their division. You're playing in the NFC North, not the AFC North, but that's the way this is going. And it can only go two ways. I consider this. All right. It can only go two ways. It can work out really well. Like he's showing up and this offense suits him, and that's Jamar Chase, and that is T. Higgins, and the scheme has been the scheme, and these guys have been open, and Jake Browning has just not delivered it in a way that Flacco is veteran enough to do it. And it's going to look like clockwork, like he's been there all along, or the offensive line that has been a massive question mark in the Joe Burrow era, including a handful of times during the Jake Browning era of 2025. This is the absolute worst, what did you say, iron deer on the front lawn that you could put in there. And this with a certain individual coming off of a bye week, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. This guy, all rested and his back is ready to go, coming off the bye week.
Maca
is coming. And it's going to be a spectacular flame out. I don't think there's any gray area here on this one. Now, that said, I will fully admit this. Again, for those who might be new to our program here. We turned 11 years old earlier this week.
Yeah.
And in the 11-year history of the program, my worst take, hands down, still a clubhouse leader, was during the bubble year of the NBA Finals, and the Miami Heat performed so well, only to fall to the Anthony Davis, LeBron-led Lakers. And the word on the street was the Heat were interested in Giannis, and I'm like, the way they just played with Tyler Hero, that kid, and Jimmy Butler and everybody, for Coach Spo, don't trade for Giannis. Worst take I've ever had. Right? Correct? Don't trade for Giannis.
It almost made my head explode.
Right. And you guys were like, don't say that.
Yeah.
You said it for like
kept
3 days, and on the third day, I couldn't hold back. The first 2 days, I was like, I don't know
you were
if
being kind. You were being kind.
I didn't know if I had the right to say anything.
Especially because Giannis was 25 at the time, coming off.
No, eventually you were thinking of taking the car keys away. Yeah. I understand.
I was going to call Susie, make sure everything was cool with her.
I know. And she was even saying something at home, like, what is happening at work? Are you okay?
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what Bruce Arians was referring to, but... that has been firmly ensconced in the clubhouse. But knocking on the clubhouse door,
it's coming close,
is me saying Jake Browning's better than a third of the starting quarterbacks of the National Football League based on what he did in 2023 and how he's going to take in the opportunity here in 2025 to fill in for Joe Burrow. And the Bengals season is not over, and he's going to show up and show out. And now he's been immediately benched by a 40-year-old quarterback that was benched by a now 1-14.
What are you smoking, bro? Give me some.
That's maybe what Bruce Arians was referring to in advance.
Pass.
So I see you all out there saying, didn't you say this about Jake Browning? I did.
Well, the thing is, you were pretty adamant. You didn't want to. We tried to help you.
May I parse it? May I parse it? May I parse it?
I don't know what parse means.
Means let me, split it up a little bit. Let me
parse it up.
Yeah, let me split it up.
I know.
I said that the season was not over, which it is not. They're just 2-3.
I mean, that's true.
Guys,
That's higher register, dog.
No, that's not
That's
higher
a fact,
register.
and they are 2-3.
That's a fact.
They are 2-3.
And
Season is not
I was going
over.
higher register for emphasis, not to try and make me believe what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They are just 2-3, a game out of the wild card spot in the AFC.
Yeah,
That's
that
all
might
they
be
are.
technically true.
It is not technically true. It is actually true.
Technically true, but
It
we
is
watched the game.
actually true. They're still healthy, right? Jamar Chase and T. Higgins they're going to start, right? They're going to both be out there, right? They're going to threaten the defense of the Green Bay Packers, correct?
How do they get the ball?
Okay, so I don't know.
Season, baby.
The season's not over. Jake Browning being the guy to prove that the season's not over, way off. I mean, way off.
Donkey!
Wow.
Wow.
Donkey off. Yeah. Does that mean I'm the donkey? Is that what you're saying, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the latest. The Bengals are so done with Jake Browning. They call the Browns to say, we'll take your benched quarterback and give you a draft choice that you can't even turn down. Wait a minute. You're going to give us a fifth? We could draft the best quarterback out of Colorado with that. Just like we did last year, we'll elevate him to the second string position, unless we won't. We'll figure it out for the rest of the week, but send Joe to Cincinnati. We'll send him in division.
I mean,
yeah.
And they're going to just get him off the bus, hand him the playbook, and say, you've been through these wars enough. Go find one, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, and Chase Brown, and to the offensive line. It's time. This is on you. This one's on you. It's not on the 40-something guy that just is probably looking for, an Airbnb to crash in this week in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I'm sure they put him up in a Motel 6, Rich.
Is he staying in Jeff Driscoll's house, his old house? The only other quarterback ever to start for the Browns and the Bengals?
Yeah, Joe Burrow's probably got some room in his crib.
I mean, whatever.
You know what I mean?
Right, the Bat Cave?
Yeah.
Just, there to start him. That's how they're so done with Jake Browning. And I'm done with that take.
Uh-oh. Oh, good.
I'm done. I'm turning the page.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been turned.
Thank you.
Wow,
That's enough out of you.
Just saying.
And you too. Everybody. I get it. Wasn't good. Not my best.
Just admit their season's over and we can turn the page for real.
I will not do that. That is not what I'm saying. I cannot do that. I will not do that.
So if they get blown out on Sunday, then will you think about it?
It's 2-4. That's it.
I get it. You have a valid point.
Thank you.
And technically, yes, the season is not over.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll visit the Thursday night game, Giants and Eagles. Dayball throwing shade from northern Jersey that envelops all of the city of brotherly love. It's awesome. That's coming up.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Lunch, dinner, and game day is easy with Lou Malnati's legendary pizza plus fresh salads, appetizers, pasta, and desserts. It's all there for you. Now back for football season, the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza, a limited-time deep dish drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now and cater your next watch party. Order on the Lou's app or at LouMalnati's.com. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Ask Fazio Insurance in Joliet if auto owners make sense for you.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Seal out drafts, dust, and moisture with MD brand weather stripping from Menards. A well-sealed home is more comfortable and energy efficient. We have the largest selection of in-stock weather stripping with over 100 products available to take home and start lowering your energy bills today. Save big money on weather stripping right now at Menards. And check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons Inc., New York, New York.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivona.
Get in your show now. I saw you on the TV.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Hyundai, all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, an incredible SUV that I've been talking about for a while. It's got a spacious interior that's comfy for your entire crew. It can go off-road, so it's capable in that regard. 600-plus miles of range. That is an absurd number. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid is very special, and it becomes even more special when you're the driver behind the wheel. So check it all out. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Jeff in Detroit, let's take your call. What's up, Jeffrey? How you been?
What's going on, family? How's things going?
What's on your mind, Jeff?
My cousins. What a difference a month makes.
Indeed, sir.
You know what? Allow me to be petty for a minute. First of all, wishing you safe travels, Uncle Rich. Disseminating the NFL across the world.
My business.
But just allow me to be petty for a second. About a month ago, a caller called in and suggested Detroit get rid of Jared Goff and go after Joe Burrow.
I heard
Remember that one?
I did, and I thought that was absurd, like that would never happen anyway, but it's okay. Okay.
Listen, another thing I want to make a point of, what a difference a change of scenery makes. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield. I mean, when they get one man's trash is truly another man's treasure.
Well, and again, and thanks for the call, Jeff. It's always great to hear your voice and give us food for thought. Listen, Goff was successful out here. He went to a Super Bowl. It just wasn't meshing in a way that we're still unfamiliar why. Yeah. It was the end of an era between him and McVay. But you can't argue. Stafford won a Super Bowl here. He's got the Rams on a path to win another one this year if they can, just block for their kicker. And Goff has got the Lions again on a path to do the same thing. Trades can be win-win. It can actually be win-win. And Goff is playing like an MVP. And as you know, I think Baker Mayfield is as well. And Baker Mayfield has been playing like a most valuable player this year. 4 out of the 5 wins for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have come either tied or behind in the final throws of a game. They're winning games on a razor's edge, and this guy's been leading them. And he's also an MVP at the podium, to the point where we have created another segment on our program called Let's Bake. I have no idea what this one's about, but I have been told, it's about trash talking the fans in Seattle. He was doing it in the tunnel before the game, and then he found that fan running off the field in victory afterwards. This was brought up to Baker Mayfield in another edition of Let's Bake.
Fire the cannons!
We don't take any That's about it.
Let's bake!
How much fun was it for you after jawing pregame in the tunnel with that Seahawks fan and being able to have the last word?
Pretty fun.
Baker, is there something where you kind of realize maybe your younger years, I don't know if you were as accepted for doing some of that stuff, and now it seemed like it's a little bit more embraced. People gravitate to it a little bit more. The narrative changes around that. Do you notice that?
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie, he's a dog. So it's same shit, different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
Let's bake!
To our credit, most of the time, if not the entire time, we were calling it moxie from the get-go. Listen.
We've kind of always liked Baker.
Wow. So, The reason why is when he planted that flag in the middle of Ohio Stadium, he had me at hello. I mean, that was it. That was it. We were even saying, like, what's he supposed to do? Shake the hand of the coach that in Cleveland?
Right, Hugh Jackson.
That didn't want him?
Yeah.
Like, we even said that when people were like, oh, that was classless. Yeah. He was doing that for the guys in the locker room. Bake, we see you, man.
Your fantasy roster is set, the smack talk is heating up, and this season ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Make the connection today with ESPN Bet Fan Center and the ESPN Fantasy app. ESPN Bet Sportsbook, download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi just works. Visit astound.com today.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
With more than a century of heritage in Templeton, Iowa, Templeton American Whiskey embodies the spirit of its community with roots that trace back to the Prohibition era. This holiday season, Templeton is releasing their new flagship product, Templeton Straight Rye Whiskey, a 90-proof, full-bodied rye whiskey with notes of ripe cherries and dark chocolate and all the great rye spice that is perfectly served neat, on the rocks, or in a classic cocktail. Pick up a bottle at your local retailer today. Drink responsibly for 21 and over.
Dear Friday, Toyota says let's put good times in gear with the Tundra, Tacoma, and 4Runner. Want some cool available features? We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
The Bobo has to go.
Turtle is up next in Alabama. Hello, Turtle.
Bobo has got to go.
Paul Feinbaum, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC network.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. The Rich Eisen Show.
What are the Browns doing? Is it Shador now?
The expectation would be that he is going to be the one who backs up Dylan Gabriel.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, TNF analysts Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth, Falcons running back Bijan Robinson. Coming up, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer John Bon Jovi. And now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We're on the air streaming live on Disney Plus every day. The ESPN app. You get everything ESPN everywhere, every day. And we're also on ESPN Radio Coast to Coast Live, terrestrial radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We're on Sirius XM Channel 80. So many live eyes and ears on us, so it's exciting every day. And so it's my pleasure to be able to say these words that I never thought growing up in my Staten Island home I'd ever be able to say. Just had a great hug it out with John Bon Jovi in our green. I mean, it's my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's now or never.
Thank you. Come on, man. John Bon Jovi's in our green room.
We're not going to live forever.
Could we keep doing this? You want to keep doing this?
We do catch a vibe like this.
Hey, listen.
I might sleep on a bed of roses tonight.
Okay. John Bon Jovi.
Love a bad name.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm just a cowboy.
Are you Googling it now?
No, I know these.
Be honest.
He doesn't have to Google. Look, on a steel horse I ride. It's all good.
TJ's good at music, man.
Wow.
Right?
At any rate, the point I'm trying to make is I'm friends with John Bon Jovi.
Excellent. He doesn't want to run away either.
Oh, God. Stop it.
By the way,
Turn it off.
Jersey Bon Jovi concerts as a kid, there's nothing like the Meadowlands.
Or even as an adult.
I'm just saying,
as a kid?
me, I'm going back in when I was a kid, Rich.
Okay.
Those things were unbelievable. They were unbelievable.
Well, John Bon Jovi here is about to make Mike Del Tufo the second most important Jersey person in the room when he comes out here shortly. All due respect. I should have all due respect.
That's the story of my life, Mike.
Okay. Oh, God, this guy. Now you're, now you're like Michael Keaton quoting TLC songs. All right, listen. Big game in New Jersey Thursday night. We talked about it with Fitz and Witt in hour number 2 because they were on their way on a bus to Philadelphia to join, hook up with the Eagles before going to New Jersey and being part of the Week 6 kickoff between the Eagles and the Giants. The Eagles, stop me if you've heard this before, early season conversations about their efficiency, about their locker room, about their chemistry, despite having a winning record. Last year they were 2-2. And then they won their next game and then went up the turnpike with Saquon and just pounded the Giants. And it all went north from there. And Saquon had his revenge. And then his 2,000-yard season ensued in the championship, et cetera, et cetera. Now they're 4-1. And it's the same conversation. Is A.J. Brown going to get the ball? What's going on in that locker room? And at the top of the ESPN news stack when we came on the air, it was the meeting, it's about the meeting that Saquon and Hurts had with A.J. Brown. I have no idea if it was just the three of them chit-chatting somewhere in the locker room, all three of them sitting together, or if they were around a water cooler, or they're, you know, in a calf or whatever it was. But it's been reported there's a meeting, and Saquon called it a good thing. It took place Monday. Called it a good thing, and that it was not a traditional players-only meeting where, quote, all hell's breaking loose. Well, I guess you're not listening to radio there, I guess. I felt that conversation was meant to stay between us, he said, but the focus was all about the team, and I think it was a good thing. I would definitely say it wasn't like a players' meeting where all hell's breaking loose.
Okay.
You think Saquon told the guys, I'll be there for you?
Oh, my God. Jalen Hurts spoke in his Wednesday media availability in his usual way of not giving away too much. And definitely not quoting any John Bon Jovi songs.
That was good, you don't know that. That was really good.
I mean, listen to the soundbite. Tell me if you hear it.
That's just us talking about the collective, talking about taking ownership for what we can, and talking about how we move forward as a team so we continue to find ways to win games.
What was your takeaway conclusion of the meeting?
I don't want to make this about that, right? We got a short week. We got a, the division opponent coming in here. I enjoyed every second of it, and I'm enjoying every second of every opportunity we have to improve. And so that's what I've always made it about. That's what I'll continue to make it about. It's truly about the collective and what we do and the opportunities we have in front of us. And so everybody in this building just wants to take advantage of that.
Jalen gives you nothing, man.
I love the way he speaks, too, because you can really tell that he's living on a prayer every single day.
Listen, he is perfect for Philadelphia as long as he wins. I guess you could say I guess you could say that about any quarterback. I understand that because he gives you nothing. No. And he talks in platitudes and about the team. And if you start losing, fans want concrete answers, like Tom Cruise having Nicholson on the stand. I want the truth. And he will always take the air out of it and put the velvet ropes around their team, even if the iceberg is a massive one underneath the surface.
You want answers.
I want the truth. Well, the honest truth is they're 4-1, man. Yeah. But if there is still an inkling of a rift, a little crack in the ice, last week, as you know, Denver wanted to just make it a much larger crack in the ice. And having Patrick Surtain II travel with A.J. Brown kind of helped with that. One would think if they're now even more frustrated that they lost. Getting bageled in the fourth quarter while the Broncos scored 18 to win it. And if you're, say, the head coach of a team that's, let me just give you some examples, 1-4, with a rookie quarterback making his first ever short week nationally televised start. And you just lost a game where the team that beat you came up with its first win of the season. And part of the reason why you lost was because you turned the ball over, let's just say, 5 straight possessions. If you're a coach of that team and you're able to potentially pull the pin on something and lob it down the turnpike in the most passive-aggressive way possible.
That's good.
Maybe you do that. Just listen to this Brian Daboll soundbite. Now, I don't know if he's playing 4-dimensional chess, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Because just listen to the way he's describing the Eagles' offense as they're getting set to come into their building on Thursday night.
Yeah, you watch all the games, and you watch him when he's out there get open, big, strong, fast, has good hands, can run any route you want him to run. I'm sure they can throw him the ball as many times as they want. That means Saquon doesn't get it, or give it to Saquon, and AJ doesn't get it. There's one ball. They're all really good players. Smitty, I mean, I've been around Smitty. I think he's an exceptional receiver too. So I think I'm sure whatever they want to do or think they need to do, that's what they'll do. You have to watch the tape. AJ's open a lot. But give it to Saquon, he's got productive yards. You run a zone read or throw it to Smitty, there's another thing. There's a lot of weapons, I would say, on that offense. And whatever they choose to do is what they do.
Is a chef's kiss.
It's really good.
If that is what I really think it is. Hey, man, look at the tape. I mean, he's wide open. I mean,
big, strong, physical.
Well, why wouldn't they throw it to me? He's so wide open.
Yeah, it's only
one ball. You're telling me they're having issues on offense? Because I'm seeing a guy who's wide open. Wait a minute. He sent out a proverb about basically staying patient if you don't get your way or you're not being listened to. That guy really, because I see a guy, he's wide open. Oh, by the way, in there they got another guy.
That's many.
No, they can do whatever they want. Yeah. Oh, and they got Saquon. Oh, he only had 6 carries last week? Get out of here.
Yeah, don't say.
Tell me it didn't sound like that. Oh, boy.
I believe him, man.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, boy.
You know why?
No choice. Why?
Because like
stop
John
it. I don't even care what you have to say.
He would never lie to me.
All right. Okay. Now he's looking it up, and it's enough. And by the way, the Giants named 3 players out for the game. One of them not named Tyrone Tracy Jr. Yeah, he is back. So, I mean, talk about fantasy conundrums for this week. Do you play him? What about Scatterboo? What does that mean? You got Terry McLaurin, by the way, on a Monday night. Who knows if he's going to go? Yeah. A lot of NFC East fantasy conundrums. But, I mean, again, if I'm the Eagles, what an embarrassment of riches. You got one guy who wants the ball more, who's wide open. You got another guy who can run down your throat who got just 6 carries last week. And you got another guy, Smitty. I've been around Smitty. By the way, he calls him Smitty because he was standing on the sideline when Tua found Smitty for a national championship victory. Again.
Somebody won a Heisman.
And again, I mean, Jalen Hurts, he's so good, I don't even know why he was benched.
Only person he didn't mention was Big Dom.
Brian Daboll, man.
Right.
As passive-aggressive as they come, that's impressive. I see a guy who's wide open. I don't know why he's complaining about not getting the ball. Fantastic.
I could keep going, but you told me to stop.
I want you to stop, please, because we've got the genuine article coming out.
I'm just misunderstood over here.
And I have a Week 6 power rankings presented by Sonos.
Here we go.
Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Power rankings.
My Week 6 power rankings presented by Sonos. I've got not one, not two, but 3 fresh teams on the list.
Cowboys, yes.
And one of them I can't quit. I can't quit the Los Angeles Rams. They are 10th on this list, down 6 full spots at 3-2. Can't quit them. Won't quit them. Just protect for your kicker, please. And when it's protected, can you make the freaking field goals? Extra points. Can we do this? Can we not? Can we land it in the landing area?
Seems like those are reasons to not have the Rams on this list.
No, listen, and I know both running backs fumbled last week, too.
Yeah, that happened.
They're still as stout as a team there is in the National Football League. I'm not quitting them, and I think they're going to go to the Ravens and have a day before I see them in London against the Jaguars. By the way, nice game that is shaping up to be in Week 7 on NFL Network from London. Number 9 on the list is the team that knocked them down 6 pegs. I've put the 49ers on this list.
Oh, finally.
What you are.
Finally.
What you are is a 4-1 team that's resilient enough to have a 3-0 backup quarterback and Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan coaching his you-know-what off and Christian McCaffrey being as good as ever. And if it's not Jawan Jennings, here's Kendrick Bourne. And if it's not Kittle, here's Jake Tonjes, everyone. And if it's not Nick Bosa, it's name some new fresh face that you can't name without looking at their nameplate. And there's still Fred Warner.
Yeah.
And there's the 4-1 San Francisco 49ers, 9th on my list. And number 8 is the only team that put a 1 in the Niners loss column. I am putting the Jacksonville Jaguars on this list at 4-1. They are leading the league in takeaways. They are taking advantage of your mistakes. And if the offense can start matching the defense in terms of efficiency and in terms of going for the jugular, this team is a load. And they're 4-1. And they have a piece of the AFC South, and I have them 8th on my list. New to the list, also number 7, a team that I'm seeing in London on Sunday, and a team that just beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm putting the Denver Broncos at 7. They are 3-2. They have a piece of the division, and right now, based on the way the Chargers look all banged up, based on the fact that the Chiefs are 2-3, and the fact that the Raiders are 1-4, this is now your new entering Week 6 favorite to win the division. I'll just throw that out there. Bo Nix can start getting some more points on the board for this defense that is terrorizing everybody that they face. And now here come the Jets at 0-5 on their schedule in Tottenham. I'll be calling this game on NFL Network on Sunday morning in the glorious 4 windows of football. Number 6 on the list, staying like before.
Stays like before.
As a matter of fact, the only team that has not moved on my power rankings.
Good,
I'm still keeping the Packers here at 2-1-1. Still keeping them here. I know they're like a hockey team. They're winless in their last 3 with a loss, tie, and a bye. They haven't won a game in a month unless they win this game coming up against Joe Flacco and the Bengals in their house. So I still think the Packers are one of the best teams in football, despite their loss, tie, bye last 3 weeks in the NFL. Now to my top 5. Cracking the top 5 for the first time, up 4 spots. The Indianapolis Colts are sitting there at 5. Ooh. Yes, sir. They are destroying everybody. They won another one by more than 20 points. 3 of their 4 wins have come by 20 points or more. Daniel Jones has been locked in and loaded with a running attack that Jonathan Taylor is crushing with a second of second performance of 3 or more touchdowns. He's the only guy in the league with 1. He now has 2. And the Colts have cracked the top 5. Moving up 1 spot are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 4-1. They are now as high as I put them on my list all season long. That win in Seattle was spectacular. Baker Mayfield is playing like an MVP. And you heard earlier in hour number 1, I mentioned Emeka Egbuka as being the clear frontrunner for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Kurt Warner said he could be an Offensive Player of the Year, the way that he's seeing him on tape and show up in the stat column. That's number 4. Down 1 spot, I'm keeping the Bills above the Bucs for the moment. Obviously, these can change. Certainly when Tampa goes and visits Buffalo in Week 11. And certainly with the results that could or could not happen between them as my 4 and 9 teams, Bucs and Niners, play each other this weekend. I'm keeping the Bills at 3. I'm knocking the Eagles down just 1 spot. I'm not buying the fact that they're in trouble and the locker room's ripping at each other's throats. They play the Giants twice in the next 3 weeks. They should have some good eats there. The Philadelphia Eagles, in between that, go and visit Minnesota, which looks like they're going to start maybe Carson Wentz in that game. They should take care of business over the next 3 weeks and have some get-right games before their big, meaty part of the schedule. And my new number 1 team atop the power rankings through 5 weeks are the Detroit Lions, who are on a 4-game winning streak and eviscerating everybody in their path. And they beat the Ravens in a tight one when the Ravens were all fully loaded and healthy. The way that Dan Campbell is coaching, the way that the assistant coaches are coordinating, the way that Goff is playing, the way that Knuckles and Sonic are running, the way that Amon-Ra St. Brown is doing his thing, and Aiden Hutchinson is leading the way on defense. The Lions are my top team entering Week 6 atop my power rankings presented by Sonos. The Chargers and the Seahawks and the Steelers were on the list. They're now off, and the Steelers might be like, what do you want from me? I didn't do anything this week. But it's just a maybe recency bias. The Chargers are 3-2, and so are the Seahawks. I've toyed with keeping the Seahawks on the list, but I think the Rams are still a better team than them. They haven't played each other yet. And the reason why the Chargers are off is not just because they've lost 2 in a row. They're down at running backs 3 and 4 and tackles 4 and 5. I need to see how they're going to fare in Miami before I pop them back on the list. And those are my power rankings brought to you by Sonos. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos products look as good as they sound. I pause for comments before we bring out our Jersey Lord and Savior.
Well, obviously, no Patriots. Seahawks, I could have bought a number 10. And an interesting nugget, since September 3rd, Green Bay has been 6th 4 times.
I got it. So I appreciate you focusing on that. Who do you take off for the Patriots? Who do you take off?
The Rams.
Okay.
I think the Jags are a little low.
Jags a little low, too.
You put them above who?
Packers. If we're talking about what the team who hasn't won a game in a month, what you're saying? Like,
I would buy Green Bay at 8 and then Jacksonville and Denver up a spot.
Okay.
And I'd probably put Tampa ahead of Buffalo.
Okay, that's why you guys don't do power rankings.
Well, we did, but you took it away from us.
And I had Dallas at 11, but that's just me.
New England does not play the Rams. So you will not have to eat that very shortly.
Well, in the Super Bowl, probably.
Got it. This guy over there.
They are back.
Okay. And so is John Bon Jovi. Yeah. He has been here before, and now he is back. Let us bring out the GOAT from our green room.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, When you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
You've seen the ads, buy one, get one free, half off. Don't fall for it. When it comes to windows, go with the guy who guarantees real value and a best price guarantee. Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour sales pitches. Russ does it differently. High quality windows with a lifetime warranty. And here's the best part. Deal directly with Russ, the owner, at 847-881-3060 or check out the 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Hey, bro. Weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown." Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Saving money on your exterior painting project at Menards. Pristine is Dutch Boy's most durable exterior paint and primer in one. With its Rain Rinse technology, Rain naturally washes away dirt and grime. Plus, it resists cracking and peeling, making it perfect to withstand the harshest weather conditions. Save big money on pristine exterior paint now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6-million.
Howard Aiken is our attorney on the Kap and J. Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
The Carmen and Jurko Show is now on 9 to noon weekdays. We're setting the table for Rich Eisen joining the ESPN Chicago team. It all starts September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
By our radio audience just returned here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance and also Sirius XM, part of our Disney Plus and ESPN app live stream. Talking to John Bon Jovi here on the program. We just talked about the current state of the Patriots. Yeah. But let me just go back old school. Did you got your favorite Parcells story? Bill Parcells, when you said you were in an old Giants stadium, right? Following this team and in the locker room with them celebrating the championship. In 1990.
I can remember the first time that I was allowed. Yes. And you got to think this is 1989 in September, October. And Sean Landetta, the old punter, number 5, got me an invitation to come to practice. And at those days, it wasn't open to the public. It was in the parking lot of Giants Stadium. And George Young, the GM, is there, and they're looking at this guy pull up in a red Ferrari, long hair down, who's past his shoulders. I get out of my Ferrari and I go into practice. First thing Parcells does is yell at me. Now, A, I'm from Jersey, so I'm used to being yelled at. But B, I went, he's my Pop Warner coach. I get it. And so we hit it off immediately. And because I earned the respect of he and then a young guy named Belichick and a young guy named Charlie Weiss, I was allowed to come back a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But he always would, basically yell at me, but with a wink and a nod.
What was he yelling with you about, just in general?
Get the hell out of the way, I was out shagging punts. When they were in New England, literally on the field shagging punts in blue jeans and boots, and him, screaming at me like he's dad. But I used to try to get away with murder, and by that point, I almost could.
Because of who you are in New Jersey.
I just, I earned that respect of staying out of the way and never, knowing that to ask the follow-up question.
Yes.
And knowing when to shut up and when to not shut up. So I literally was lucky enough to hang out with them a lot when I was young.
I'll just share with you my favorite Parcells story in the 20-plus years that I heard with NFL Network. Yeah. Paul Tagliabue told me this story. I've told this story many times here, so these guys have heard it. They've heard all my stories, but like we're old married couples here. That Tagliabue went to a Jets practice, standing at midfield, and the Jets' defensive line group was going through goal line drills on the goal line 50 yards away, and Parcells was tearing them all a new one from midfield.
Got it.
And Tagliabue at one point says, Bill, you and I are the same age. I can't see 10 yards down the field. How can you see 50 yards down the field to start, ripping these guys? And he says, I can't see anything. And he pulls out a list of names. He goes, I got 10 guys I was going to get on in practice today. I'm on 3. Stick around. I got 7 more to go.
Sounds perfect. That would be him. Yeah.
So you were one of the guys he was yelling at?
Absolutely. I was the mascot. Now, I was one of one. So I got yelled at whenever I was around.
I bet. How did you get hooked up with Jaworski for Arena League stuff back in the day?
When I was looking to get into football, and the arena opportunity came up, there was a guy that was my age named Craig Spencer, and he and I co-owned the team.
Right.
So he was rooted in Philadelphia, and I would drive down from Jersey. He knew Jaworski, who we then hired to be our president.
Okay.
And so, Craig and I owned the team. Ron worked for the team. We needed football expertise. What did I know about running a football team, even an arena team?
Sure.
But we made it a very successful venture for the time that I was in it. And, we won an Arena Bowl championship. And, it was cool. And then, from there, I went on.
Yeah, you went on, and so you're a diehard football fan. So you root for the Giants, the Patriots.
Yeah,
and
I will never root against the Giants.
Okay.
Or I'll never root against the Eagles. I'm.
So what are you doing Thursday night, man?
Yeah, I'm staying out of it. That's what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm staying out of it. But I'm happy for the Eagles and the Giants. I hope are turning things around. I miss the old Giants, but it's a classic organization who have been there forever, and I'll never say a bad word about it.
Did you ever play it in high school?
By high school, I was done. I was too small. I played Pop Warner junior high, but then I was done.
Yeah, because New Jersey is a massive football state.
It's
They're
better
turning out
now.
stars after stars after
it's
stars.
not Texas or California or Florida, but it's better now.
Right.
My high school never won a game when I was there. Never.
What high school was it?
Sayreville High School. They never won a game when I was there. Then they turned things around many, many years later. But when I was there,
I mean, I'm across for the Outer Bridge in Staten Island from Sayreville, New Jersey.
So you knew it.
It was the first ever multi-theater movie-plex I've ever seen in my entire life. I think I saw 5 James Bond movies over 10 years going down to Sayreville, New Jersey to see in that movie. I've never seen it in my entire life.
Well, come down there now. You'll see the John Bon Jovi rest stop and the high school. And
do you have a rest stop on the turnpike?
Yeah, right there. That one.
No, the Parkway.
The one in Sayreville.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. Do you have any say on what's in this rest stop? I mean, this is big time. You and Admiral Halsey, man, have rest stops.
No, the state did it, but it's cool. It's funny because millions of people go by it, every day.
We do other stuff there too.
Milepost 124.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ever at Milepost 124 in need of, a rest of some sort,
pretzel, hamburger, t-shirt.
All right, so this Forever Legendary Edition, available everywhere. You get your music Friday, October 24th. I know you were talking about how I can't refer to you as the King of New Jersey.
No, the Crown Prince.
Okay, because the King of New Jersey you're saying is Springsteen.
Bruce, absolutely.
And he's on this collaboration on this album. What is that like when you and Bruce are together recording?
It's awesome. He's a dear friend. He was my childhood hero. He's been like a big brother to me, really, my whole career. And in the case of this record, I came to visit you a year ago and put this record out with the anticipation that I was healed, and everyone that knows that I had this throat surgery, and I wasn't up to my standard. I just wasn't up to my standard. So there wasn't a tour. But I loved the album, and it was received so well that I called friends and I said, listen, this record deserves a second chance. And I asked whether it was Bruce to Jelly Roll to young to old, country to rock to, girls and guys, to sing a verse, do a features record, if you will. And I wrote a couple of new songs. One which is called Red, White, and Jersey, a new single. And so we're re-releasing the record. And great songs are even betterer with these collaborations. And, having Bruce sing with me officially for the first time on a song called Hollow Man, it's been received very well. And, it's cool. It's just a way to re-release the record, tell the world that I'm healthy finally, and get back to work.
Well, first of all, great to hear that.
Yeah,
great to see you. You look awesome and you sound great. And so when did you first meet Bruce Springsteen? When did that happen?
In the latter 70s. The first time I was in a cover band, it's like 1978. We were playing a lot of R&B. We were sort of like the Muppets version of the Asbury Jukes. I had 5 horn players. I was underage. I was playing in the bars. I'm 17 years old.
Yeah.
And one night, having known that he's always been around, I turned around at my own microphone on the stage, and boom, he's on stage with us. And we sang together. So the next day when I go back to high school, I'm telling the teacher, what'd you do last night? Well, I watched Dallas. What did you do last night? I was singing with Bruce down in Asbury. Because, the Jukes and the E Street Band were all from there, and chances were that they were in the bars when you were. So it was good fortune for me to have your heroes be so close.
And so when you said he's been a big brother to you, what do you mean by that?
I mean, throughout my career, we always looked up to the E Street Band and the Asbury Jukes. Johnny produced some of my very first demos. Like I say, I've known Bruce since I'm in high school, and so they were always, thumbs up, wink and a nod, have the occasional burger together. But as I got older and we got older, it's in that documentary. Like we go take these 100-mile drives where we just no radio, no phones, nobody. And now we can talk like two older, wiser men who have been around the block a few times, you know, and somebody needs somebody to talk to every once in a while, including even him, you know.
So you're just where you leave, you're incommunicado, you're on the road, and just talking about life, you and Bruce Springsteen on the road? Does he have a rest stop?
He does not.
Damn straight he doesn't. Who's the king now? Do you drive him past your rest stop?
Yeah, right. No, we have. I don't know that I have.
That would be good.
But it's pretty funny, right?
You know,
There's a flex.
got a lot.
Got to pee?
Come on. If we waited for your rest stop, you'd have to hold it in. Well, that must be so cool. I mean, I honestly,
There's just one of the many kind of cool stories, you know, hanging out with he or Southside throughout my life, and it's all true. And he says the same thing. I mean, it's for the first, I don't know, 5 times you'd wish a cop would pull you over because you want to roll down the window and go, "Hey, how you doing?" Yeah. But there have been times now over the years where we have pulled into a place and, you know, gone somewhere, and it's funny. It's funny.
Well, finish it up. I know you. I know it sounds like you're.
From going to, we went to a flea market. I mean, we pulled into a flea market.
You and Bruce Springsteen go to a flea market.
Just walk through the aisles of the flea market. You know, we go to an ice cream parlor, pull in to get a water somewhere, especially during the early stages of my throat surgery where he had to do all the talking. I remember we pulled into a liquor store to just pick up some waters, you know.
Right.
Keep my whistle wet.
Right.
And a guy went in this store, and I'm sitting in the car. And the guy comes running out of the store because now I realize, sitting in the passenger seat, that he realizes that Bruce is in the store. Yeah. And he goes running back in with a pen, and I'm chuckling in the car watching. And then the guy gets his autograph, and now he's walking back to his car, and he just glances over his shoulder at what he realizes is Bruce's car and sees me in the passenger seat, loses his mind, you know? So it was like funny things like that. Or there was a day, I remember there was a guy at a VFW, like one of the good old collections on a Saturday afternoon where you're sitting at a stoplight and the guy has a bucket and he wants change, you know, for the VFW.
Yeah.
And I happened on this day to have $1 in my pocket, thank goodness. And I roll down my window and I give the guy the couple bucks. And he leans down to, you know, in this little car to look in to say, "Hey, thanks, mister." And he sees it's me. But then he looks over to the passenger seat and sees it's me and Bruce. And this guy older than me is running down the street to go and tell the other guys on the bucket brigade that we're going. And, you know, it's just that kind of goofy Jersey stories that we have.
Have you ever been at, say, like a wedding and you're, or something, or anything? You've been in a bar, somebody's karaokeing your song or something like that, and that must happen, right? And
yeah, there's a famous embarrassing YouTube thing at Charlie Weiss's son's wedding.
Okay.
When the trumpet player starts playing the bass line of "Living on a Prayer," and I'm going, "Oh, here it comes." And I got to get up with the wedding band and sing.
Oh, you felt.
I had to. It was Charlie Jr.'s wedding, you know, I had to do it. But, you know, that's because I loved the Weiss family. Believe me, it wasn't because...
Well, has there ever been a moment where you heard somebody butchering your song so badly?
Yeah, it was that day with the trumpet player. That wasn't my favorite version. That's my love of Charlie.
For your own brand, you had to just stop it and take over.
That's my love of the Weiss family. So there you go.
Oh, my gosh. That is outstanding.
Yeah.
Tell me about the Soul Kitchen, please. The John Bon Jovi Soul Kitchen. Please tell me about that.
Our charitable foundation has built affordable housing since the days of my the arena football team.
Sure.
The way that I was going to ingratiate ourselves to the community in Philadelphia was to try to be as philanthropic as the Big Four. We started with affordable housing, and then in the economic downturn of '08, my wife, Dorothea, conceptualized what became the Soul Kitchen.
Yes.
There's no prices on the menu. It's a beautiful farm-to-table restaurant. You'd never know the difference between somebody who can and cannot afford to pay. There is a suggested donation. So if Rich Eisen walks in and puts down $30 on, I don't know, $20 on the table, it covers your meal and the price of somebody else's meal. If you come in and you volunteer, you are immediately empowered and you've earned your meal. So if a 12-year-old boy comes in and says, "I want to earn my meal," we're giving him a certificate to bring his whole family back, and we're feeding him a beautiful farm-to-table. You know, there's no soda pop or ice cream in this, right? You know, it's good and good for you. No government subsidies. And so the shortfall is covered by the foundation. If you want to donate and affect change, it happens. And then we started this flagship in Red Bank some 12, 13, 14 years ago. The second one came after Hurricane Sandy. when we realized that service providing was key. So people who need more volunteer opportunities, we have a food pantry, a food bank, a culinary program, and help with your social services.
Yes.
Now, here's the kicker, and I learned this when my eldest son went to Notre Dame. Schools, colleges, universities, there's kids on university campuses that are having a hard time making ends meet with food. And so we went to Rutgers University in Newark and explained to the chancellor that your food pantry is full. We should put a soul kitchen here for the kids who are, in need of food. So then Rutgers, Newark, Jersey City University, and so we have 4 of them now. And they're there to feed people and, those in need, and also to empower those who come and need to eat because they've earned their meal.
Awesome.
Yeah, and it really works.
Yeah, for more information, go to jbjsf.org. Red Bank's an awesome town. My parents retired to Marlboro, so it's right down the street.
Yeah.
So Route 9.
Yeah,
I think that's something like that. I'm just trying to figure that out. It's been a while.
Yeah, 9 and 35.
And and I'm just so jacked that you come here
Thanks,
as often
brother.
as you have. You got a Super Bowl prediction before I leave you.
No, because everything's already topsy-turvy. You would have thought that the Eagles were invincible. You would have thought that KC was invincible. You thought Baltimore had a great shot this year.
Right.
So, I mean, does Buffalo have it or not after last week? Who knows? Anything can happen.
Right, and the Lions and the Bucks look pretty darn good.
I loved the Lions last season. Who didn't fall in love with the Lions last season?
Hey, man, and when you were first, as you said, tucking your hair under your hat, hanging out with the Giants and Parcells, Lions and Bucks being 2 of the best teams in the NFC, are like, good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
You know what I mean?
It's that's why we all love the NFL so much.
Yeah, I think you were in the locker room of the Big Sombrero in Tampa.
Yeah.
For that.
That's right.
That's where that Super Bowl took place.
That's where it was. Yeah, that was the first Gulf War. Whitney Houston singing the national anthem. It was a hell of a day.
Right.
Hell of a day.
Have you ever had a stage, offered a stage like that or wanted to? The Super Bowl? Yes, sir.
One crazy year that Tampa Bay beat Oakland.
Yes.
They created what was supposed to be some, big deal. When It's My Life was out, it's a monster song.
Right.
And they say, no, we're going to create like the second Super Bowl. It's going to be right after the whistle blows and you play at the trophy ceremony. So I technically did that.
Okay.
It sucked. Well, because, the game is over.
Right.
So we were like, okay, instead of being one of 5 acts in that halftime show,
right,
you'll be featured right when the whistle blows and they're giving the trophy away. And we played in the end zone. It's like the game was over. So, no, since then, I hadn't had the opportunity and we passed on it once. And so, no, it didn't work out for us.
Well,
but that's cool.
Well, I mean,
I don't mind.
You're a fan, and you probably like going as a fan. You know what I mean?
I love it.
You know,
I love it. Absolutely.
At John Bon Jovi, Twitter, Instagram, and of course jbjsf.org to find out more about the John Bon Jovi Soul Kitchen. Thank you. Good night. The Bon Jovi story is available on Hulu right now, but don't go there just yet because we're not done with this interview. And in the new album, Forever Legendary Edition, hits wherever you get your music on Friday, October 24th. You are the man, sir.
Thank you, brother. It's
Thank
great
you
to
for
be back.
Awesome to have you anytime,
Thanks,
obviously.
Rich.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Bon Jovi here on the Rich Eisen Show. Back to wrap it in a moment.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine.
Wow. Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back. We'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
We at the Verdoliak Law Group recognize the value of advancements in technology. Computers, cell phones, and the internet have all made obvious impacts on society. And now, artificial intelligence, or AI, is poised to make its impact. Many law firms are replacing paralegals, law clerks, and even attorneys with AI. But will AI work longer and harder to ensure you get every penny you deserve? At the Verdoliak Law Group, AI will be used as a tool to make us even more efficient, but it won't replace our human touch. All of our clients and cases are unique, and an algorithm or cookie-cutter approach cannot capture the human element of your injuries. There is no substitution for human experience when dealing with people. That's why, for over 60 years, our clients continue to refer their family, friends, and coworkers to us. Of course, the Verdoliak Law Group will embrace technology, but we will always keep that human touch, which has aided us in successfully helping over 40,000 clients. If you're injured, call the Verdoliak Law Group, Chicago's legal landmark since 1963. Call 844-4VLG-LAW, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is Rich Eisen, and you're listening to the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Bear down.
To tie the game. Game 4, the Yankees and Blue Jays. Coverage begins today at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7:08 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
That one is pretty rough.
All right, we're back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Jimmy in San Antonio, let's take this phone call. What's up, Jimmy? Fun show, capped by Jimmy. What's up, Jimmy?
¿Qué pasó, mi hermanos?
Jimmy, I would think you'd hold your powder for tomorrow.
Well,
when
those 5 words, I swear to you.
What?
I had to slip in there.
Yes.
What are the 5
Well
words?
It's a Bon Jovi song.
I thought you
did it in Spanish.
I thought you meant Susie Schuster is guest hosting, which I know is for you. You know, 5 of your favorite words, Jimmy. So I know that.
Okay. All right. I have to be very honest. I had 3 quick points before I get to Wendy.
Okay.
And the first one was, hey, happy 11th anniversary.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it.
Okay, great. That's cool. All right, on to number 2. Charlie Sheen last week, quote of the year, when asked to autograph Del Tufo's block phone that Michael Douglas signed, Charlie said, and I quote, "I would be insulted if I wasn't asked to do that."
That's true. Yeah, because Michael Douglas already, and he signed it, Money Does Sleep, which is what he signed it right in front of Del Tufo right now. I could see it from
And
here.
then the third one was, and I parsed this out, TJ. I didn't do them in a row. I parsed them out.
I love how he listens. Yes.
I was going to tell you to have a safe trip, and I honestly thought Tommy P was coming in and not Susie.
Susie's doing tomorrow. Tom is doing Friday. I'm doing the first hour Monday from our London set, which is where I'll be doing the Thursday and Friday show with the crew. And then Tommy P's doing Tuesday and Wednesday. That's the way it's
Tommy
working.
P with that new hair. His new hair is so high, climbers are being rescued from it.
That's right.
My God, Tom.
Yeah, the pompadour is flowing. You guys are going to be able to
Can't wait to see that in person. Yeah.
see how it works in person.
Tom Everest.
Okay, so here's to Wemby and the Spurs that are on NBA TV tonight, by the way.
Okay.
Wemby is not the player to watch. Dylan Harper, our 3rd Rookie of the Year in a row. It's going to happen.
Okay.
He is legit. That A1 or AI 35 thing going through our universe right now, solar system. They just have season tickets to come see Wemby, Harper, and Castle. This team is young and stacked.
Okay.
You see, Wemby got measured at 7'5".
Yeah, Wemby grew 2 inches.
No, he didn't.
From last year.
Well, when you're hanging out with all these monks and getting enlightened, you can only get taller.
And he looks like he's put on some muscle.
Tell me he's had a growth spurt. That's nuts.
Dude, I think, how many pounds did he say he put on?
He looks
Pounds,
great.
baby.
He's up to about 205
Pounds, baby.
Pounds. All right. Well, thanks for the call, Jimmy in San Antonio. Call
Take care,
back.
guys.
Suze will be looking forward to your call tomorrow. Suze loves phone calls.
Yeah,
and by the way, something you guys can talk about on Thursday's show with her guest, I believe, top of hour 2 or in hour 2, Charles Barkley.
Yeah. Oh, now.
We'll be on with Suze.
I'm not going to know.
That's how it's working on Thursday. It's funny. Felly is in here because I guess he's heading to London. When he walked in, he goes, "Was that John Bon Jovi?"
Yeah,
he's walking out. Bon Jovi's walking out. Felly's walking in, like, "Oh, hey!" And he comes in, and he goes, "Was that John Bon Jovi?"
That was fantastic.
That's what happens.
Bon
when you're
Jovi,
here.
cool.
That's what happens when you work on the Rich Eisen show, everybody. I like that. Wait a minute. By the way, what's the one? I know you and you know me. What's the one thing you're thinking about when you're looking at John Bon Jovi?
Well, it's the hair.
No doubt.
I mean, it's.
Oh my God. I'm like sitting there. I'm like, could you imagine?
My God.
Chris, could you imagine?
No. You know, sometimes
Could you imagine? I couldn't imagine.
I don't know if
having that hair.
I don't know if you're like this. Do you have dreams that you have hair?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
No,
and
do you guys do, really?
I do.
You guys have
and
dreams?
then I wake up and I'm like, ah.
I have dreams. Of course,
You
I
guys
do.
have dreams that you have hair.
I have hair dreams. Yeah.
I have dreams that I have hair, and I'm still working at the Staten Island Advance getting reamed out by the editor.
I don't have those.
I have those. I have work dreams, and I'm still there, and my job is in jeopardy. Then I wake up.
I hope tonight I have a dream I'm in the back seat while Bruce Springsteen and John Bon Jovi are driving around.
That's a show.
What a story that is.
That is a show.
Being
That's a
humble.
show.
He was being humble. Like, you know, we've been out together and, you know, things. And I'm like, finish the story.
Yeah.
Like, and he's trying to be humble, but you're Bon Jovi, and that's Bruce Springsteen, and that's your life. You know what I mean? Like,
Legitimate.
that's your life.
Could you imagine they walked in the place to get, and you're sitting there
Well,
going,
you're just at the gas station, like buying some corn nuts, and you're like, oh, hey,
you're like,
Bruce.
And you're like, I just got Bruce Springsteen's autograph, and you're ready to tell people, is that Bon Jovi riding shotgun?
exactly.
Wait a minute, let me get my pen again.
Yeah.
the hell's going on?
The hell's going on? All right, can't wait to come back here in studio. When I come back from London, the Yankees will be deep into the American League Championship Series. That'll be great. What are you laughing? I don't know what's so funny. I don't know what's so...
Thank you, Rich. Bleck Abdalla live from Chicago. Coming up in 5 minutes here on ESPN 1000. The pregame for Cubs-Brewers. Game 3 of the NLDS is underway.
Must win. Must win, Chris. They don't get much win than this.
Yes.
Yeah,
We will talk to Jesse Rogers live from Wrigley Field. Yes, it's a must win. You have to win or the Cubs go home today.
Well, they're home, so they would just stay home.
Chauncey will join us with his football picks. 5:05 down in the NFL as we head to Week 6. Bears, Commanders on Monday night. Lots to get to. Bleck and Abdalla coming up in 5 minutes right here on ESPN 1000.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall, no matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey guys, it's October, and if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you know what that means. Chilly air is seeping into your home. Don't deal with those annoying drafts this fall. Eliminate them once and for all with Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Window Nation has an A+ rating for the Better Business Bureau, so you know you're in great hands. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
For over 2 decades, I've called the plays here in Chicago, and when it comes to a winning strategy for selling your home, I've found the perfect play.
At Jeff Buys Your House, we offer a fast and easy solution for selling your house. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. We're a local, veteran-owned company, and we've made the process simple since 2007.
Don't take a chance selling your house with just anyone. Trust the team at Jeff Buys Your House. Visit jeffbuysyourhouse.com today for your no-obligation offer.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Bleck Abdalla, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome in to Bleck and Abdalla. Weekdays 2 to 3, uninterrupted right here on ESPN 1000. The Waddle and Sylvie Show coming up at 3. Bleck and Abdalla now with you until 3. And we'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. We are brought to you by Yuengling as we're hanging out with you for the next hour talking Bears football. And we are previewing the NLDS Game 3 Cubs-Brewers as the pregame has begun. We will talk to Jesse Rogers in about 15 minutes live from Wrigley Field as the Cubs set up a win-or-go-home game today, facing elimination against Milwaukee with Jameson Taillon on the mound for the Chicago Cubs. He's 11-7 on the season with a 3.68 ERA, and the Cubs have played well in recent Taillon starts. So we see today if the Cubs can keep their season going on.
Yeah, and I think the key for them is kind of what happened in the last game, in Game 2, is you need to get out to an early lead. We saw them get out to a 3-0 lead, but you have to hold that lead, right? That would be the key, is hold that lead. Get out of the first inning with that lead. And if they can do that, we've seen with Jameson Taillon, he's been able to pitch well. I think that he will pitch, not deep into this game, but I think they'll go with him, for about 4 to 5 innings if they can. And then their bullpen is rested. They're coming off of an off day, so they should be able to have every arm available. This is, like you said, must win, win or go home. So everybody's going to be available. This is going to be all hands on deck. So everybody's rested, everybody's available. So you're going to have all of your high leverage arms there, and you should be able to come away here with a win, given Taillon's success so far. Now, the question is going to be, what we've seen with this team so far is the bats. The temperature has changed dramatically since the last time you were at Wrigley Field. Last time you were at Wrigley Field, we're talking 80s. Now you're in the 60s. The wind is blowing in at about 10 to 12 miles an hour. The ball is not going to be traveling out of the ballpark the way it was the last time this team was in Chicago. The total in this game has gone from like 8 the last time you guys were here to now it's like 6.5. So home runs, the ball flying out of the ballpark, not going to be as successful as it was the last time. This team is going to have to find ways to get on base like we've talked about, go deep into counts, manufacture ways to get on base, manufacture runs the good old-fashioned way, and hope you can find a way to get a ball to cut through the wind and maybe get into the through the ivy and get into that basket that Wrigley Field is famous for.
And the lineup for the Cubs today, Michael Busch leading off, Nico Horner in second, playing second base. Kyle Tucker is the DH. Seiya at right field, Ian Happ in left, Carson Kelly catcher, Pete Crow Armstrong in center, Dansby Swanson shortstop, and Matt Shaw at third base, and Jameson Taillon on the mound. Yeah, I mean, obviously they need to score runs. They've not scored more than 3 runs at any point here in the playoffs in 5 games. And you are going against a Brewers team that should not be hitting more home runs than you are. During the regular season, the Cubs hit more home runs than the Brewers. And so now you're looking for Taillon, settle down that Brewers lineup just a little bit, and maybe the Cubs can get a little offensive output at home. Mm-hmm. The fans are going to be jacked up. They're going to be excited. And you can see in playoff series, momentum isn't always guaranteed to the next game, right? And there's the old adage that momentum is only as good as your next starter. So there is a way you can go here where you look at the game last night, Blue Jays, Yankees.
Yeah.
The Yankees respond at home, and that crowd was going nuts.
I would say
And
momentum is only as
now,
good as your next swing. Look at how that game went.
And that series is now, it feels like it's a series where the Yankees actually have a chance.
Yeah.
So the Cubs today, if you can get something going offensively and you can get some guys on, move them over and get them in, which you haven't been able to do here in the playoffs, then you have a chance. And I think that's where this is all, you're facing elimination, but don't go out there being tight. I mean, you have nothing else to lose today, and you should go out swinging. And so we're looking forward to it, and you will listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000. 4:08 first pitch live from Wrigley Field. Game 3 of the NLDS. It's Bleck and Abdalla, brought to you by Yuengling here on ESPN 1000. We'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. Like I said, Jesse will join us in about 10 minutes live from Wrigley Field. We go to Matt in Streamwood. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Bleck and Abdalla, thanks for taking my phone calls. Can I ask you guys two things, one about the Cubs and one about the Bears? Like, for the Cubs, guys, I just see Milwaukee. There's no panic in that team. No matter how many deficits they are in the first inning, there's no panic in that team. And when the Cubs, surrender the lead, they just panic and they just go quietly. But if Milwaukee does eliminate the Cubs, whether today or tomorrow, whatever, or eventually, do you think that's just going to go further rickets to just say, I'm not going to purchase any stars because Milwaukee's paying, $100 million less in payroll to any pitching depth or any star depth that this Cubs team need to overtake them? Because it just seems that Milwaukee just does whatever they want with less stars and just less payroll. And two, for the Bears, you guys, I saw Cincinnati made a trade for with Cleveland, and Baltimore got rid of a defender for a trade. And just for Ryan Poles, is he just looking at any of these teams like the Jets or Baltimore or Cincinnati or Cleveland that's not in the playoffs right now? They're in sell mode. We're trying to just to see if there's any defenders on the defensive end besides Montez Sweat or tackles or whatever on the defense. I just don't want to go into the season just go past the trade deadline and we just falter because of the defensive ends and defensive tackles guys. So thanks guys for taking my phone call.
Thanks for the call, Matt. Appreciate it. 312-332-3776 is the phone number. I don't know if there's anyone out there on these teams that haven't really won to this point. We'll get into our 5 up and 5 down coming up later here on the show. And there are some bottom feeders.
Yeah.
A couple that are expected. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 that maybe not as expected to be the worst of the NFL at this point. I'd say we're early, though, for teams to just sell off. Like the Jets are in a situation where they're bad, they haven't won, but they were looking to build up. Like they're not in the teardown aspect. Like that happened.
Yeah.
With the new coaching staff, like there could be guys available,
Same
but
with the Raiders.
I'm not sold on that.
Like same with the Raiders, like new coaching staff. Like Pete Carroll's not looking to sell off pieces just yet, I would say that's a look at my 5 up, 5 down. Same with Cincinnati.
They were a team that I did not mention as well,
Tennessee,
which are
New Orleans,
hanging out there.
Like those guys. And as far as the Cubs go, I think no. And look, it's the Cubs. I don't think they're gonna ever spend until they do, right? Because that's the way the Ricketts operate. But I think that you have to look at your team as a team that needs to spend in order to get results. You're not the Brewers. The Brewers are a team that can maximize every advantage in a way that you can look at, like, for instance, everybody's looking at tipping pitches, right? And there was the article in The Athletic about how, in the video that came out, about how the Brewers were maybe looking at how they were tipping pitches, and the Brewers take advantage of everything. And yes, maybe they can. They can look at and they can see, okay, we can take advantage of this and we can have $100 million less in payroll. But what have they won so far? What have they won? What have the Brewers won?
They haven't won anything.
They haven't won anything.
Yeah,
okay?
best record in baseball.
But what have they won? Nothing, okay? So if you're the Cubs, you can do that, but what have you won doing that? Nothing. So if I'm the Ricketts, I'll say, okay, cool. You guys, your team up there has done all this stuff with your cute little roster, and you've done nothing so far. I'm going to spend, and I'm going to keep trying to spend, and I'm going to go, and I'm going to try to get these players here, and I'm going to keep spending. And because I have a core here that went into the playoffs, that won a wild card series. That we
but
lost
they don't spend enough, and the reason they're in the situation they're in this series is because they're not scoring runs, and what happens is because you're not spending for those top level players.
I still believe that this was a
you're
team
in this spot.
that this was as far as they were going to go.
Yeah, because you're not spending at the highest level.
Well, yeah, but even before
the reason you don't say
season,
that about the Dodgers or the Yankees, saying the Yankees have a chance is because they have great players.
This was as far as they were going to go.
Again, because you're not spending at the highest level.
Well, and they should be.
The Blue Jays have spent.
I don't think the Cubs should be the team that doesn't spend and thinks that they can get results just with analytics and that kind of thing.
That's the most frustrating part. Now you're getting beat on the margins, and that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's like a team from a smaller market that's not spending as much is just beating your brains off with all these different tactics.
You should go out there and say, hey, Kyle Tucker, here's a bunch of money. I know you've been hurt, and I understand that. But the numbers show that when you're healthy, you're one of the best players in baseball. Take a bunch of money.
But when you're the Cubs and you make what you make, that shouldn't be the ceiling. Is that once in a while you keep a Kyle Tucker that you trade for?
Yeah, because
it should be going out and getting the best players. That's what it is.
That building's going to be full because you know what's going to happen here soon? This team, if they continue to not spend, but they're just going to be good enough to get into the playoffs, they're going to turn into the Bulls very quickly. They're going to be a team that just is good enough to get into the playoffs and maybe win a couple games, and that's going to be it. And they're going to turn into the Bulls very quickly here, that they're just good enough to make it to the playoffs, maybe win a game, get that playoff gate, win a game, then they're out.
Well, that's by design, though.
Exactly. That's my point.
It has been talked about here on the radio station for a couple of years now that Tom Ricketts saw what Arizona put together in their World Series run last year, and that's what they are modeling their team after, is that you sneak in, you're good enough to just get to the playoffs every year, and once in a while, you pop. Once in a while, you make a run. It's not always guaranteed because you're not going to be at that level, but occasionally you will.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse's reported it here on the radio station. He's talked at length that is the model that Tom Ricketts is looking at, which if you're a Chicago Cubs fan, it's got to be disappointing because in this market, third largest market, media market in the country, with the amount of money, the fandom of Cub fans from coast to coast,
and what they earn,
you should be spending like the Dodgers or other teams at the very top who are always competing.
Absolutely, you should be.
That's what it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering what they earn like a top 3 team, and they don't spend like a top 3 team. And this is the results. And should they lose today, Cubs fans should be upset because what you did at the deadline wasn't good enough. And what other teams did at the I know you ended up beating the Padres, but if you had gone out and gotten some top line relievers and gotten and yes, the pitching isn't really what was out there, but if you had spent more money and gotten some more high level bats in free agency, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation.
Well, they absolutely need additional starters.
Yeah.
So it was the fact that you didn't do anything at the deadline is why you're in the trick box that you're in, because you're starting someone in game 1 who's on short rest, and then you don't really have a place to go because of injuries throughout the season.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it all goes back to the same thing. You know, Jed Hoyer received his contract extension before that point, so he was good, right? Like it did feel like in last offseason that there was a little bit of pressure that they had to win now because Jed was looking to save his job.
They got off to a hot start, and he got an extension.
Off to a hot start, but they made the trade for Kyle Tucker, and it felt like, okay, this team is actually going for it. And then they pull back, and then they wait, and then let's just see if we can get by. It's got to be frustrating. I mean, here, with all that said, they can win today.
Of course.
And they can also still win this series. I don't think that's out of the question.
No, like you said, look at what the Yankees are now. The Yankees won yesterday. They're a very heavy favorite to win today. If they win today, they can obviously win Game 5, and they can move on. The Cubs are a favorite today. If you win today, you can still win tomorrow and go back to Milwaukee and try to win Game 5. It's not likely. I believe there's, an 11% chance for you to move on in the series now if you go down 0-2. So, yeah, it's not likely, but there's still a chance, and you've got your pitcher who's been the best pitcher so far, you in the postseason going right now, and Jamison Tyone. So you still have a chance, but you have to hit. You struck out 58 times so far in the playoffs. You cannot continue to have double-digit strikeouts in games if you want to win today. You can't strike out 10 or 11 times in this game today if you want to win today's game. You just can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not how you're going to win baseball games. And that's not because of pitching or anything else. That's because of guys like Kyle Tucker struggling. That's because of guys like PCA, Ian Happ. Say has been the only guy that can hit so far in the playoffs, and Michael Bushman the only guy that can hit so far in the playoffs. Everybody else has been a complete disappointment so far.
Yeah, they have. And I think that's where you're looking for those big names to step up today. And that's what you're going to need. And I kind of feel like PCA with the home crowd might have an opportunity that if he could spark something, like maybe he can find a little something, because he's like he's the one that will change the tide offensively for this team in this series.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they were the best offensive team in baseball for the start of the year was because PCA was on a MVP-like trajectory. Now, it fell off a cliff halfway through, which you and I talked about in our musings on the YouTube page throughout the summer, that it was fascinating that he was an MVP over 2 months when the baseball season is like a 6-month season.
Yeah.
Because stuff like that doesn't usually last unless you are a great.
There was a very hard regression to the mean.
Yeah, I mean, but he was good for a very decent chunk of the season. And so I think that's something that if he can get going here, I think that's going to be a spark that can kind of lead this team as we get things going. It's Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, presented by Yuengling. We're getting you ready for Game 3 of the NLDS. 4:08 first pitch at Wrigley Field, the Cubs and the Brewers. The Cubs facing elimination today. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000. Let's go to Wrigley Field now. Jesse Rogers joins us live from Wrigley Field, covering the series for ESPN. Jesse, what's the vibe at the ballpark today?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little nervous, right? I mean, I don't think the crowd is going to be as crazy to start this game as it was last week against the Padres. Could be anything. The fact they're down 2-0. It's a little cooler temperatures. I think if the Cubs get a lead, the crowd gets into it. I mean, that's not – I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that. So I think there's some nervous energy here. I mean, the Cubs are saying all the right things, but their backs are against the wall. I think actually, to be honest, and I think Cub fans would agree, people that have watched this team down the stretch especially, this is their best chance because they're at home and their best pitcher right now is going. Let's face it, the first two guys were gassed, right? They just were not themselves. It's not their peak version of themselves. So here's Taillon, who's been great, who had injuries, which meant, he's not been overused. There's some benefit to that. His arm's in good condition. This is their best chance to win a game, and then you go from there.
I feel like the way we've been talking about this win, I'm going to talk to Jim Cantore next from the Weather Channel. The way, I'm going to be going to you. We're going to be seeing you on TV, and you're going to be standing in the middle of a hurricane. What's the wind like? What's the weather like there today?
I know it's been a topic here at Wrigley. I'm glad I wrote about it today at ESPN.com. It turned out to be a little timely. It's definitely blowing in straight from center. I mean, this is much of this season. I'm looking at the flags right now, and it could have been a month ago they're blowing in like this, or 2 months ago. It's just been what it's been all season long. Ian Happ talked about it pregame. This turns into small ball. This turns a little bit into what the Padres series looked like. They're going to have to be very detail-oriented, no mistakes on the base paths, scratch across a few runs and try to win potentially a low-scoring game. I think Brewers are probably thinking the same thing. They've played in these conditions here a lot, but it's definitely blowing in. It will knock things down, especially going to right center.
Jesse, what did Craig Counsell have to say before the game today?
Okay, so I think the most interesting thing has to be with Taillon. I asked him, look, the wind is blowing in with Taillon on the mound, who's been your best pitcher, who's been even better when the wind is blowing in. The question I put to him is, look, when you go to pull him, is it predetermined like most of the time? Or, in fact, will you treat it like a regular season game where you wait until he gets into at least a little bit of trouble before taking him out? Here's what Craig had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know what you're asking. I think this is a win or go home game for us. So I think that changes the calculus absolutely. I mean, it's win or go home. We also have to, we got to win 3 here. We have to win 2 after today. So at some point we're going to need, someone to give us some length in terms of getting out.
So you hear the balance he's going to have to make. I mean, if Tyon does get into early trouble, of course you might have to pull him. But on the other hand, if he's going well, I think you guys would agree, don't just pull him 2 times through the order because that's what you do. Let him go. Unleash him a little bit. Not one starter's gone deep. This is the time to do it if he's going well. Now, trying to predict when a guy's going to go south can be, it's a tough proposition. So let's see. A couple guys on in the 6th inning in a 2-0 game, maybe you pull them, but I wouldn't do it early.
Jesse, how do you think Counsell has handled the moves in each of these first 2 games as far as like being a tactician? Do you agree with the way he's kind of handled things from the Turner leadoff situation in game 2 to Boyd going on short rest? How do you think Counsell has kind of handled this in this series?
No, I mean, yeah, I think the Boyd decision was a disaster. I don't quite get why in the first game of the second series you've got to pitch someone on 3 days rest. That is 4th game of the World Series kind of stuff when you're gassed. I don't quite get that. Nobody I think does. So definitely didn't agree with that. I didn't have a problem with Shota starting. What are you going to do? I mean, if these are your best pitchers, they got to pitch at some point. I don't disagree that Colin Ray maybe should have had a chance and Javier Saad maybe should be on the roster. I get all that. But at least Shota was on full rest. Like, you're already behind the 8 ball when you pitch someone on 3 days rest. So I didn't like that. I do like most of his bullpen decisions, deploying Palencia when he did, even though he gave up a home run the other day. But those early decisions, especially with Boyd, were questionable for sure. I said the other day on the air, it's hard to have a quick hook with Shota because things speed up like we saw the other day. You get the first 2, you strike out the first 2 guys, and then all of a sudden it's 3-3 before you can blink. So it's really hard to sort of predict when Shota is going to go south. They eventually got him after the second home run. So, yeah, I've been okay with his bullpen decisions. I just didn't like the Boyd start, which I think most people didn't like.
Look, the best way to keep Tyon in there longer is to get off to a good start offensively and to be patient at the plate. How do you preach patience with these guys in a win-or-go-home game?
Well, Quinn Priester's kind of a contact sinker ball pitcher, and that should work well with the wind blowing in. They've seen him. They got to him in his first start, but he's very good. He's had a good year. They should make a lot more contact today than they have in the past. I mean, 58 strikeouts in 5 games is just abysmal. It's abysmal. I know they've faced some tough pitching. It's just too many strikeouts, though. So on a day like today, you got to put the ball in play, get some ground balls to the hole, whatever it takes. And yeah, get a walk or 2 if you can. I mean, it's tough in an elimination game, but you got to go pitch by pitch and be locked in and play with a little desperation with your backs against the wall, Adam. I mean, we know all the cliches. Pull out your best at bats now because there's no reason to save them. 3 runs or less in every playoff game so far, man. That's a lot of pressure on your pitching staff.
Jesse, and what's the word with the Brewers? You're covering both teams for ESPN. What's the talk with Milwaukee heading into this possible clinching game?
Oh, they're in a good mood. Yelich is leading off today because there's a righty on the mound. Obviously, Churio's going to bat second, so no problems with his hamstring. He came out in the 9th inning. They're feeling good. A couple other little changes in the lineup, but look, they've got a game or 2 to play with here, right? I think they'll play this one loose and free, and probably won't make too many mistakes unless the Cubs force the issue. So, I mean, if you're a Brewer fan, you're loving the position they're in. But I think the teams are pretty close in talent. The Cubs just got, jumped. I mean, the starting staff got jumped these 2 games. They're just not the best versions of themselves, Shota and Boyd, and it showed up. So I would be surprised if Tyon got rocked in the first couple innings here. But, Milwaukee's in a good mood, and why shouldn't they be?
Thank you, Jesse. We appreciate it. Great job on all the coverage throughout the playoffs here.
You got it. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. There he is. Jesse Rogers on the Yuengling guest hotline with Bleck and Abdalla, hanging out with you until 3 o'clock. And then Jeff Meller and Tom Waddle will take over for the Waddle and Sylvie show coming up at 3 as they walk you into coverage. NLDS Game 3. Cubs and Brewers. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 1000. First pitch, set for 408.
Yeah, and it's win or go home for these guys. And listen, he's right. There's all these cliches you can throw out, but at the end of the day, you have to just go out and, what did Kap say? You got to find a cup of coffee at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Is that the coffee game? Is this a coffee game?
You walk outside, you look for your newspaper, you go to the alley, you look behind the garbage can.
Why are you at a garbage can? What are you
Because you're
doing?
outside, you're
Why
picking
are
up.
you looking at the garbage can?
You're out there searching for a win.
What are you?
You're out there looking.
What are you, scavenger hunting?
Yeah,
What are you
you're
scavenging?
outside.
What are you, a raccoon?
And then you get your cup of coffee.
What are you doing?
Yeah, take the dog out early in the morning. He goes to
What
the
is wrong
bathroom. You
with
got to
you?
take the bag with the poop in it. You got to take it to the alley. You got to find the garbage can. You watch out for the rats in the garbage.
What's wrong with you?
Find a win, right? Isn't that what he says? That's what Kap says.
Flipping over rocks looking for a win today.
I mean, when you haven't scored more than 3 runs in 5 playoff games, you got to do something.
Desperation is a stinky cologne.
You got to find it. Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. This week also busy week because the Bears face off against the Commanders on Monday Night Football. We'll talk to Chauncey in about 6 minutes right here on ESPN 1000. Get his football picks. We're very serious about football here on the show. But the Bears are practicing today up at Hallis Hall. Ben Johnson spoke today. And a couple of things to kind of take away is it seems like the team is definitely healthier than they were heading into the Raiders game, now coming off of the bye. So the game being on Monday night helps with that as well because you have an extended week on top of the bye week from last week. Ben Johnson was also asked today about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels because these two players are going to be linked for their entire careers. The fact that they were both drafted in the same class, both highly touted coming out of college into the NFL, both won Heismans. And you have a quarterback in Jaden Daniels that was fantastic last year. To this point this season, for my money, I think Caleb has played better than Jaden Daniels. That's just the way, from what I've seen, I think Caleb has played better than Jaden. I think there have been times where it seems like Daniels has taken a little bit of a step back compared to where he was last year.
I do think, obviously, one's been healthier than the other. But I do think that one has been forced to do more. Washington is the best rushing team in the NFL. So Jaden has had to do less. Caleb has had to do a lot more. He's had to bring his team back. Like look at the Raiders game as a perfect example. Caleb had to go on a game-winning touchdown drive, and then the team had to block a field goal at the end of the game just to win that game. So this is a team that has had to rely on Caleb a lot more than Washington has had to rely on Jaden Daniels. So it's not surprising that just looking at the numbers, Caleb has had to do a lot more. So, yeah, I'm not saying that Jaden is having like a sophomore slump or anything like that. It's just that he's missed a couple games because of injury, and Caleb is he's having to do more because the run game has been so inept so far for the Bears. Their offensive line hasn't been able to block for anybody, and their running backs haven't been able to really do much as of late. So once they get the running game going, I think that it'll open up more for Caleb, but also take a lot of pressure off of him. And he'll still be able to do a lot more, but I think you'll see some of those numbers open up for him more too.
Here's Ben Johnson earlier today up at Hallis Hall talking about Caleb and Jaden and the draft evaluations of both players coming into the NFL.
You know, I thought it was a really strong class coming out. It's probably one of the stronger in recent history. You know, Caleb obviously felt highly about him. You know, or the reason why I wanted to come here, you know, and I haven't been disappointed with him whatsoever. He continues to get better, elite arm strength, the ability to extend plays. I don't think a whole lot differently for Jaden. Jaden's extremely accurate thrower of the football, something that I think gets overlooked when you look at him because he is so dynamic with his legs and he hurts teams so much on the ground as well. So I think there are probably a lot of similarities. I think these are two ascending quarterbacks in this league, and I think we're going to be talking about them for a long time in the future.
Yeah, I can see that as well. And I think is something that we saw last year. It is possible to have both of these players competing for the NFC for a very long time. And I think that's great for us Bears fans, right? Like, if anyone had concern if Caleb is the guy, isn't the guy, could he be a bust? I think he's answered that last one. He's not going to be a bust. Mm-hmm. Whether or not he wins championships, I have no idea. Whether or not he can compete for like MVPs of the NFL, I don't know yet. He's not going to be a bust. So with that said, I think you're going to see Caleb and Jaden compete in the playoffs for playoff spots for probably the next 10 to 12 years, because I think both guys are very good.
I don't see why in however many years from now we can't be looking at, Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb, Jaden, and saying that this was one of the better quarterback classes ever. That you took all these guys and whatever Penix turns into and saying, hey, all these guys turned into great quarterbacks, and franchise quarterbacks, and don't forget, he said it. Ben Johnson said it. He came here to coach Caleb. Don't forget, Washington was on their way, and Ben Johnson texted them midair.
Yeah.
And said, I'm not taking the job. I'm staying in Detroit. He could have taken the Commander's job. Now, not saying he chose the Bears over Washington because the Bears job wasn't open at the time, but he could have gone and coached Jaden Daniels. He chose not to stay in Detroit for whatever reason, and then ended up, now at the time, obviously the Washington job wasn't open this year. The Bears job was open, so he took this job, but he could have been coaching Jaden Daniels right now if he wanted to be.
And then add this to the conversation. Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. Game Monday Night Football. You can listen to it right here on ESPN 1000. Michael Wilbon was on with Waddle and Sylvie yesterday, and he dropped this into the conversation about Bears and Commanders.
I have it on fairly good authority. Jaden Daniels doesn't like Caleb. Don't know why, except maybe he uses the 1-2 thing to fuel him. And if he does, that's just smart. You use anything that you have at your disposal.
Did you hear that?
I have it on fairly good authority. Jaden Daniels doesn't like Caleb. Don't know.
Doesn't like Caleb. Jaden Daniels doesn't like Caleb. Good authority to Michael Wilbon, who lives in the D.C. area, who covers D.C. sports.
I could see it. I mean, it could just be, like you said, it could be the whole 1-2 thing. It could be that, the fact that he was passed up for Caleb, the fact that the Bears didn't, the whole story about how the Bears were only going to take Caleb and no matter what, and all that stuff that came out, and it could be a lot of things.
I like that in my sports.
Of course.
There are too many buddy situations with all players in every league, in every sport. It's okay to dislike your competition.
I don't need people to be friends.
It's okay. And I like it. I like when players don't like each other and they let us know that they don't like each other. That's great.
I don't root for sports players to be necessarily nice guys or to be friends. I root for them to win games.
Yeah.
Right? I don't need any quarterback, any player, any NBA player, whatever. Jordan didn't need to be friends with everybody. Win games, win championships.
Exactly.
Right?
Rivalries and animosity between competitors is great for sports. Everyone liking each other and being friends and not really caring because they're all millionaires and it doesn't really matter, and they go back to their mansions with their, millions of dollars. That's not interesting for sports.
Yeah.
It has not helped college athletics that all the players now are millionaires and they don't care the way that they used to care.
Yeah.
It's not better. Bleck Abdalla, we will talk with Chauncey and get his football picks in just a moment. After Chauncey, we are going to have our segment 5 Up, 5 Down.
Ooh.
And we get to welcome on to the station and to the Bleck Abdalla Show our great new partners at Bradley University. So they will bring you 5 Up, 5 Down each week here on the show. Whether you're building robots, developing award-winning video games, training on medical simulators, or diving into sports communication, Bradley prepares you to change the game. Choose Bradley. Apply today at bradley.edu. So after Chauncey, we'll get to 5 Up, 5 Down. But now it's time for Chauncey's football picks.
Do you want winners? Chauncey knows a keeper when he sees one. He sees every angle and knows all the right calls. Get your picks from a man who was raised by the frozen tundra. It's time for Chauncey's Picks with Bleck and Abdalla.
Yes, we take football very seriously here on the show. Each and every Wednesday at 2:30, Chauncey brings his football picks to the table. Abdalla, in this season, what is Chauncey's record?
Chauncey was 1-2 last week, but that's okay. 10-5 overall. 10-5 overall.
All right, 10-5, Chauncey, so far. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I know, and I lost my shirt last week.
That's okay.
You lost your shirt?
That's all right. It was hot.
Shirtless?
It was hot last weekend. You didn't need a shirt.
You know, two mistakes, one right one, and I think I got robbed on one of those mistakes, but that's another subject.
That's all right.
All right, as we look at the matchups today, Chauncey, for Week 6, Cardinals and Colts. Who would win in this matchup?
Well, once again, you know, Cardinals are very weary, you know, quick birds. They're, you know, flutter around. I just think that the Colts' size and strength is going to wind up beating the Cardinals this weekend.
Okay,
all right, we're going with the Colts. All right, one of my favorite matchups. We got a catbird. We got a catbird situation here. We got the Seahawks and the Jaguars. Catbird, Seahawks, Jaguars.
You know, you just like cats, don't you?
I'm not going to touch that one, Chauncey. I'm not.
All right, Chauncey.
I like my job. I'm not going to touch that one.
Okay, well, I'm just talking about cats. That's all, guys.
Sure,
you got your mind in the gutter. I don't.
I'm a dog person.
Yeah, and I would honestly, looking at these two, I mean, you know, the Jaguars, they've done good. They've lost some ones that I was surprised at and stuff like that. And but you know, Jaguars, Seahawks, big bird, strong, hold on to the ball. They can keep, you know, if they play air ball, they're going to do that.
Ospreys.
Jaguars, speed, agility of the animal, strength in the jaw. They're going to be good on the short hits. As long as they keep everything short, the Jaguars are going to pull it off.
Okay.
Jags. All right. Jaguar or Jaguar? Jaguar or Jaguar? Jaguar or Jaguar?
Jaguar.
Okay.
Jaguar.
All right.
Final matchup for this week, Rams and Ravens.
Smartest bird in nature against one of the most well-balanced, hard-headed, strong animals. I mean, if I could make up a line of Rams, nobody would touch the quarterback because they're just so thick-headed and so strong, they would knock anybody over. However, you know, the Ravens, they're really smart, and they can, you know, they're a bird that uses tools to get their food. So, I mean, they are really got their act together. I'm going to have to pull the Rams on this one.
Okay,
Rams. All right.
Thank you, Chauncey. What's coming up on the show this Saturday morning, 6 a.m. on ESPN 1000?
Well, we had to do a few changes around because there's what's called an inland trout season, where they stock trout in 50 different lakes across the state, and they have to delay it because of global warming, for the lack of words. The water's too warm to release the rainbow trout in because they wouldn't exist in 70-degree water. They have to let the lakes across the whole state drop to mid-60s or lower. So they're going to change that. So that just changes who I'm going to have on my show this week.
Okay. All right.
You know, we're going to do that and stuff like that. Actually, I don't know their names, but I saw a Chicago Bears sighting last week on Lake Michigan.
Oh.
There were 3 Chicago Bears fishing on a salmon charter boat.
Okay.
Interesting.
On a bye week, doing some fishing. All right. I like that.
Good intel.
I'm going to try to find out who they were, and we'll talk about a little fishing with them, you know, stuff like that.
I like that.
Right. Report back. Appreciate it,
I
Chauncey.
will, my friend.
Have a great show.
Trouble.
We'll try. Have a great show on Saturday.
Okay. Yep.
There he is. There's Chauncey.
Do you want winners? Chauncey knows a keeper when he sees one. He sees every angle and knows all the right calls. Get your picks from a man who was raised by the frozen tundra. It's time for Chauncey's Picks with Bleck and Abdalla.
Each week at 2:30 on Wednesdays with Bleck and Abdalla, we get Chauncey's football picks because we take football very seriously. It's week 6 of the NFL, and also, Abdalla, week 7 of college football is here. The Illini have a huge game
that they do
this weekend. College football is definitely back.
And there's nothing like kicking off game day than with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing, Chris.
Whether you're at the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And right now, Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illini football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Raise your glass, celebrate every touchdown, and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
Celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
It's Bleck Abdalla here on ESPN 1000. Coming up at 3, the Waddle and Sylvie Show. Jeff Meller in for Sylvie today. He was in with Kap earlier this morning. So it'll be Meller and Waddle from 3 to 4, and then first pitch, Cubs and Brewers. Game 3 of the NLDS, first pitch at 4:08. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000. Each week here on Bleck and Abdalla, we like to look at the 5 best teams in the NFL and the 5 worst teams. It's a segment we call 5 Up, 5 Down.
Up. There it is.
And down.
5 up.
High five.
5 down.
Down low. Just low.
5 up and 5 down with Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN 1000.
And down.
5 Up, 5 Down in the NFL is brought to you by our great new sponsor, Bradley University. Bradley University students cheer on D1 sports, study abroad, and land big internships that lead to big careers. Choose Bradley. All right, Abdallah, 5 best teams in the NFL. Here we go. Number 5.
All right, I'm going to go with the Indianapolis Colts.
Interesting.
Indianapolis Colts.
You like it. You buy the hype.
Well, they're number 5. I mean, listen, I'm buying the hype, but I still have them at number 5. It's not like I put them at number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay.
Listen, according to DVOA, they're second in offense and they're 7th in defense. They've put together a decent, and they have the best point differential in the NFL. Okay, this isn't college football where it's like, they ain't played anybody, Paul. It's the NFL. It's tough every single week.
Is Paul okay? I haven't been following.
It's tough every single week, Chris. It's tough every single week. I've got them at number 5, the Colts.
All right, number 5, the Colts. I'm going to put at number 5 the San Francisco 49ers. They're 4-1. I think their win on the road against the Rams, even though I get it, at SoFi that you get like an equal split of the fan bases.
Mm-hmm.
But last Thursday night was a huge win with a backup quarterback, Mac Jones. He's playing good football. And the 49ers have so many injuries, and the fact that they're 4-1, they deserve a spot in my top 5, so San Francisco is number 5. Number 4.
Number 4, I'm going with the Philadelphia Eagles. They finally lost a game. I mean, finally. It's the 5th week of the season. They're 4-1. Tough game against the Broncos. You know, if the Broncos don't go for 2 in that spot, I don't know if Philly loses that game. It's a great move for Sean Payton to go for 2 in that game. Philly might be 5-0 if he doesn't go for 2. It's a completely different outcome in that game. Actually, DVOA doesn't have them. They have them like all the way down at 11th right now. But I like this team. They find ways to win. Their offense is not great, but their defense is still really good. They have some injuries there right now, but right now they've been playing solid defense even with those injuries. They've been making up for it, so I've got them at number 4.
All right, number 4 for me, I'm going to place Baker and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 4-1. They win last week on the road. A bit of a shootout, 38-35. Their only loss is to the Eagles, the team that Adam was just talking about 2 weekends ago. I think Tampa Bay is a really solid team. I'm going to place them at number 4. Number 3.
See, despite that loss to the Eagles, Chris, I have the Bucs at number 3, and I'll give you 2 reasons. Number 1's my left eye. Number 2's my right eye. Eye test. Good teams find ways to win no matter what. And so far, basically every single win they have has come in the last few minutes of games. And yeah, eventually it might come back to bite them in the ass. It definitely will come back to bite them in the ass. But Baker Mayfield is a quarterback that has turned it around in recent years and has found ways to bring his team back from loss and found ways to win at the end of games. And yeah, it didn't work out against the Eagles, but for the most part so far this year, they've found ways to win, and I like them. I think they keep doing it. I've got them at number 3.
A lot of what you said, you could apply to my rationale, to my team at number 3. Just go flippy-floppy. I have the Eagles at number 3.
Okay, yeah.
Because even though they lost last week to Denver in the fourth quarter, a comeback for the Broncos, give the Broncos credit, I am not removing the Eagles too far from the top because of one loss.
Yeah.
I feel like they can win in various different ways. I get that the offense has struggled as of late. The run game hasn't been as productive as it was last year. But Philly is a really good team. I got them at number 3. Number 2.
I've got the Bills. And my problem with the Bills is their defense. The 22nd ranked defense is not gonna do it for you for very long. Great offense. Josh Allen is a unicorn and is one of the best, if not he might be the best quarterback in the NFL. With Lamar Jackson hurt, Josh Allen is number one, I think. No knock against Patrick Mahomes, but right now in the NFL, in the year of our Lord 2025, on October 8th right now, Josh Allen's the best quarterback in the NFL. And if their defense wasn't 22nd, they might be the number one team in the NFL, but they are, so they're number two.
I agree with you. Buffalo is my number 2 team, 4-1. They lose to the Patriots last week, 23-20. I think that was a really good win for the Patriots. I'm not going to downgrade Buffalo. The same idea that I'm looking at Philly. I thought going into last week, Philly and Buffalo were the 2 best teams in football. Not downgrading them because they just got lost, 1 loss each. They're not undefeated. I'm okay. I know who you're going with number 1 because they're probably my number 1 team. Number 1 in the NFL.
Yep. The Detroit Lions. Yep. Yeah. They're number 1 in DVOA. They've won 4 games in a row. They lost that first game of the season, obviously. They're second in point differential behind the Indianapolis Colts. They just look like they're, ever since that loss, the first game of the season, they just look like they're firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, Detroit. I'm cool. I don't think Green Bay is as good as they looked in that first game. No. And obviously the Lions were not as bad as they looked in that game.
Yeah.
And so they're the best team in the NFL until I see otherwise. Yep. I do want to point out, on my list, I have 4 teams from the NFC in my top 5. I've got Detroit, Philly, Tampa Bay, and San Francisco. Didn't expect that. I thought the AFC would be balanced a little bit more, but I think when you look at Baltimore, you look at Kansas City, a couple teams that are usually at the top of the league are struggling to this point. And Lamar Jackson today did not practice for the Ravens.
Yeah.
So interesting. Lions, number 1. Now to the bottom. 5 worst teams in the league. Number 28, I have the Cleveland Browns at 4-1. They lost to Minnesota last week, 21-17. They just trade away Joe Flacco.
I've got the Saints, second worst defense in the NFL, but they got to win.
Yeah, they
got
did.
to win.
They did.
So they're number 28. They got to win. Good for them.
Number 29, I've got the Raiders. Vegas is 1-4. They got killed by the Colts last week, 40-6. Geno Smith, every game is throwing like 2 to 3 interceptions. I thought they would be much better. I've got the Raiders at 29.
I've got Tennessee, the worst offense in the NFL, but guess what? They got to win.
Hey!
They got to win. So they're not the worst.
My number 30 team is a team that just got to win. You mentioned it. It's the Saints because they beat the Giants, who also stink.
Okay.
So I've got the Saints at 30.
I've got the Raiders. They've lost 4 in a row, and they're probably going to bench Geno Smith very soon.
Giants are my 31st team.
The Bengals are my 31st team. They're the worst team in DVOA, the absolute worst team in DVOA.
Side note, should we maybe retroactively give Joe Burrow some MVPs?
Okay, so
like what are we doing here? Joe Burrow is by far that important to that team, and he's that good.
I've always said that the year that Peyton Manning got hurt and the Colts ended up with the number 1 pick and they ended up selecting Andrew Luck is that the year that Peyton Manning should have got MVP.
I mean, the way it's looking with the Bengals, Joe Burrow's the MVP of this season.
Yeah, he should be.
They got off to a great start. They win their first 2 games, and now they're the worst team in the league? Okay.
Yeah.
I've got the Jets at 32.
And for those of you new to the Bleck Abdalla program, since we've moved from nights to afternoons here, 2 to 3 uninterrupted, for 32, I don't do any research. I just write, ew, next to the Jets.
Thank you, and we appreciate your efforts.
Ew.
There it is.
They don't deserve any research. They're horrible.
Yeah, so
get a win.
Shout out to all of us Bears fans. The Bears not in the bottom 5.
Hey!
Last year, there were a couple times they were in the bottom 5.
They were there in a lot.
There you go. 5 up and 5 down in the NFL.
Up and down.
5 up.
High 5.
5 down.
Down low. Just low.
5 up and 5 down with Bleck and Abdalla on ESPN 1000.
And down.
5 up and 5 down in the NFL is brought to you by Bradley University. Bradley University students cheer on D1 sports, study abroad, and land big internships that lead to big careers. Choose Bradley. It's Bleck and Abdalla for the next 12 minutes right here on ESPN 1000 before we hand it off to the Waddle and Sylvie show. Jack McGrath is producing today's show. He went to Mizzou. Missouri is playing Alabama this weekend. Abdalla is a huge Alabama fan. The two of you get to spar off now. Go ahead.
Well,
Adam, I just want to throw something out there.
He's coming after you.
I'm pretty confident in my Missouri Tigers. They have one of the best running backs in the nation. Bo Perbula, their quarterback's looking really, really good. He transferred from Penn State. You remember that whole saga where he transferred out before the college football playoff game where he was still being used because he was sitting behind the starter. But nevertheless, that's not my point.
Loser. It
has come to my attention that you are kind of a hater and you don't wear Halloween costumes. So I have a bet for you.
Wait, explain this. How did you find this out?
I found this out in our meeting when we're talking today, and Adam's like, I'm not dressing.
Our pre-show pillow fight.
Adam goes, I'm not dressing for Halloween. I don't like Halloween. I'm not dressing up for it.
You were very negative today in the meeting.
I was not negative in the meeting. I just said I don't.
I don't know.
Chris doesn't dress up for Halloween either.
Which is weird.
I just
dress up for Halloween. It's fun.
I take my daughter around. She dresses. First of all, I said I'm not dressing up until my daughter says, Dad, will you dress up for Halloween? And then I'll happily dress up for Halloween.
I have a bet for you.
Yeah.
If the Missouri Tigers beat the Alabama Crimson Tide this weekend, you have to dress up for Halloween, and I get to pick your costume. Office appropriate, and you wear it into the office. If Alabama beats Missouri, I'd like the points, but if you're not willing to give me the points, we can negotiate here.
Okay.
You can pick my Halloween costume to come into the office. Work appropriate, of course.
Okay.
Before Halloween.
All right. I've thought about it. The answer is no, I only do sandwich bets.
Wow.
Sorry.
Because
Halloween. Here's the problem.
I love sandwiches.
Yeah, here's the problem, Jack. It's not a punishment for you because you were going to wear a costume to work anyway. So it's not. There's no punishment for you. That's not. There's nothing for you to dislike. There's no negatives for you. You like dressing up. You would wear a costume every day of the year if you could.
I could. I'd dress up as Spider-Man and jump on the tables and pretend I'm shooting spider webs.
That's weird. But sure, if you want to have a costume underneath your clothes all the time. So no, we will not have a bet because I also think Alabama's probably going to lose this game because that's what they do.
But that's also what you do.
They win big games and then they lose these little ones.
Your entire shtick is that you're like sad Alabama guy. We're never going to win.
We're only ranked 8th with our new coach. Let's fire him.
They're not going to get in the playoff.
I've never said that they should fire. I've never said that they should fire Kalen DeBoer. I've always liked Kalen DeBoer. I've never said that they should fire him.
Fair enough.
I've liked the
That's
hire.
That's a general Bama stereotype.
I've liked the hire from the jump. I've said that they should give him many a year to figure this out, and I like him a lot. So, that being said, no, I'm not accepting the bet because that's not a punishment for you. You like dressing up. You would dress up if you had your druthers for 364 days of the year, you would dress up, and Halloween would be the one day you wouldn't. So, no. But Alabama's going to win. Just saying.
So the bet's off?
No, we're not doing a bet.
All right. No sandwiches.
I'll buy you lunch.
No sandwiches?
Sandwich bet.
Sandwich bet. All right, because that's so much fun.
That's all I got. I don't know what to tell you. Alabama's going to win. I don't like that it's 11 a.m., I'll tell you that. The boys aren't used to 11 a.m. games.
Missouri is. They don't get prime time.
The boys, your guys wake up at 11. They're ready. Alabama's not used to that. They're used to the East-West games being at 11 a.m.
I think it's going to be a good game.
I think so,
I
too.
think, the college football to this point, we haven't really had a lot of time here on this show to talk college football.
No.
The last weekend was pretty interesting. A couple big upsets. I mean, whatever's going on with James Franklin and Penn State, that's embarrassing. And the fact that, you have guys from the Eastern time zone complaining about travel to the West Coast is crazy to me.
Yeah.
If anyone now, none of these schools or coaches should be complaining because you guys all did this to yourselves.
No, yeah.
They all were greedy, and
you wanted the money.
And UCLA wanted to join the Big Ten. It's what you got to deal with.
Yep.
So Lincoln Riley can shut up about it too.
Yep.
But if you are a coach on the East Coast traveling west to complain about the travel, what is the problem there? Okay, it's a little bit longer of a plane flight, but your body clock isn't messed up because the game is taking place later in your day.
It'd be the opposite.
If I understand if SC or UCLA traveling to Rutgers, traveling to Maryland,
yes,
that's tough.
Like if
But they did to themselves.
Like,
so what are you complaining
if
about?
USC would have flown to Illinois and lost, then yeah, I could understand the complaining.
Yeah, I mean, they did. I don't think going to the Midwest is that big of a deal.
But it wasn't like an 11 a.m. game.
They beat.
Was it an 11 a.m. game? I don't know.
It
We were in
was.
Vegas.
It was an early game.
It was? Okay, we were in Vegas. My time was all messed up.
They beat Notre Dame often.
Yeah.
At Notre Dame Stadium.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Like, it's okay. You can play those games. Like
Yeah.
this weekend, Michigan is at USC.
They can't complain.
Don't complain. That's just a normal time game for you. What are you complaining about?
Yeah, that's I don't understand it. You all got greedy. You wanted this. You wanted the extra money. You wanted the extra TV money, and this is what you get. And listen, it's not like Franklin's getting fired, so he's not going to be going anywhere at the end of the season.
Yeah,
he's not getting fired.
But if you're a Penn State fan, it is.
Oh,
it
of
is
course it's
very
frustrating.
obviously frustrating and
Of course it
annoying
is.
because he doesn't win the biggest games.
He doesn't win the small games now either.
That's just embarrassing to go from you're in contention for all this and you lose to the next weekend giving UCLA a win when they look like they're the worst Power 5 team in the country. Is embarrassing.
That's bad.
We have Cubs playoff baseball coming up at 4 o'clock, 4:08, the first pitch. You can listen to the game right here on ESPN 1000, Cubs and Brewers Game 3. And Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino. It's Bleck and Abdalla. Thank you to Jack McGrath for producing today's show, Bleck and Abdalla. We'll be back tomorrow from 2 to 3, uninterrupted, right here on ESPN Chicago. Time for the song of the night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
Tonight's song, Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, from 2016. Yep.
Yep.
It is your song of the night with Bleck and Abdalla.
What y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. Head to toe so clear. Look out. Pop, pop, it's showtime. 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 Guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know. Downtown. Oh, they don't know. Downtown. I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Straight up. I'm wearing Cuban links. Yeah. Designer mix. Yeah. Inglewood's finest shoes. Whoop, whoop. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to give the color red the blues. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Why you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jacking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon.
So, Chris, why are we
Yes.
listening to 24K Magic by Bruno Mars off the album 24K Magic?
The reason being is that today's date, October the 8th, 1985, Bruno Mars was born today. Happy birthday to Bruno Mars. He is 40 today.
Oh, welcome to the club, Bruno Mars.
Do you feel old yet?
I mean, I don't. He might.
I feel great at 40.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he feels wide awake.
Why would you say that, Abdalla?
He's been arrested a few times for possession of cocaine.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
I think it was thrown out, though. He's got good lawyers.
He's from Hawaii, right?
Let's see. Let's find out. Click on Bruno Mars. He is from Honolulu, Hawaii.
There you go. Little factoid.
Yeah.
I got you covered.
Yeah. And if you've been listening to the radio station the last 2 weeks, you know that half the station saw him at a club in Las Vegas a couple weekends ago.
You and I were not a part of that group.
We were not. Waddle saw him.
Waddle saw him.
Yeah.
There were many that saw him.
Sophie
What were
saw
we
him.
doing at that moment?
We were at Carbone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And then we met them after.
Yeah.
And then where did we meet them at? That was at the Aria?
Yes.
Or did we meet them somewhere else?
Yeah.
Bellagio?
I think so. Somewhere. Bellagio.
We were in Vegas.
Doesn't matter. We were in Vegas.
We were somewhere in Vegas.
Yeah. Anyway, Bruno Mars is 40 today.
Anyway.
And he's made a lot of music. He has 16 Grammys, which is a lot of Grammys.
That is way more than I thought you were going to say.
He has
16 Grammys?
33 nominations, 16 Grammys. I will say this. The dude knows how to make pop music.
Okay.
He knows how to make good pop music, and Silk Sonic is probably his best stuff. The stuff with Anderson .Paak is great.
Yeah, I feel like he hit the sweet spot of knowing how to hit like nostalgic items while making new music.
Yeah.
All right, Bruno Mars, happy birthday.
He knows how to make good pop music.
24 Karat Magic. From 2016, it's your song of the night.
Turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, Larry.
Jeff Meller is in for Sylvie today. It's the Waddle and Sylvie Show. Up next.
You're listening to Bleck Abdalla. ESPN Chicago.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in in onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Sylvie.
He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short.
Bring gas.
Hello, Andrew.
This is...
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Sylvie.
Scale of 1 to 10, Meller. What do you think of that open?
1 to 10, I'm going to give it a 7.5.
Ah, okay, Charlie.
I'll take a 7.5.
How do you feel about that?
I'll take a 7.5.
I'm an easy grader. I would have gone higher, but, Meller is audio man.
If we want to drill down. 75th percentile.
That's true.
That's a passing grade, Bren.
That's a C.
How about that? That's Jeff Meller right there in for Sylvie, who I believe it was called the Kap and Sylvie Spectacular or whatever it was. Today.
Okay.
That's what they were calling it.
I thought it was called the Cubs Crisis Center
I called it the new morning show here on ESPN 1000. Bitch and Moan from 6 to 9.
Is that what was going on?
I was just having fun at their expense. Yes. So it's great to see you.
It's great to
This is the
be seen and
first
see
time
you as well.
we've actually shared the studio for a show, albeit an abbreviated show in quite some time.
I know. We have an hour, a lot going on today.
Well, I'm
brief.
And you know how much I appreciate your not just your baseball thoughts, but your football thoughts.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, there's a lot to get to, including
the Hawks' first game of the regular season.
That's not where I was going. I mean, there'll be plenty of time for the hockey show to stretch their legs.
The Bulls preseason underway.
That is of absolute zero concern right here on this very show at this moment.
The WNBA Finals?
Not sure where that stands right now. I'm not going to lie. Not sure.
We'll see if any rubber items are thrown onto the court.
Well, I mean, if you are there, then I think there's a chance.
I'm not there.
If you're not there, I think it's less likely that a sex toy is tossed onto the. Can we talk baseball?
Yeah, let's talk some baseball.
I mean, Cubs and
I'm familiar
Brewers,
with that.
I mean, this is a winner-go-home game for the Cubs.
Some would call this one a must-win. True must-win ball game.
We have officially reached must-win status.
Must win or can't lose?
Must win.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Big Cat would argue that there's a difference between the two, but however you want to classify it, both would work.
Yes.
So, as the baseball expert on this show, now that Sylvie is not here, I will defer to you. What do the Cubs need to do to extend the series from your perspective, Mr. Baseball, and will they be able to do just that?
I think the emotion of the fans at Wrigley will definitely help the focused effort from the Cubs, and I think they've got a good shot. I think for them to win, they have to keep it close. They need their defense, which is elite. They're up the middle defense.
Time out. Like, you got to pay a lot of money for that kind of analysis. To win, they got to keep it close.
Well, because here's the problem. I think if the Brewers...
Did you miss me?
Yes. Hey, absolutely. But if the Brewers score, if they go out and they keep hitting three-run home runs, that's not the way this Cubs team is going to beat the Brewers. They need their elite defense to be the difference in the game. And if they keep it close, they can win a 1 or 2 run game against the Brewers. But they can't let them run out to a 6 or 7 run lead.
You know, and that's like, it's been one of those years where it's so hard to kind of wrap your brain around this Cubs season, because what you would have said at one point of the year was like, no lead is safe when you're facing this Cubs team. Right?
Yeah.
And now you're
saying... That was in June.
Yeah. I mean, you got 6 guys who've hit over 20 home runs. You're right. I mean, it's been a tale of 2 seasons for sure. But you never would have thought that going a couple of months back, would it? That hey, if you let a team get out in front of you early in a game, it's going to be lights out for you. No. I mean, this was a team that you would have said no lead is safe for the opponent.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been the case. You're right.
No, and because a lot of the bats that you were relying on early in the season that made you feel like that if you were a Cubs fan, those guys have gone a little bit silent, and they haven't been nearly as consistent. Kyle Tucker, Ian Happ, they're not really the same players who put up the stats. PCA, certainly. There's a lot for the Cubs. Unfortunately, I think what's transpired at this point, Waddle, is that the entire season, the injuries have caught up to the Cubs. And this is kind of a byproduct of where you're at with your roster. The
injuries to the bullpen, to the pitching staff.
Yes, and I heard Sylvie talking about this a lot yesterday during your time slot. I think the lack of a true ace, Justin Steele went down early in the season, right? And there's really it's not realistic, I think, to necessarily say you can recover from losing your ace. You certainly had the opportunity at the trade deadline to go out and get somebody like Sandy Alcantara or Joe Ryan, who were rumored to be available, but you had to have the appetite to pay through the nose if you're Jed Hoyer and make that deal. And I don't think the Cubs were, especially given what they gave up to get Kyle Tucker. And so you lost Justin Steele. There was some found money this year. I don't think even the most optimistic Cubs prospect hugger would have believed that Cade Horton could have turned into the ace that he did in the second half of the season.
He was better than what you would have gotten from Justin Steele if Justin Steele was healthy.
Yeah, and so I think him turning into an ace level starter was something that maybe made you, if you're a Cubs fan, gave you belief that you actually could make a deep playoff run. Unfortunately, injury hit him at the worst possible time for the Cubs as well. And so now I think this is a byproduct of not winning the division, so you didn't have the bye. So you had to play a tough series against the Padres where you had home field, which was great, but the elite defense was able to beat the Padres in those close games, and your pitching staff gave you enough in that short series.
Bullpen was great.
Yes, and the bullpen stepped up as well. Unfortunately, it created a situation where heading into the series against the Brewers, everything was up in the air with the pitching staff.
Well, but that was also that was of their own doing. Like, you could have, and I think you feel the same way, had you just allowed Matthew Boyd to get full rest and start game 2 and just use a bullpen approach in game 1 the way that the Brewers used in game 2. I benefit of hindsight. I don't know what would have happened, but that process would have sounded more reasonable to me.
I'm going to go ahead and claim foresight, because I was on Friday with Dion, and we were filling in for Kap and Jay Hood, and I thought it was kind of crazy to suggest that you would start Matthew Boyd in game 1.
We had the same thoughts on Friday afternoon as well. I don't know anybody to be honest with you, that said, hey, you know what the right thing to do here is to start Boyd on short rest.
Here's the thing. This is not the early 2000s, the 90s anymore.
Right.
We're not turning back the clock and saying, hey, Maddox, Smoltz, Glavin, Avery, those are our guys and we're going with them.
Who in today's game does work well on short rest?
They don't give them the opportunity to do so because it's just not that type of game anymore. First of all, you're not, even as pitchers, right? You're so reliant on leaning into your velocity and having full effort most of the time. Even Tarek Skubal, who could, if the Tigers can push this to a fifth game against the Mariners, and they're trailing 1-0 right now as we speak in a must-win game for the Tigers if they're going to advance. Even Tarek Skubal, who I think is broadly thought of as the best pitcher, if not for Paul, aside from Paul Skeens, those two are at the forefront, right? If you can, you don't want to use them on short rest because you want the best available. Matthew Boyd on short rest in game one. That's the thing. Yeah. It wasn't a must-win situation for the Cubs. Never made any sense to me.
That was why it was odd to me. But now with all that said, I think we've all shared the same thought as well that, look, it would have been nice if you could have paired Justin Steele if he would have stayed healthy and Cade Horton, who was a phenom in the second half of the season. But they're still not scoring runs. Like, you would have had to be almost perfect as a pitcher throughout the course of this entire postseason so far. In 5 games, I think they've scored 12 runs. So the bats have just...
they've gone silent,
And I don't know. The wind's going to be blowing in at, about 15 miles per hour today? So, it's going to be an interesting game. It is a game I do believe. I would predict it. I have predicted. It makes no difference what I think, but... I think the Cubs win today's game. I mean, Taillon has been a revelation since he came back from the injured list with that kick change or whatever you call it. I think his last 7 starts, he's given up like 6 earned runs. So I would say at home, advantage Cubs. But, this is a Brewers team that finds a way to plate runs and they get outs.
Quinn Priester, who the Brewers, they work their magic with all these reclamation projects with pitching. He's been a really good pitcher for them. He was 13-3 this year, had a 3.32 ERA. Now, he's not going to dominate you with the strikeouts, but this is where, too, the win plays to the Brewers' advantage as well. And I think Priester is somebody who the Brewers have really felt good about all season long. He's generally good to go deeper into games because he doesn't amass huge strikeout totals. Yeah. So this is where the Cubs are going to have to be patient. They're going to have to try and work their pitch count, something that they have struggled with a little bit in the postseason, which is not necessarily something that they struggled with during the regular season. And so I think they need to get back to the patient approach and force the Brewers to get them out. Don't get yourself out in these situations because you're chasing.
And do you believe that they will be successful doing so? They look kind of like a lifeless team right now that is kind of almost, I hate to say it, but they look like they've kind of almost accepted their fate. Don't they look like a team? And again, it's hard to, I guess, to show a lot of outward energy when you're trailing, getting dominated.
Yeah, when you're trailing by not double digits, but like when you're getting, 7, 8 runs put on you in the game one, and then all of a sudden, you look up and you're trailing against 7-3.
Man, like after the first inning in game 2, they had 2 hits.
Yeah.
2 hits in the last 8 innings.
This is where you got to go back to being patient. You can't just, they were in that game, even though they were trailing. Even though the Brewers came back and took a lead after trailing 3-0, it was still 4-3.
And by the way,
they had an opportunity to come back.
By the way, the Brewers didn't throw their top level arms at you either.
No, because you allowed them, to build up that lead. And so the Cubs just have to be better at keeping the game close because that's what they're built on. Defensively, up the middle, they will steal some hits from you and make it so that you have to hit the long ball. The problem is you can't let them be 3-run shots, right? Yeah. We all know Shota's going to give up 1 or 2 home runs in most games that he pitches these days. He can't. This is retroactive, but that was, I think, the biggest problem was you can't allow Andrew Vaughn to come up in a situation where he's got a couple of runners on base.
They beat you doing things that they had never done before. First of all, they hit 2 3-run home runs in the postseason. They had never had one in the history of the organization with the Brewers.
Yes.
They're not a home run hitting team.
No.
I think they were 22nd or 23rd this year. It was a dong festival up there in game 2.
It absolutely was.
I mean, like,
Shota's kept the Dong Festival open 24/7 in the second half of the season.
It's crazy.
He's He's
No
handing out
dog
free
festival.
entrance to the Dong Festival.
There's no dog festival up there on the north side today because the wind blowing in. Tyon has solved some of his home run problems. He was a home run allower, for a lack of a better description. That has kind of changed recently. I was right in his last 7 starts. He's given up just 6 earned runs, only given up 26 hits over that stretch as well.
He's been really good.
He's been fantastic.
The Brewers are patient. The Brewers are going to make him work, and so it's going to be interesting. Again, though, the wind should play in their favor, but at the same time, Jackson Chourio is back in the lineup. He's in left field again for the Brewers today. He left the game early.
Were you buying the stealing of signs or the whatever they were claiming that potentially?
It's baseball.
No, I know. I'm not saying it's bad. If you can do it, do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't waste that much energy when teams accuse other teams of
their pitches.
It's certainly possible. Guess what? Don't tip your pitches.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah,
totally.
that's kind of how I feel about it.
I'm not saying that the Brewers were doing anything nefarious. In fact, good for you. As long as you're not using technology.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm 100% with you.
If you're not banging trash cans in the locker room and it's not against the rules, I really don't have an issue with you trying. Again, I've always found it, aside from the whole Astros scandal, like as a hitter, I always found it hard to believe that you gain a huge advantage from your teammate on base notifying you in some way of a pitch coming, right? Like that's.
Well, I would like to know if I'm getting a fastball at 102 or I'm getting the slider at 90, and more importantly, maybe the location of where the catcher's setting up.
Be wrong once though, right?
Yeah.
Like you better if you're sending me that information, you better not be wrong if I'm the hitter in the box.
I mean, it takes a lot of trust in your fellow teammate.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I don't think you're sabotaging, one of your teammates.
No, it's not about sabotage, but you better not be wrong if you're relaying me in any way.
Okay, here's the problem. Sometimes you could be relaying the right
location,
but the pitcher misses his location, misses his spot.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I thought you said fastball low and away. It was inside. Well, I mean, maybe the pitcher lost control of where, he didn't have good command. So it's an inexact science.
I don't want to hear that. To me, that's all right. That's nonsense. Get better at hiding your signs.
No, I just wondered. I mean, it was something that they were talking about after the game. It's something that maybe they need to do a better job of concealing what they're doing.
You know what? You'd think.
I don't think you're having any of that. You're having none of that, it sounds like. Don't bring me any excuses.
That's loser talk.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
If I don't know.
By the way,
I would think if I had the highest paid manager in the game, he'd have something like that buttoned up.
And I don't want to suggest to you that this was just something that I think they were talking about on Marquee afterwards. I think Ryan Sweeney was talking with Cole Wright about. Ryan Sweeney, as the analyst, was saying, hey, look at some of this. This may be going on. And that's the only reason why I brought it up.
Well, I would think the Cubs bench coaches would be recognizing that and not letting it happen in Game 3.
I would think so.
Right? You'd hope. 312-332-3776. That's the number if you want to talk Cubs as we bring you in to that game later today, which you can hear right here on your home of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Of course, the game starts first pitch at 4:08. We'll be going to coverage at 4 o'clock. Your Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Morsi Longo and Associates.
Maurice Longo and Associates. I got you. I'm here for you, Jeff.
It was written wrong.
You know you can. Wow, you just torched Charlie right there.
Listen. Go bleep. Go.
I don't have the notepad.
Go bleep.
Oh, no, Charlie just turned around and
torched. The hat. Wasn't Aiden either.
Turned around and torched Aiden.
Go bleep yourself, San Diego.
I'm torching whoever left it written up here.
Wow, man.
Go bleep yourself, San Diego.
We look like the Cubs right now, turning around, pointing fingers.
We're trailing by 3.
Yeah.
We're not quitting, though, Waddle. We're not going to quit.
No, not till 4.
Mauricio Longo and
out.
Associates.
Yeah.
Of course.
We'll talk some football, too.
Right? We're talking ball.
Yeah, you got that right. This is you and I believe, too. Again, today's a must-win, for sure.
Yes.
Monday night's not a must-win, but I think you and I are on the same page with regard to the Bears going to Washington to face the Commanders. This is a huge game for a number of reasons.
Yes, coming out of the bye.
Yeah.
If the Bears and Ben Johnson are going to be
a team to deal with.
Yeah,
how about we just use that as a description?
If they're going to be in the real hunt for the playoffs this year, this is a game I'd like to see them show up and I guess you can get to a point where if they're competitive and they lose a tough game to the Commanders, who I suspect will be a playoff team ultimately when all is said and done this year, then maybe I'll feel a little bit better. But they need to have a better effort, both offensively and defensively, than what they have the last couple of weeks. Sure, they're on a two-game win streak, Waddle, but at the same time, I don't think any of us were convinced about the way they beat the Raiders.
No, I think this could be a measuring stick kind of game where you're going to kind of figure out where you're at. You've had an extended period of time to game plan for a team that they're strong where you're weak at the line of scrimmage, especially our team fails to stop the run. They run the ball better than anyone in the National Football League. It's a really difficult running offense to game plan for because the quarterback is part of it. So when they're averaging 6 yards per carry and you're giving up 6 yards per carry, that's really not a formula for positive stuff. So what are they going to do coming out of the bye? They know that. They know that more than I know that. What kind of adjustments are you going to make? TJ Edwards was back at practice. That should help. Kyler Gordon back at practice. That should help. Here's hoping that Grady Jarrett will be back. So you're going to get a lift from some of your better players.
The truth is, coming out of the bye, this is probably realistically about as healthy as you're going to be defensively because Jalen Johnson, his status is up in the air. He's not returning anytime soon.
I wouldn't count on him to be here at all this year.
So knowing that, you're going to have to find a way to win. Again, this is coming out of the bye. This is about as good as you can hope your defense is going to look in terms of a personnel standpoint.
From a health standpoint, yes.
So Dennis Allen needs to find a way for this unit to be better defensively.
Yeah, and listen, I give him a lot of credit for making some adjustments going into the Dallas game because, good fortune is part of the equation here. They lost CeeDee Lamb in the second drive, which kind of eliminated a lot of their big playability. Now, George Pickens is still capable of making the big play, but CeeDee Lamb's one of the best in the business. They did a really nice job adjusting their style of defense to try to keep the Cowboys in front of them, go the length of the field and kick field goals instead of getting into the end zone, and it worked. You saw a lot of too high safety type of coverages, and that's really not what Dennis Allen likes to do. The problem with that is, and they acknowledged it, it makes you vulnerable against the run. And the Dallas Cowboys had success running the ball, although the Bears kept them out of the end zone and won the game. The Los Angeles Raiders also exploited this Bears front and ran for 240 yards. I don't know how much too high safety you can actually play against the Commanders. You're asking them to run it for about 300 on you. So then, that's why I've said I think it's a really difficult matchup for them. But to your point, very interested, A, to see who's back and healthy, and B, what kind of adjustments to the adjustments is Dennis Allen going to make for this matchup with the Commanders, who are very good at the line of scrimmage.
And I think most importantly, coming out of the bye, Ben Johnson talked about, he addressed it yesterday, I believe a little bit today as well, the whole idea of the Bears need to stop having those pre-snap penalties. I'm hoping with the bye week, they reassessed, self-scouted, looked at who their best five on that line is going to be.
Yeah. I
don't know who's going to be starting a tackle. Do we know yet?
I don't either, but I'm with you. Like, I would put them out there and let's find a way to find some continuity because I think a good portion of their struggles running the football has been, you know this better than anyone. That group of five has to work in tandem, and they have to work together more so than any other group.
Yes,
and on a football field. And if you're all not on the same page, it's not going to work. So some continuity in terms of the lineup would help, and now you got to work on everybody being on the same page.
Yeah, and if Braxton Jones ain't in it anymore, he ain't it. Let's move forward.
I'm with
whoever's going to be on the left side, whether it's Theo Benedict or, I doubt it's going to be Ozzie Trapillo. Darnell Wright, what's his status going to be moving forward? Let's figure out who your starting five are. Stop having those pre-snap penalties because I think the best path for the Bears to win games for the majority of this season is going to be relying on the guy who can scheme up open players for you offensively. You're paying $13 million a year to lead you. They need to get leads, and just like they did against the Cowboys.
Hang on.
Yeah, because truth be told, without Jalen Johnson, who I think is your best player on this roster right now, without him this season, or at least for a good chunk of it.
The weakness is that you've shown in the first quarter of the season as well. Until you prove otherwise, you can't stop the run.
Yes.
And you can't rush the passer.
So guess what? The best way, if that's going to be a huge problem for you, get early leads and do what you did to the Cowboys. Make
Yeah,
them come from behind and feel uncomfortable. And again, that's why Ben Johnson, that's what the money's for, Ben.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's such a great point. And look, I think if you're banking on taking the ball away 4 times a game, I think there are going to be some Sundays where or Monday nights where you're disappointed.
Listen, if they can take the ball away 4 times a game, they're going to set a record, my friend.
They probably will. And they're doing it, like if you go back to the Raiders game, they took the ball away 4 times, and they had 3 interceptions with no pressure. They hit Geno Smith 1 time and sacked him 0 times, and yet still intercepted him 3 times against better teams with no pressure. They're not going to have the same turnover tendencies.
Right. Austin Booker's coming back soon. He's going to fix everything. Let's real quick take Dave, who's in Lake Zurich, before we take a quick timeout. Dave, you're on with Waddle and Meller, who's in for Sylvie. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? This is Dave. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Hoo-ha!
And Waddle, I'm coming to Cincy with you, baby.
All right. Well done, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Sin City, CINCITY, Sin City.
There we go. I like that. I'm actually 10 minutes away from Wrigley right now. I took my son out of school early to, see that W. We got to get it.
Little playoff baseball for your son. How old's your son, Dave?
He's 5. So,
all right.
yeah.
Oh, so you took him out of. Is he even in kindergarten or is he in preschool?
Kindergarten. Yeah.
All right.
He doesn't need to be there, right?
Does kindergarten go full day?
Yes.
Does
I saw Sylvie pulled his son out last week, and some people were giving him a little stuff on Instagram, and I was like, dude, it's all about the memories, right?
Absolutely. I would never sweat somebody for taking their kid out of school to go to a sporting event. Now, if you're doing it every Friday throughout the school year, that's different. But
for sure,
yeah. All right, well, help bring them a win and extend the series, Dave. Enjoy the game with your son.
And most importantly, make some memories, Dave, with the son.
I love it, and I'll see you soon, Waldo.
Yes, you will.
Thanks, Dave.
You want to go to Cincinnati as well to watch the Bears play the Bengals?
Bengals? What weekend is that?
He sounds like Meller is maybe. He's a maybe. I don't think
No,
it was
I'm legit asking.
Wasn't a full
definitely
commitment.
maybe.
It was legit asking what weekend is that?
Halloween.
That's
Is it
right.
Halloween?
I thought it was. That was my one. Yeah.
Can't do it, huh? That's all right.
Have to move some stuff around potentially.
All
if
right.
that's the case.
Well, we'll be there for you. How about that?
Oh, let me check with the wifey and see what we can make happen.
I'm inviting him. I don't know if there's any room for him.
All of a sudden, I show up and wait, we don't.
What's Meller doing here? You can hang out with me.
I'll hop on your lap. How's that sound?
That's perfect. I'm going to drive more than likely, so you can sit.
All right, shotgun.
Shotgun or
I got shotgun,
whatever
brother.
it is.
He's wild. I'm Meller. In for Sylvie. We're talking Cubs and Bears and not the Hawks and Bulls, even though we said we would. That was a joke. Bears and Cubs talk as we lead you into Cubs playoff baseball right here on ESPN 1000.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
The NLDS on ESPN Chicago. The Chicago Cubs. The Milwaukee Brewers. The series shifts to Wrigley Field for the next 2. Game 3. Today, coverage starts at 4. This is where you can hear it all. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Credit Union 1, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, and Maurice Longo and Associates.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut that you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for your haircut so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. And once your cut is finished, the friendly stylist at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the same great look you love every time you come in. And the best part, Great Clips everyday affordable prices mean you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Ready to look your greatest for the new season? Then download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Cocktail waitresses, two at a time. Who's going to pull them Alfredo when we're in Vegas next week? Anybody pulling Alfredo? Come on.
My money's on Abdalla.
Anybody pulling Alfredo? Who's single without
Abdalla,
wife or
not
girlfriend?
Black.
Tyler.
Not me.
Tyler?
Not you.
So is Tyler going to pull himself Alfredo?
I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart.
He's the only
Two
one
at a time?
eligible to pull himself Alfredo.
That's what pulling Alfredo means?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I think the silence on this side of the glass was that we had no idea what the hell you guys are talking about. You guys were talking about, yeah.
So wait a minute. So in The Godfather, when he goes out, his brother's been
Vegas.
sent to Vegas.
Yeah.
He goes out to then have a meeting with Mo Green.
He's going to buy out.
He wants to buy out Mo Green.
Do you know who I am? I'm Mo Green.
He says you smack him around in public, and he says he was doing something to cocktail waitresses two at a time. The customers couldn't get their drinks.
He was in cocktail waitresses two at a time. Players couldn't get a drink at the table. What's wrong with you?
I had to kick a little ass. I run a business.
That's
pulling Alfredo.
That's pulling Alfredo.
All right.
Two at a time.
Well, our godfather of sound is here, so I mean, I thought it would be a good idea.
I never got to use that one. That's an 8.5.
Yes,
I'll take that.
Near maybe an 8.7 B plus range there. I like it. Nice work, Charlie.
I mean, I don't know why I'm bringing this up, but do you remember when it was my favorite clip of all? Charlie found it, I think, when we were mocking Sylvie for being ready to celebrate the
of course.
Cubs.
Yes.
And the sound
I texted Meller to help me find this.
2003.
Meller's unadulterated cackling.
Yes, that's how you know you've got me.
Oh,
it's a
my
true
God.
laugh when the cackle comes out.
My God, was that's one of my favorite pieces of sound on
The champagne celebration back in 2003 that Sylvie was getting ready for. Back at the old place on, was it Canal?
I think so.
Where he's hanging out. And
they had bought
counting
champagne.
down the outs.
Yeah.
before Bartman reared his ugly headphones and stole a ball from Moises Alou and changed the trajectory of history, baseball history, only for it to be that much sweeter when the Cubs finally won in 2016, right? Think about that.
No, you're right.
Without that moment, it would not have tasted as sweet in 2016 for Cubs fans. So ultimately, it worked out, if you want to look at it that way.
Do you have that at your fingertips, Jared?
I do. Do you want to hear it?
We might as well listen.
Right.
As we're getting ready for Cubs baseball coming your way at 4:00 right
Maybe
here.
this is what the Cubs need. They need a little kick in the ass, and they need a little, you know what? Let's go.
So that we're not laughing at your expense.
Right.
Go out and win a ball game.
We don't want this to be
Kap
the
Shea,
outcome.
Wake up, drink a cup of coffee.
Yeah, and find a way to win a baseball game.
Yes.
Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
11 years ago, I'm 43 years old, and that night is my worst as a sports fan.
Really?
That's my worst sports moment.
Weren't you in tears riding the train home after that, or was that a different
It was
game?
after Game 7.
Yeah.
But Game 6 always hurts more, and I know they had a chance to win. I was in, at the time, a new condo at Harrison and Clinton, and I had buddies over, and I kept opening the fridge for beers as we kept drinking on. And as the game got later, I kept noticing there's a bottle of champagne back in the fridge that was left over from some party or something. I'm like, what am I going to do with this champagne when they win it? Am I going to shake it up and pour it on my buddies? Am I going to chug it? We're gonna spray each other with it. Should we go out on my new balcony and shake it up out there? I don't want to get it on my couch. But still, the Cubs are going to go to the World Series, so maybe I do want it on my couch. And I was going through all these thoughts as it got later. All right, 9 more outs. 8 more outs. We're down to 7 more outs. You're going to go.
Yeah, shake that bottle.
Who am I going to spray in the face first?
6 outs to go.
Burger,
2
you want
innings.
it?
We got Pryor on the mound.
Mazer.
He's unhitter. Hittable. We're going to go to the World Series. Now it's down to 5.
Perry, you better put your goggles on.
And then all of a sudden at that 5-out mark.
I can't believe it. Here of all places.
When he started through, am I going to spray my buddies?
Yes.
I just looked over through the glass and saw Meller just cackling, and I knew we had a winner.
The Meller cackle is excellent.
Yes, we had a winner.
It was authentic. No fake radio laugh there. That's a true
Don't
cackle.
want any Cub fan tears today, okay?
No. Now, they did already have a champagne celebration when they beat the Padres.
Yeah, they did when they clinched the playoff spot, too, but that's the way baseball is, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a problem with that, do you?
I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem that they did what baseball people do. I just think it's weird that baseball in general does that.
Yeah, it definitely morphed. Like, I definitely feel like LCS, you're advancing to the World Series. I'll allow it. Going to the World Series feels like celebratory to me. Getting through the playoff rounds. But truth be told, the Dodgers did the same thing when they beat your Reds.
No, I'm saying
after winning the World Series last year. So it has become a baseball phenomenon. Who doesn't love to celebrate with a little champagne in your goggle covered eyes?
That's what I'm saying is look, I don't blame them for doing it. It just seems odd that that's standard in Major League Baseball. But
yeah, do you have regret if you get swept by the Brewers for having a champagne?
I don't think you should have regret. I mean, I think they're going to be. Well, listen, they've really struggled after celebrations, haven't they? When they clinched the playoff spot, like they went cold at the end of the season.
Is that correlation here? Are we correlating?
I don't know.
You're going out and getting
after every, all right. Well, they've had 2. After 2 champagne celebrations, they've gone winless.
Yes, early September when they clinched their playoff spot.
And then when they got past the Padres, there was a celebration. I don't blame you. Look, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But
no, I don't think the celebration has any bearing.
Why do you answer this question? Why are the Brewers consistently better than the Cubs? Is it just as simple as I said it to the guys this morning? Like, it's easier to answer these questions when you're sitting at home and you're listening to people talk about it instead of being on the air talking about it. It's just that the Brewers do baseball things better than them, right? I mean, their front office and how they do baseball stuff has been better.
Yeah, did the Cubs identify the wrong guy? Was it Murph all along? Was he the reason that Craig Counsell was so successful?
That's just one piece to the puzzle. I mean, when you have a track record the way that the Brewers have had a track record over the course of how many years, like going back to 2017? I believe the Brewers have been consistently better than the Cubs for the last 7 years.
What's interesting is that their front office has changed. David Stearns went to GM the Mets after having kind of put, I feel like he's the one who put the infrastructure in place for the successful run that the Brewers have had over the past almost, just shy of a decade now. Matt Arnold has since taken over as the general manager for the Brewers since Stearns left for the Mets, and Pat Murphy has taken over for Craig Counsell. And not only have they not skipped a beat, they've actually gotten better with less resources.
Yeah, like they wave goodbye to players and fill spots. Like they must have a fabulous pitch lab too.
They all get worse when they leave too. Like Devin Williams was just a complete.
He was good
miss
last
for
night,
the
wasn't
Yankees.
he? Was Devin Williams good last night for the Yankees?
Yeah, well, they brought him in to be their lockdown closer all year.
Now you're right.
Yeah, now he was injured earlier in the year, so he came back, and it was weird the way he dealt with a back injury at the end of last year. So the Brewers, I think, did a good job of cutting ties with him, recognizing that it was time for them to move on because he's going to be a free agent this upcoming season. So it was a perfect time for the Brewers to say, you know what, and closers are never really a great investment.
So
right?
why? I mean, this is not just random. Why have the Brewers been a better baseball organization than the Cubs the last 6, 7, 8 years, despite the fact that they don't have the same financial resources? Is it just as simple as I said? They're better at baseball stuff. The same way, like I made the analogy now football's different because there's a salary cap and you're playing more by similar rules. But what's the reason why the Packers have kicked our ass consistently on the football field over the course of the last decade?
Well, I mean, their quarterback has been
but they've evaluated, they've drafted, and they've signed free agents in a much better way than we have, and they've developed their talent. Like they have done all of the football stuff better than we have over the course of that period of time. And I'm asking, like, from a baseball perspective, are the Brewers doing something comparable up there on the diamond?
I see. Now this is putting me on the spot. I like over the past.
I thought
7
you were
years.
I thought you were Bernie Brewer. My bad.
I am not. No. I listen. Like, because I don't think it's as simple as just to say, hey, they do baseball better than the Cubs. But I think
they have.
Because if you look at it just broadly, yes, they've not spending the same amount of money. Yes,
they've made better decisions.
Yes.
Like, so I don't know. I mean, when people ask the question, how do you describe it then?
Organizationally, I think it's hard to argue that the Brewers have not been just better at baseball than the Cubs over the last 7 or 8 years.
Now, okay, then I'll also ask you, maybe this is the year that changes. Why haven't the Brewers had traction in the postseason?
Because the baseball postseason, there's an element of randomness to it. Any baseball team can beat another baseball team 2 out of 3 games.
Well, that's what I'm saying, in a shorter series. But once you get past a short series, which they really haven't even done, are they equipped because of they don't have the stars the way that the Dodgers or the Phillies or the Yankees do?
I don't think that's it, because honestly, it's not even about stars. A lot of times in the postseason, you'll see guys who you're not even really aware of if you're just watching a team. You're not watching them on a day in and a day out basis. All of a sudden, guys become postseason legends because they're these anonymous names who you're not necessarily.
But they've had no postseason success over the course of the last several.
I think that's just a product of when you get into a short series, anything can happen, and it's really hard.
Over and over and over and over. Like, are you just
a 3-game series, a 5-game series? Any team can lose in that short period of time, and I think that's part of why Jed Hoyer has been, and even Theo Epstein will tell you. The truth is, with baseball, once you get to the postseason, you don't know what's going to happen. It's a small margin that can be the difference between winning and losing, right?
Well, I get that, but when it happens consistently year after year after year after year, then I have to ask the question, you're good enough to get to the postseason, but why aren't you having any postseason success? Now, I would say that the randomness may be more of an excuse in football where it's one and done, but when you get into a series.
See, in football, though, it's all the one-game element of if I have a great quarterback, I know that I can count on that a little bit more consistently in football because the quarterback's going to have the ball in his hands half the snaps, right? When he's not on defense. I can get the ball. If I have a good quarterback, a great quarterback, guess what? I feel good about my chances that he can repeat what he's done for the most part in the regular season. In baseball, my best player, I can't determine when he gets to go to the plate to try and hit a home run. And even when Shohei Ohtani is absolutely crushing everything, right? At the same time, Shohei Ohtani still only has a 300 batting average.
I know, but when Shohei is not up, maybe Mookie Betts is.
That's the difference. Guess what? The Dodgers, 1 through 9,
well,
they're
the point.
Loaded with superstars.
That's what I'm saying is that once you get past the short series, doesn't the randomness of baseball kind of go out? And then it's more likely that the teams with the greater resources who are able to.
Well, and here's the thing, though. What has it taken the Dodgers to get to this point? They are paying them and the Mets
$400 million.
Right?
Yeah, no,
so
I know.
if you're willing to invest to try and create a situation where you can tilt the odds in your favor ever so slightly, then absolutely.
Even the Phillies. The Phillies have spent, almost $300 million.
And guess what? Where has that gotten the Phillies? To a spot where they're playing the Dodgers in the postseason, and unfortunately,
were the Phillies in the World Series? Or
they lost to the Astros a couple years ago.
Right,
yeah.
but my point is the Brewers, as good as they have been for as long as they've been, there's been no postseason success at this point.
All it takes is one bad series, and all of a sudden, guess what? You're
7
out.
years in a row, you just have one bad series?
But the Brewers haven't been this good year after year. This is the best Brewers team we've seen. They've gotten progressively
people
better.
are going to be mad because they think I'm spewing Brewers hate. I'm not. I'm just trying to understand Major League Baseball postseason success or lack of.
Here's the thing. I don't think you can understand it. The truth is that once you get there, this is what Theo talked about over and over again.
Okay, but
just
I don't
get there as many
understand
spins as you can.
Right, but the Yankees were in the World Series last year, and they were in the AL Championship 2 years ago. Now, they missed the postseason in 2023, but go back to 2022. They got swept, I think, by the Astros. But 2 out of the last 3 years, the Yankees have been in the ALCS. So there has been... You know what I'm saying? And I'm asking, is that because they play the game with a large market benefit or advantage because of revenue that the Brewers don't have? I think the Brewers are a very, 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 very good organization that needs to be recognized for being such. But does the fact that they are a small market team ultimately get them in the postseason?
Did they lose to the Diamondbacks? I'm trying to remember who they lost to a couple of years ago.
I think if I could give you an example, Waddle, of maybe why this happens is because if you want to get to the World Series, your star players need to play star players. The best individual season they've had was the Christian Yelich year when he won MVP. And if I'm not mistaken, he kind of vanished in the playoffs. Now, last year with the Yankees, Aaron Judge was a little bit of a no-show, but Giancarlo Stanton went insane.
Right.
The Brewers have never had that, high-paid sort of secondary bat.
Right.
Well, and that's
I guess a good way to explain maybe why they've been such a good organization, but their financial limitations, being in a small market, has not allowed them to do some of the things.
Maybe, but at the same time, I look at the Arizona Diamondbacks when they went to the World Series, they weren't littered with superstars. That very easily could have been the Brewers that year. It's just you need your team to get hot at the right time. And unfortunately, in a 3-game series or a 5-game series, sometimes things don't go your way. And if your pitching is not aligned well, things can go sideways on you pretty quickly.
Okay. I'm just trying to learn.
I think baseball.
I'm just trying to learn from the baseball
ultimately,
big brains.
the big takeaway here is that the problem with the baseball regular season versus the baseball postseason is it's almost like playing a different sport. You load up your team in your roster in the regular season to take advantage of crushing some of the teams that you can. You can beat lesser pitching in the regular season. When you get to the postseason, it's a different ball game, and maybe that is something. Maybe the Brewers are taking advantage of lesser teams in the regular season, boosting their regular season record. But then when you get to the playoffs, maybe this is a way of saying exactly what you're saying here. But I think ultimately the regular season doesn't necessarily match the postseason type of baseball that you're playing.
So are we just building in an excuse for the Cubs if in fact
I'm not
they
giving you an
I'm not
excuse.
saying you. I'm saying in baseball because the randomness just got them.
I think that's part of it. I think that's part of what Jed will be saying.
That's probably what will be sold in the offseason.
And that, to me, is dangerous for a large market team because that gives the organization cover to say, hey, We just got bit by the random bug.
Cubs playoff coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino, Waddle.
Boom. I like it.
Not Potomac Casino, Potawatomi.
No, you pronounced that one quite well.
We are bringing you up to Cubs baseball coming your way at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1000.
As you know, I have questions. I don't have a lot of answers.
No,
so that
absolutely.
has not changed since you decided to leave us and go over to the White Sox.
I believe we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get you set for Cubs baseball. Maybe we'll sneak in a call or two as well right here on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Waddle and Silk on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Here comes Bears and Commanders, Monday Night Football, a huge primetime showdown for QB superstars in the making. Join us for the best play-by-play team in the business, Joniak, Thayer, and McKee. Coverage starts at 5, kickoff at 7:15 on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
You know what makes game day way better? When everything just works. Your TV, your phone, your tablet, even your Wi-Fi working together so you never miss a play. And that's what Xfinity does. Their Wi-Fi is smart enough to know when your devices need a boost. The equipment is top-notch, letting you stream multiple games at once while with multi-view. And Xfinity Mobile, it gives you Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else, so you're always connected at home or on the go. And the games themselves, well, all in one place with enhanced 4K, so it feels like you're right there in the stadium. No lag, no buffering, no switching apps, just pure game day action. Game day should be fun, not frustrating. Xfinity keeps everything running smooth so you can focus on the plays, the snacks, the hype, and maybe a little friendly trash talking as well. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, get started today. Call them, visit Xfinity.com, or stop by an Xfinity store near you. Restrictions apply, new residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Xfinity, imagine that.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
A few days after it became public that the Big Ten is mulling a $2 billion private equity deal, one federal lawmaker is trying to make that idea illegal. A new bill introduced earlier this week would block public universities and their conferences from directly or indirectly selling ownership stakes or doling out revenue to private equity funds, among other rules. That would likely block a plan reportedly being considered by the Big Ten to create a new venture controlling the league's media rights and other assets and selling a stake in it to a major private investor. That vision is part of a larger foray by private equity funds into college sports, which is going through a financial restructuring now that schools can pay athletes directly. ESPN first reported the Big Ten discussions and said the deal would provide each school in the conference a 9-figure payment up front. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Yeah, you know me. I'm not exactly the biggest tech guy. I can read a defense for sure, but half the time I can't figure out my own phone. Everybody knows that. But here's what I do know. If you're running a business, you can't take chances with cybersecurity. That's why I recommend trusting our partners at Trend Micro. They're the best in the business for over 35 years. Trend Micro has been protecting companies from ransomware, phishing, and threats you don't even see coming. And with AI-powered proactive security, they stop attacks before they ever reach you. Visit trendmicro.com today and see why smart businesses put their trust in Trend Micro.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Sylvie. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Well, this sucks. We don't even have time to talk about the Hawks' great 3-2 loss to
or
the
Bulls kicking off, or should I say tipping off the preseason with a win.
We ran out of time.
You know, I'll call you on the way home and we can talk.
We'll do that.
Talk hockey.
We'll post that on the pod.
Do you have a prediction for today's game?
I think the Cubs squeak one out. I think it's going to be a close ball game. I'm going to go ahead and say 5-3. 5-3 Cubs win. Force a game 4, but I don't like their chances.
Five runs is more than they've manufactured in any of the playoff games so far. I'll go 4-3 Cubs. I like Tyone. I like what he's done in his 7 starts since he's come back.
Yeah, he's been really good. And the Cubs, I think, are going to feed off of the energy at Wrigley.
Let's do this again sometime, okay? We only had an hour.
Whenever you need me, my friend, I am here for you. Thank you to Charlie Bevins and Aiden, don't call me O'Connor.
He looks like Matt Shaw to me, and he doesn't like that because he's not a Cubs fan.
Yes. He's a White
Sox
fan.
That's a compliment.
Fan,
Matt Shaw's a handsome young man.
Matt Shaw's 0 for 9 on the playoffs. If I get there quick enough, I can get in the lineup.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
Cubs baseball coming your way next, right here on your home of the MLB playoffs, ESPN Chicago. Waddle, thanks for letting me sit in for Sylvie today.
Good to see you, brother.
He's back tomorrow. I'm Jeff Meller. Cubs baseball coming up next, right here on ESPN Chicago.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago personal injury and workman's compensation lawyers at Marisi Longo